just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. And geez, wasn't a quiet week for footy. Weren't many controversies at all. I mean, I wasn't sitting there, my head about to explode a million times. Cannot wait to talk about it because we have a lot to talk about. Don't forget, guys, the OG drop is tonight, 6 p.m. OG spray jackets, you can see all the boys wearing them. The OG bloke shirts, plus we've also got the green and gold bloke shirts. We've got the blue bloke shirts, and we've got the maroon bloke shirts. That is tonight at 6 p.m, guys. If you enjoy this content, you get hours and hours of it, grab a shirt, plus their high quality material, and obviously the spray jackets. 6 p.m. tonight. We'd really appreciate the support. Root, how was the weekend, mate?
It's good, mate. Controversy in rugby league. White and rice.
Heading into finals footy.
Sensational.
Right at the right time. Timmy?
Good, mate. Raiders flex their premiership marshal. So, look, life is good again.
Mate, how you going, Hammy?
Good, refreshed. Long weekend. Everyone took the day off on Friday after the Tigers win?
Just me.
No, I don't think so.
Just me. What a great win.
Okay.
What a weekend. How's your weekend?
Yeah, it was good, mate. It was really good. Had me son's first birthday, so that was interesting. Having to my wife planned it all and all the family coming down. It was actually really good. I really liked it. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's face a bit of the music, brought to you by Sportsbet. Our friends over at Sportsbet, I thank you as always for supporting the platform, and also give us a follow on the feed. I'm at 17,000. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate the support. Brand new feature as well. If you love your MMA or your fighting, same fight multi.
Yep.
Same fight multi. Brand new feature on Sportsbet. Hammy, take it away, son.
Let's do it. Rue in the green room sweating absolute NutriBullets. He was slow out of the block. So were a few people, though. So don't panic too much. Because not a lot of people saw particularly this first result coming. Tigers 34, defeat Manly 26. Game of the season. Public holiday observed around the country on the Friday as well. Not a hell of a lot of love for the Tigers on the panel, got to be said. Only Kempy and myself had them plus 14.5. We're the only two people to walk away.
See, I backed you in, mate. I knew there was something brewing there. I didn't know it was a win, but I knew it was going to be a tight clash, mate. You could see, you could tell.
Plenty of room on board the Tigers bandwagon, mate. All aboard. Then Friday night, Waz 18 defeated by the Dogs 34. Canterbury letting the Dogs out at Sean Johnson Stadium. Denon and myself, we smelt it a mile off. We had the Dogs winning and covering. Matty had the Dogs head-to-head. Timmy and Rue got a bit too swept up in the emotion. And
very emotional blokes. Very emotional.
My piece of advice on this segment would be don't let the emotions sweep you away. And that's the mistake that you fell into this week, unfortunately.
My piece of advice to the NRL is get a better ref because we were robbed.
Oh, wow, it's already started. We haven't even got to this topic yet.
Cost us our upset.
Stop jumping ahead, mate. We're getting to the rest.
Don't blame the ref for your loss, mate. Jeez Louise.
Speaking of upsets, Broncos 30 defeat the Eels 24.
That's not an upset, mate. Jesus. Tigers win one bloody game and he's fucking carrying on like it's an upset.
The Eels shit the bed after a strong start to keep Spoon Bowl alive, which we love. 2 points for Denon, Timmy and myself, who picked the result. 1 point for Rue and Matty. They only had the Broncos winning and covering. Then we go to what a game this was. Milk 24 defeat the Panthers 18 in the Nigel Plum Cup. No one saw this coming on the panel.
Except for Nigel.
Only Nigel saw it coming. Only one person on this panel picked up a point. That was me, who had the milk with the plus. Huge result there. Storm 48 defeat the Dolphins 6. Storm announced themselves as outright premiership favourites, $3 now. Ooh. The Melbourne Storm. Everyone had them head-to-head. Timmy, Rue and myself had them covering the 14.5 as well. Then we get into tough watch territory. South 16 defeated by Knights 36. Everyone had the Knights head-to-head. Denon and Timmy had them covering the 5.5. Matty had the Knights 13 plus. Worst display of treachery since he threw support behind the Indian cricket team in the World Cup last year.
Disgraceful. He honestly shouldn't get the points.
Congrats on the 3 points, but hang your head in shame at the same time. Titans 22 defeated by Chooks 48. Everyone had the Chooks winning and covering the 15.5 here for 2 points, except me. I only had the Titans plus 15.5, so I only get the 1 point there. Dragons 10 defeated by the Sharkies 38. Now, if only Shane Flanagan knew who they were playing this week, maybe might not have panned out this way. Kempy was the only one who succeeded, was seduced by the Dragons' recent form. You had them head-to-head. Everyone else had the Sharkies head-to-head. Timmy and Matty had them covering the 3.5 points as well. So well done, boys.
I can't believe that. I've been so positive on the show. Like, oh, my God. Flano, I got caught up in the Flano emotion.
You did.
Shit.
Unlucky. Round 25 results. An absolute clinic from yours truly. A little bit of West Tigers about me. 2 in a row. 11 points this week. Matty, Timmy and Denon on 10. And Rue, you were slow out of the blocks and you never really recovered on 7 points. So could we see Rue in the
You know what, though? I am going to make a call here.
Yeah?
I'm deducting 3 points from Matty for tipping 13 plus against his own team. That's a disgrace.
Kim Jong Kemp strikes again. Matty's been docked 3 points. And we're probably going to see Matty in the chook pen with Hainsey now as we get closer. So anyway, that's the results. Round 25. Not some of your best results, but some of us just keep raising the bar at the point end of the season.
Oh, wow. Okay, there we go. Face the Music brought to you by Sportsbet. Massive thank you to our friends at Sportsbet. You got to do it. You're pumped with Sportsbet, the best in the business, guys. Give us a follow on the feed. I've had some luck the last couple of weeks. Had some luck, so give us a follow. Give Hammy a follow. Let's get into it. The Bloke Beer Team of the Week. Beer for blokes that turn up for family, mates and good times. Get it into you. The beer of rugby league. All right, at number 1, Turbo. I mean, he literally could not have done more to win that match. He could not have done more. He was incredible. At number 2, Savage. I love this game for Savage because I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I remember sitting here and we were talking about how far Savage had come under Ricky Stewart's tutelage, and basically saying Ricky, almost gave him a bit of a second chance and kind of understood where Savage was coming from. Anyway, that same week when we were given a massive rap, he comes up as a Barry Crocker and we go, oh shit, there goes the commentator's curse. But then the next week, he comes out and plays like that against the Penrith Panthers. Love that. What do you think of the performance from Savage, mate?
Yeah, that's it. Like with Xavier Savage, it's the week to week, as you said. We need to see him back up these good performances, but to do it in a game like that against Penrith, it's unbelievable. And there's just little areas of his game that he's improving on week in, week out. His defence, okay, there's still a few errors in his game, but he's coming up with some big plays, like that try leaping over Brian Toto. Toto, despite being small in stature, never gets beaten in the air.
Yeah.
Just some massive plays for us, and the
defensively too. At the end, he jammed in at the end there for a try. He's come up
really big in defence a few times. So as I said, while still a few leaky areas of his game, we're seeing development in Xavier week in, week out. So it's really promising signs.
Start of the season, I was at an event with Timmy with a heap of the Raiders guys there, and I'm not sure if you remember, but every conversation you were having was them just praising Savage. They just kept saying his turn, and I didn't expect that personally. I thought he was a little bit on the outer, to be honest with you. And it's not like it's just sprung up all of a sudden. He's obviously started this in the pre-season.
Well, he was so far out on the outer, I was hearing whispers that he was willing to just go back to Queensland Cup.
Yeah.
Like, again, there was no confirmation on it. It was just kind of like, it just wasn't working. He wanted to get back home, which is a testament to a young man that can get through that. I know, they're rugby league players and they should just be robots and just get through it. But as a young man living away from home, it can get tough sometimes. So it's great stuff for Savage. Hopefully he can keep it up. Gagai, the hits keep coming, baby. He just keeps turning up, keeps playing good footy. Howarth at number 4. What a game. Unbelievable. I think it's his right foot step. Unbelievable for a big fella. At 5, Khan Pereira. It was between him and Tupou, but Khan Pereira for me, that try against the Roosters. There's not many, genuinely, there might be only 1 or 2 other players in the NRL that could score a try like that right now against the Roosters.
43 tries in 42 games, and he's been in a bottom 4, bottom 5 side the entire time.
And what I love about Khan Pereira is he proves the point that the old-fashioned winger is still alive and well. Like, we're so caught up in the new style winger, and rightly so. Like, they're basically another front rower, but the old style winger is still alive and well.
Into favouritism for the sprint potentially as well.
I still have Saab at top speed. Okay. I still have Saab, but I do think Khan Pereira would be there or thereabouts.
Yep.
Just quietly, did anyone see the video of Gout, the young 16-year-old?
Oh,
yeah.
10:29 at 16 years old, and his 200-metre time, Gout, also known as Goat, his time at 16 is only 0.29 slower than Usain Bolt's at the same age.
Wow.
So he's quick. Anyway, at 6, Lockie Galvin. Unbelievable performance by Lockie Galvin to get the win against Manly Seals. At 7, you know what the weirdest thing was? Brooks getting booed, but he was getting booed whilst he was also at the Tigers. Like, make your mind up. You hated him when he was there, and then you're angry that he left.
Consistency on the hills the other night.
You're like, get out of my house, get out of my house. I can't believe you left. Why'd you leave us? It's like, you friggin' pushed me out the door.
Can I tell you the best sledge I heard for Brooksy on the hill on Thursday night? Where's your barbecue?
There's your barbecue now, Brooksy. Okay, Galvin at 6, 7, Hughes. Oh, my God. This guy. At 8, Tarpane. At 9, it was Grant until Brayley put in arguably the best game of his career. He was unbelievable. At 10, Hayes from the Doggies. How good's he been? Seriously.
What a find. I don't know what his story is, but he's listed on their website as a winger.
No way. That's got to be a GR.
I'm not quite sure what he's also, and not that it's the be all and end all. But even in Supercoach, he's a CTW, centre winger.
Really?
So I don't know what the story is, but
I'll tell you what.
Incredible.
What?
Great name, Harry Hayes. Like
He's listed as a winger.
Could we see Hayes in the grand final sprint?
maybe Harry Hayes. Great name, Harry Hayes
Great
too.
name.
Very marketable.
Yep.
At 11, new haircut. Bold Crichton, very scary. At 12, Fainu. Oh my God, how good was he for the Tigers? Moved a bit to the centre towards the end there, had some big plays, and obviously the match sealing try. At 13, Paddy Carrigan. At 14, Satili Tupanoa. At 15, Britton Nikora. Now, he absolutely could have started. If you've got Nikora starting over Fainu or Crichton, I would not argue against it. At 16, Eli Katoa. At 17, Hudson Young.
Harry Hayes has had 5 games in New South Wales Cup on the wing and he scored 5 tries.
What the hell?
Another utility at the Dogs. Who would have thought?
This year.
No, 2022.
Oh,
But still.
wow.
That's not that long ago.
But the coaching decision to go, oh, by the way, you're actually not a winger, you're in the middle. That's crazy. So that's our team of the week. Now, I want to make it clear, this was one of our hardest team of the weeks. Like, there was a plenty of blokes that we actually, like, I had Ponga at 14 initially. Reynolds could have made the side. This was a really, really tough week. Let us know in the comment section if you would have made some changes. All right, time for Menu Log's hungriest player. Now, I put a poll up and I let the people vote. And I think it's probably at about 10,000 votes right now. And the people voted very differently to what I had as hungriest player. So the people have voted Crichton at hungriest player, just beating Hughes. Not hungriest player, sorry, best player of the round, just beating Hughes by 1%. And all the way down by 30% less, it was Tarpanay. But I disagreed to the public. I believe Kim Jong-Kim. I believe Tarpanay was the hungriest player of the week. Tarpanay for me was hungriest player of the week. Look, you can look at his stats and maybe they're not as crazy as what he's done even himself. But if you go back and watch that game against the Raiders, he was single-handedly responsible for, I think, at least 2 tries. He was basically the only forward on the field, maybe Hudson Young, that could take it to the Penrith Panthers front row. And so Panthers in the second half, I don't know whether they were ahead by 2, but they had dominated the opening 10 minutes of the second half. Guess who comes on at the 30-minute mark? And from that point on, the Raiders turn it around and get the win. It was Tarpanay. Tarpanay, for me, it was one of the best games he's had all year. To do that against and that's a desperate Penrith Panthers pack. Watch how angry Fisher Harris was when he got back on the field. He didn't need to come back on the field, but he was desperate to get back on the field because he wanted to win. So Tarpanay, for me, to do that against the Penrith Panthers, to have those offloads, the line breaks, everything against the Penrith Panthers, I thought he was absolutely the hungriest player. And I tell you what, if you're a Kiwi, looking at Leota, Fisher Harris and Tarpanay with the form they're in, scary, scary signs.
I'm guilty of it, but I think sometimes we lean too much into stats and whatnot when you're picking players of the week and stuff. I just thought the eyeball test, Tapane, was enormous. He was massive, and I, not that I tipped them or anything, but as soon as this game finished, I thought back to last week where Ricky Stewart called them a group of boys after their game, and then the big change is he brings Corey Horsburgh out of absolutely nowhere in, and he gets the best out of Tapane. Just is so typical of the Raiders.
Wish the Red Dog was there 3 weeks ago. Should have been a little different story. But look, when you're looking at player of the week and team of the week and that sort of thing, opposition is everything, and anyone can beat up on lesser sides in the competition. And look, Angus Crichton was phenomenal scoring that hat trick against the Titans. He fell over the line for 2 of them, padded the stat sheet. But Joe Tarpanay, as you said, boys, up against the Penrith Panthers pack, not just coming up against them, and sometimes teams get complacent against weaker sides in the competition, but they were coming off a loss. Penrith aren't complacent ever, really, let alone off a loss, but they always back it up and come back and win the following week. And what Joe Tarpanay did there is he ran for a tick over 140 metres, but I think he only had 2 offloads in the game, but 2 key offloads. I think it was for a line assist, for a try assist. Coming up against the Penrith Panthers pack, the best in the competition, in my view, he was tremendous. And if Joe Tarpanay doesn't play that game, we don't win that game. It's as simple as that.
Honestly, if Joe Tarpanay doesn't play that game, you might lose by 12 or more points. Like, that's how crucial he was. He was unbelievable. And we talk about it all the time. Like, people that listen to this podcast know that we've praised Tarpanay for years, but the wider audience doesn't understand. Tarpanay is in that top tier. If you say Haas, you should put Tarpanay right beside him. If you say Adam Fanua-Blake, you should put Tarpanay right beside him. That's the tier of front rower that he's in. And anyone that's suggested he's not in that tier just hasn't watched enough of Tarpanay. And what I love about the way Tarpanay plays is he doesn't play the same as Haas and he doesn't play the same as Adam Finnell-Blake. There's an argument to be made he's almost a mixture of both. He's almost in between where he's got the motor, but he's got the kind of footwork laid at the line. Like he is truly his own unique front rower. I love watching Tarpanay play, and I say it all the time. You go back to that record Kiwis win over Australia, Tarpanay was probably the best player on the field just purely on playing. Obviously, Fisher-Harris won man of the match, but that's because of the way he played, but also his leadership, which counts. So Tarpanay, $7 off your Thai food this week. Minimum spend $20. So
I feel like Joe Tarpanay is underutilised as an attacking weapon at the Raiders. Whether that's Ricky Stewart, whether that's Tarpanay not believing in himself enough as being able to create an attack. Like he's more than just an up and down front rower. He has one of the best offloads in the game, but rarely utilises it or looks to utilise it. I like when he skips across field and goes fend.
Yeah.
He's got good ball playing. Like he's got a good cutout ball. He can create things out of nothing. I think he should be given more of a licence, and we've spoken about it before, to do this and play some football, because when he does, inevitably good things happen.
It always seems to be when you're desperate, then Ricky goes, I just think let him do it all the time.
Yeah.
Just let him play.
Jeez, he's so bloody good. So Tarpanay, he's the hungriest player. We've used Tarpanay before because he's such a big dog, so we actually can't use that code Tarpanay for hungriest player. So use code JOE, that is right, JOE, to get $7 off your Thai food. Minimum order is $20. So use code JOE for $7 off your Thai food order. Minimum spend is $20. Alrighty, let's get into it. The biggest topics from the weekend, guys. For those listening, we've changed it up a little bit. We'll go into the game reviews, but what we're going to do now, heading into finals footy, is we do the biggest topics of the weekend. And look, the biggest one of all was the incident with RTS. So basically what happens is RTS takes a normal hit up, not tripping, not falling, just going in for a normal hit up to bump, and basically gets head high by Critter. And the video ref has plenty of time to look at it. You know why the video ref has plenty of time to look at it? Because RTS gets up stumbling all over the joint. Like when you know that it is a serious head contact. Anyway, the bunker has plenty of time to look at it. The referee says to the Warriors captain, due to mitigating circumstances, it's just a penalty. And everyone at home is sitting there going, are we looking at the same thing? Are we looking at the same thing? So there's two separate parts to this. The biggest topic of the weekend is the refereeing, and we're going to get into that. But then the separate part to it is, on the refereeing side, the referees, in my opinion, need more resources from the NRL. But we'll get to that. This specifically has nothing to do with resources. This is a terrible call, and this is how we repay a guy like Sean Johnson, RTS, and the Warriors fans. We're talking about a club during COVID that had players that had to go home because they were so desperately missing their family. We're talking about a club that just broke the record for sellouts at home. We've never had it happen before where every home game is sold. And this is how we repay them on one of their legends' last games at home. This is how we repay the New Zealand fan base that's stuck strong with rugby league, that has been so good for however many years you want to go back, but especially these last 2 years. And this is how we repay them. We've got a guy like RTS, a legend of the game, the first ever Warrior Dally M winner, and that's how he gets treated. It is ridiculous. And I don't care what anyone says. That is not lack of resources. That is a terrible call. Now, I want to be really clear. The call was terrible. That doesn't mean that... It's not me saying that the Warriors would have won if the call had have gone their way. We don't know what would have happened. We don't know. The Bulldogs could have still gone on and won it. And who knows? Like, if Critter had got sent 10 in the bin, the Bulldogs' defence may have held out. And I can see that happening. So this is not me saying that they would have won the game if they had got this call. But what it did do is it robbed the Warriors of a fair opportunity at getting the win at such an important time for the club. This is the last game of a club legend, and that's what got served up to the Warriors fan base. Is that what we offer them as a game? It is not good enough. It needs to be better. And to be honest, like, you hear a lot of Warriors fans online always talking about getting unfair calls and bad calls. And sometimes you're like, oh, I'm not sure if I see it. How can you blame them? How can you blame them when these calls seem to happen? We go back to the last time we played the Bulldogs. What happened? It was a late shot where a Bulldogs player basically breaks his jaw and they ended up losing the game. And I sat up here and defended the refs, as we always try to do on this podcast. We always try to defend the refs. But this, in my opinion, is not good enough. SJ never gets that game back. RTS is in the twilight years of his career. It's simply not good enough, especially to a fan base that has given us so much in a tough time during this, over the last few years and also this year. I cannot believe it continues to happen to the Warriors, and I hope that the NRL is doing things and putting things in place for something like this never to happen again. Root, thoughts?
Christ, you've delivered that well. I wish I wasn't going next. Thought you summed that up perfectly, mate. And, just on top of that, just the context, like that's the end of Roger Tuivasa-Sheck's season. 11-day stand down, he misses next week, they've got the bye next week. You're right, it robbed the Warriors of a good opportunity to compete in this game, to potentially win it, and then they lose a superstar for next week. And Sean Johnson's it's just, and we'll get to it soon, but just consistency. There wasn't a single person at home.
Warriors fans had to sit there the rest of the weekend while refs went back 2 sets to sin bin blokes for lesser hits. How is that fair? How is that fair on Warriors fans? They have to sit there and watch us go, now we're going to be really harsh on the calls. That doesn't help the Warriors. Who gives a shit? That doesn't help them at all. I cannot believe that they allowed this to happen. And this is no knock on Critter. He didn't mean to do it. It's not the Critter or the Bulldogs' fault. They're not the one that makes the rules. Sorry for interrupting, Roo, but it just frustrates the shit out of me.
And the other thing that frustrates me, refs will make bad decisions, and I can wear that. But when they had this amount of time to look at it, it's just puzzling.
We had a legend of our game stumbling around the field, concussed. What would you rather? He lies on the ground and be's dramatic so that he gets the penalty? I guarantee you, if he lays on the ground completely knocked out, Critter goes. But because he's too tough for his own good, he gets up, tries to play the ball, stumbles a lot, and he still doesn't get it. That shot for me was closer to a send-off than it was to a penalty in between a 10 and the bin. Even though I don't think it was a send-off, but what I'm saying is the decision between 10 in the bin and send-off was a harder one than penalty and 10 in the bin, in my opinion.
And even, as you said, mate, the way that he stood up and he stumbled, isn't that what the NRL's trying to push against completely? The optics around that, and we just, outrageous. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, look, Kempy, Gus Gould has not delivered a pre-game origin speech as good as what you just did. That was spine-tingling stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got nothing to add. You summed that up so well, and anything that I'd say would just be repeating. It was a sin bin. They had time to look at it. The optics were terrible. It cost the Warriors a decent enough chance at winning it. They'd lost both their centres by that point. They were leading at the time. Yep, you summed it up perfectly.
Do you know how hard it is in rugby league to find something that 90+%
everyone agrees
on? This is it.
I seriously cannot believe it. And I just can't believe that's how, and SJ will never say it. He'll never say it. And look, mate, this is me just assuming. But I think deep down, SJ went home that night and he went, you know what? I'm used to it. That's happened my whole career playing for the Warriors. He'd never say it publicly, but I bet you he thinks it deep down. It's just not good enough. So there's that. That has nothing to do with this next... Well, not nothing. It kind of does, but that's separate to this next point. The number one priority for the NRL going forward into 2025 is a complete overhaul of our officiating. We have made the game way too complicated. We have stripped one referee away whilst changing a million rules. Here's the rule changes since 2020. 6 again comes in for ruck infringements, go from 2 refs to 1. Bunker review changes, captain's challenges comes in, handover for incorrect play the ball restart after ball or player finds touch. 6 again for 10-metre infringements, 2 points for field goals outside the 40-metre line, injury stoppage, free interchange, 6 again changes again, adjudication of completed tackles, 10-metre compliance in general play, offside infringement at scrums, captain's challenges, intervention of bunker in found play, operations of the 18th player rule, grounding the ball, dropout rule were changed where it's not a penalty if it doesn't go out, and also the disruptor was brought in. So we've done this, all those changes, and we actually took a ref away. The number one priority for the NRL in the off-season needs to be a substantial amount of resources need to be spent and given to simplifying the game to give our referees a better opportunity to be great at what they do. We need to completely, even little things, get rid of the disruptor. The new dropout rule that was introduced, get rid of. There's so many things that we could make a list of that we can simplify the game. I think that is the number one priority heading into next season. I think that all the coaches, important people in the game that know the game, Gus Gould, all those people need to be brought in by the NRL, and a complete overhaul needs to happen because at the moment, I personally believe, and as I said, this is different to what happened in the Warriors situation. That's not resources. That was just a bad call. All these other inconsistencies that we're seeing, in my opinion, comes from the fact that we have totally complicated our game and made it so hard for the referees to get a grip. Like all these changes in the last 4 years, the refs for the last 20 years have been reffing a completely different way.
Yep.
And we're expecting them to just immediately, in the span of 2 to 3 years, be extremely good at all these rule changes. Like the 6 again change alone is hard enough for a ref to get. That's a whole rhythm of the game. The NRL needs to have a summit or something, a full week long, whatever it takes, to bring everyone in, to simplify the game, put more power in the hands of the referees, put more power in the hands of or even just letting the players and public know that we will allow the ref to give his kind of vibe of the game rather than it just being a strict ruling. And also, touchies need more responsibility. The touchies, honestly, sometimes I feel like they just run up. I know they do a job, but I feel like they need to do a better job. Thoughts, boys?
I have always thought in rugby league, our kryptonite is grey areas. And with all these rule changes, we just keep creating more and more grey areas. And it is such a hard game to officiate in the first place. But you add all these things in, mate, and it's chaos. This is, we bring it up every few weeks. Like, I couldn't think of anything worse than being a referee in Golden Point. Imagine the amount of fucking things you have to be watching at the same time. And if you miss one of them, they're going to watch it all in slow motion and go, oh, well, hold on, he was a foot offside. You should have got that. Meanwhile, you're watching the play the ball. You're watching blockers. You're watching who's onside. Like, you've only got 2 sets of fucking eyes.
Yeah. And also, the touchies aren't even on. This is just the dropout. The touchies aren't even on the defensive line to call the offside. And also, the bunker's not allowed to rule on offside.
Even in the game yesterday, I think it was Iro threw a pass to Stone Street, and it was forward by a metre or two, and the touchy was standing on the 10-metre line. Now, I would assume that they're told to do that. You would have to assume so. But I just sat there and I went, like, you never see a touchy put their flag up because they know it's going to go upstairs and be checked. Why the fuck is he standing on the 10-metre line? You're the one person in the universe that can rule on a forward pass in that moment.
And you're not in the right spot.
And you're behind the play the ball. It's ridiculous.
Bizarre. It's bizarre. I want to make it clear, in my opinion, and I'd love to get your opinions, I think the refs are being left out to dry by the complicated nature of the game over the last 4 or 5 years.
It's exactly what you said. It's the change of interpretations. But I think it's in particularly making it difficult for them with the change of the interpretations mid-season. And like we look at the disruptor that you mentioned there. The start of the season, they were calling penalties for disruptors. Then out of nowhere, they just stopped doing it. And then on the weekend, we saw one out of nowhere where it was just called again. Okay, had there been a different directive come off the back of that call? And then I look at one of the biggest ones for me this season has just been obstructions with like blockers through the line. And at the start of the year, it's just black and white. If you obstruct a defender and run at their outside shoulder, it's no try. But then 6-7 weeks ago, they just started saying, well, if it doesn't impact the play, we're going to award the try anyway. And we've spoken about this for the last few weeks. We're okay with that. That's what we think it should be. But to change that without anything, I didn't see anything that had been made public by the NRL suggesting that was going to happen. So for the referees to have to wear that and then have to change their interpretations mid-game, mid-season, at least if you're going to, unless it's something that drastically needs an immediate overhaul, give the referees a whole off-season, months and months, to prepare for the new season and to do their job. Because when they change it on a dime, and then with the public scrutiny that referees get in the NRL, they have to wear it from the public, it's hard going.
It's super hard.
Just, I said, unless it urgently needs changing, don't change shit mid-season.
Or at the very least, don't tell everyone obstruction is black and white, but then some refs are doing what their interpretation of obstruction is. Tell everyone, guys, we're going to leave it to the refs to make a decision as to, or the bunker, to make a decision as to whether they felt the play would have got there. Then at the very least, the public can go, all right, well, it's just the ref's interpretation. Now, I understand that is a grey area. I understand that some people are going to sit there and go, oh, that ref did that on purpose because he doesn't like my team. But it's got to be one or the other. This middle ground of telling everyone it's black and white, but then some refs not calling it black and white, That's where you get the frustration from. Here, just back to the disruptor. This is what the bunker exactly said. Jacob pulls his arms away from the contest, which interferes with Greg's ability to catch the ball. They're not on the same side. He should be doing everything he can to stop him from catching the ball. Why is there a rule to stop players from making someone else not catch the ball? Like, that is craziness. And so this is where I go, like, was anyone sitting here saying that the dropout rule needed to be changed, that the disruptor rule needed to be introduced? It's just more headaches for referees. I think the NRL absolutely needs to just bring it all the way back in and simplify the rules to give the refs. And if they don't want to do that, then the refs need more help during play to make calls.
Well, you know as good as anyone, Kempy's a former winger. That's what makes the best wingers and fullbacks in the NRL is ability to catch high balls under pressure. And he said, you are defenders. The idea is to make life difficult for the wingers and fullbacks to catch the ball. And that's why not everyone can do it because, you know, probably the number one art of being a winger and a fullback is catching high balls under pressure. And now it's just like, no, let's make it easy for them.
But also, like, okay, so you draw the line at me jumping and putting my hand there, but there's other forms of pressure, like me running towards the catcher. That's also pressure. Or what's crazy here is what you're basically saying is if Jacob doesn't pull his hands away, then it's not a disruptor. What? Like, that makes it harder for... Anyway, what are your thoughts, Amy?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think you guys have summed it up really well. Just to Timmy's point around the timing of some of these rule changes, that's a very frustrating one, I think, for a lot of fans. Like, why round 23 all of a sudden do we start, giving a shit about blockers in the line for field goals and stuff like that? And just the other one is probably the why are we changing certain rules, which don't necessarily make the game better? What was the instigating thing for the 10 metre, the dropout rule? Why do we have to change that? Versus, like, there's a few rules which I would love to see maybe looked at. The video, the bunker adjudicating on forward passes, for instance. Like, surely stuff like that is, like, more of a priority than some of these other ones that just make things more complicated. I can't really work out what the rationale is there for why we're prioritising some which are a little bit more inconsequential or just complicated for the sake of it versus stuff that is actually a bit of a pain point for fans. I don't really know, but the other one is just the high contact one and the discrepancies that we see. Like, I have spoken ad nauseum how I think the Tigers get stitched up, and you've took me apart on Friday about it. But you see a guy like Oland get sent off, and then someone like Crichton stays on. Shoulder hit the head. It's just a little bit all over the place, everything. So just got to, there's got to be a big look at it over the
offseason. And that's the thing. The game is in such a bloody good spot. Like, this is just the one area that is really struggling right now because everywhere else is great. Fan attendance, the product is really most of the time really good. The 6 again rule change again, I think has been a positive mostly. But this, as I said, this one area, I think the refs are being let down and they absolutely need far more support from the NRL. Matty, what do you reckon, mate?
It's from personal experience, and this is kind of a weird example, but when I had to explain rugby league to my Victorian girlfriend a few years ago, that's when I started realising how complicated this game is compared to, say, soccer, which is the sport she grew up with. And it made me realise that there are hundreds and thousands, like a lot of intricate little details that sometimes even I can't explain, or I've watched the game for my whole life and I don't understand why we do some things. I don't understand. I can't get my head around every single rule sometimes, and it's just confusing. Like, it makes me think, should we just somehow simplify it more so that everyone at home can see what's happening, the refs can see what's happening? I don't know what the answer is, but I just think there's too much chaos at the moment.
The irony in that is when you look at sort of the rugby league versus rugby union argument, and I know, like, back in the day, and I've always never minded rugby union, but obviously been very pro rugby league, and back in the day it was, there are so many rules in rugby union, it's so complicated. Like, I've played it, used to watch a lot more of it, and they'd blow penalties, and you used to be like, I have no idea what this is for, and it was to the detriment of the game. Rugby league was always, as Maddie said, so simple to explain, but nowadays it's kind of flipped. Ironically, because rugby league is thriving, rugby union is not. But I think that's also a part of it, that for a long time, rugby league, the beauty of it is that it's been such a simple game. We don't want to go down that avenue of overcomplicating it and taking the casual observer away from it because they don't understand it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the irony as well is that the reason why it's so important we nail this now is because I think we're so close to having the not the perfect product, but the removal of the wrestle. I know the wrestle is still there to a degree, but the removal of the wrestle has been one of the greatest things that's ever happened to the game, in my opinion. The flow of the game, the points, the excitement. And so, like, granted, yes, for sure, the refs still, you could give them all the resources in the world. Sometimes they make absolutely terrible calls. There's no denying that. But I think overall as a game, it's the number one priority. It should be on the top of the list for V'landys, that heading into the off-season, get the smartest minds, and not just the smartest minds that books and read, that read all the books and have all the, degrees or whatever. The smartest minds that actually know the game, the feel of it. And not just, the older generation, but the younger generation as well. Get the younger generation in there because they're the heartbeat of the next generation that you want engaged with the game. So, yeah, look, gets me passionate because I think we've got such a bloody good product. The game's never been in a better spot, but geez, if this keeps happening, it could really, really derail so much good work that's been done over the last few years by this current leadership. Because overall, if you took out this part, I think this leadership has been incredible. It really has.
And I think Timmy brings up a great point. You have got Union sitting there next door as a great sample size. If we just have to get this shit sorted out.
Yeah, because it'll just, it'll happen pretty quicker than you think.
Mate, if you, occasionally when you're on Fox or whatever and, a classic game comes up from 10 years ago, it's a different sport.
Yeah.
It is completely different. And there are so many positives in the game that have improved since then. But, mate, the amount of negatives and just the amount of grey areas that drag us down, it's wild.
Yeah. So hopefully that gets fixed in the off-season. I did see a quote from Buzz Rothfield saying that V'landys has said it is number one priority heading into the off-season.
Yep.
And I with these things, usually it's more money. You got to put more money into it. And money is, you put your money where your mouth is, but that's usually what the solution to not all problems, but something like this where you're not just going to solve it by all right, we'll just strip these rules back or whatever. You'll solve it by making sure that the people in place to adjudicate these rules are the best they can be. The best they can be.
And, expansion is such a big word at the moment. And as Matty said, us that have grown up watching the game week in, week out, we've sort of kept up to date with the rules, but it confuses us. Imagine new people coming into the game, trying to work we had a union feel to it. We
had a whole week of headlines of different legends of the games not understanding the blocker rule of the dropout on the weekend with Knights versus Sharks.
Yep.
And they do, I don't know the exact nature of it, but I think before each sort of pre-season when they're looking at the upcoming year, they do sort of do what you suggested, Kemby, of getting the better minds in the game. I think they get it might be the CEOs of clubs together and the coaches together. And I think they do chat about the state of the game and things that might need changing.
For sure, it's like a review every year.
Yeah. But you're suggesting, get them together.
Bigger and better.
Get them together for 3 or 4 or 5 days and make a big thing of it, chat about it, break it down.
Yep. Because what I get from outside looking in is they get together and go, look at a few things of what can we add to the rules to make a better game. I think this year I want as many people going in there that knows the game, not just what they can add, go just a clean out through the whole rule system and be okay, what is the core of the game that we want, and potentially take things away, take some rules away rather than just adding. And to be fair, that this leadership has shown that they will take a step back. Remember the first year with Sticks again, where it was 1,000 points a game, and they've gone, holy shit, this is not good. So they will. So anyway, hopefully they do. Fellas, if you're looking for the perfect Father's Day gift, look no further than Manscaped and their collection of products. Give Dad the right tools to look his best with 2 products, the Handyman and the Weed Whacker 2.0. The Handyman is designed for the dad who can fix anything except his facial hair. It's the ultimate shaver for people looking for a closer and smoother finish. The Weed Whacker is for dads who are starting to show a little too much ear and nose hair. Both of these products are cordless, waterproof, and Bloke listeners will get 20% off plus free shipping with code BLOKE at manscaped.com. That's right, perfect. Use code BLOKE at manscaped.com to get 20% off your order. Perfect for Father's Day, guys. Make sure to support Manscaped. They support us, and they were kind enough to give us a 20% off code, which is bloke. Massive thank you to Manscaped for supporting the show. And as I said, guys, the perfect Father's Day gift. Use code bloke to get 20% off. Let's get into the next big topic. Schuster signs with the Rabbitohs. Look, when you first see this, I'm assuming a lot of fans will recoil initially and go, oh, geez, like, here we go. He's had a million chances. He gets another chance because of his talent. The different ingredient in all this is Wayne Bennett. It really is. If this was with any other club outside of Bennett and Bellamy, I'd probably go, I'm not sure about this. I just think on a minimum contract with Wayne Bennett, at the very least, you'd have to assume Schuster will be locked in for 1 year. So at the very least, you'll get, I think, a solid year out of him. It's actually the year 2 and year 3, and then when he signs a long-term deal that he might, go back to some old habits. But I think that the difference here is the Wayne Bennett factor, and it could turn out to be an absolute masterstroke signing for super cheap. But I'm still, even with Wayne's incredible resume, I'm not convinced that it will happen.
Completely agree. I'm not convinced it'll be a great signing, but what are you risking?
Just a minimum contract.
300K will sit in reserve grade. Probably carve that up. Might not make him first grade.
He's a utility too in key positions, so 300K is actually not that much for a reserve grader.
You have a heap of injuries. He can cover numerous. I don't really see what the downside is to this. And I agree with you, mate. I think Wayne Bennett, like the risk you're taking is that Wayne Bennett might happen to get, 80% out of Josh Schuster. All of a sudden you've got a fucking superstar on your hands.
Yeah. Him at 80% is still a bloody good footy player.
Yeah, like
fit and 80%.
A lot of my mates are South fans, and this was thrown up in the group chat. I don't like it. I don't know about it. I just sat there and went, what's worst case scenario?
Yeah.
You show him the door if it doesn't work out.
Well, I tell you what, if habits become poor and it's in affecting the other players, Wayne Bennett would just send him back to reserve grade, and he won't really interact with first grade squad.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you, boys. I think it's a terrific signing, and for that reason that he's on bugger all money to do so. And there are three factors straight in. But firstly, Wayne Bennett, he works miracles. He's done it for 30 plus years, however long it's been. But he's on bugger all money. Josh Schuster has now had a year out of the game where he was this, prodigy coming through, this superstar of the game as an edge back rower, wanting to play 5'8", and it went pear-shaped. He's had, I would imagine, 12 months to really appreciate what position he had and what he's lost. Sometimes that's all you need, because most football players don't get that year off to go, all right, I've been thrust into the limelight from 18, 19 years old and the world's at my feet. They might tick away, and they might, even if they fall out of favour with clubs, they might be bench warmers, or they might be between NRL and New South Wales Cup. He's literally had a year to go, all right, I was in such a privileged position, and at the end of the day, I don't know what he's been doing in the off-season, if he's been on the tools or whatever, but I bet he's sat there and going, geez, I really enjoyed being on $900K a year to be a rugby league player and play golf 2 days a week and just love my life.
Yeah.
So, as a 23-year-old, coming back under Wayne Bennett with a bit of a wake-up call, I just think it's a win-win. And as Guru said, if both of you said, if it doesn't work out on a 1-year contract, he ends up in New South Wales Cup, so he probably doesn't even train with the first grade squad. What have the Bunnies got to lose? Third thing on that, what have we said? The Bunnies need edge back rowers. Imagine getting Josh Schuster on bugger all money, starting on one edge, back to his best football, Ewan Aitken on the other. You can keep Keon Klamatangi in the middle with Cam Murray. Again, I know this is best case scenario.
Jai Arrow.
That is an unbelievable forward pack.
Yeah, like Totola might even be coming off the bench then. You might be starting with Jai Arrow, Keon, going, fuck. Yeah, good luck going against that forward pack.
Did we say Ewan Aitken then as well?
Yeah.
I mean, the club, the depth is insane.
That's such a good signing, Ewan Aitken.
It's a cracker of a signing.
It's gone so under the radar. It is such a freaking good signing.
And that's where, for me, if I'm a South Sydney fan, I know this year's been a fucking train wreck, but I'm looking at next year going, you've still got Cody Walker, you've got Latrell. Under Wayne, why can't they win a comp next year? And if you get a guy like Josh Schuster at 300K who's jersey 17 playing his best footy for 25 minutes every week, how good?
Yeah, it's a win. What do you think, Amy?
You guys have summed up pretty well. I think if it's a short-term contract with Wayne Bennett at the helm, what's the worst that can happen? I mean, you got to think of what that football looks like at their best, and his best is very, very good. You throw him into the mix of a pack like they're sort of building at Souths. I mean, he's got a pretty good record at taking people who have sort of given the game away or come off a bit of a break. Look at TPJ this year; he's been pretty good. I think it's a great signing, to be honest with you. On minimum, I mean, there's only upside really, and if it doesn't work out, you go to reserve grade, and that's all it is, a short deal.
I think a huge factor, if I'm a South fan too, the way that I'd be looking at it, if it doesn't work for Schuster under Wayne, I don't know where he's going to be after this.
That was going to be my point to kind of wrap it up. Is like the perfect thing about it is that this is almost the perfect scenario for everyone else to look at and go, if it doesn't work there, bruz, it's not going to work anywhere. You had three chances at Manly, big contract, didn't work out, and so a lot of other clubs would just be like, mate, like. Whereas if you went to like, I don't know, the Titans or Cowboys or even the Broncos or something, you'd go, oh, maybe we're a better club, we get the best out of him. So it really is a do or die for Schuster.
And if I'm Josh Schuster, I'm looking at this going, if I do well, I'll probably get offers of that 900K the season after. If I don't, Super League could be my only option.
Yep. He's 12 months away from basically straight back to where he was, or pretty much like
it's back against the wall, which is exactly if I was a South Sydney fan, where I would want Josh Schuster to be.
Yeah, and we haven't even mentioned got Tallis Duncan, who'll be a year older, stronger, faster, all that stuff that will be fighting for that edge spot as well. So really, really good stuff. And then who knows? Like he could be back up for the 6 role. Like Schuster at his best can play 6. Is just getting fit enough to do it.
Him at his absolute best, like. He could be the 6. He could be the 13 if they want to move Cam Murray around. At his absolute best, he's got the ability to be able to do it.
Yeah, unbelievable. So I think it's a smart signing, especially for the price, because I think also the price, he probably could have got more somewhere else that are desperate, and it does show Schuster going, kind of accepting, it's a message to Wayne saying, I'm ready to. Because I think if he had gone back somewhere for like $500K a year, I would have said that's not a good sign for me, because it's basically saying, A, you're on what you're on when you quit, but B, go to a club that's going to pay you less but it's going to get the best out of you. And I think he's done that. And I tell you what, there's nothing I want to see more than Schuster absolutely terrorising NRL.
Yeah, and if I'm Josh Schuster as well, I think part of this would be, mate, that he's looking at this club going, there will be a 5'8" jersey available there in the next 2 years.
Yeah, true.
If I can grab it with 2 hands, I can play where I actually want to play.
And like a big club like the Rabbitohs to be the 6th long term, it's a pretty bloody good spot to be under.
Especially with how the last year or two has played out, for him to land in a position to even have an opportunity to be a 5'8" at a big club, it's incredible.
Alrighty. Next big topic, Dally M system suspension rule. Does it need changing? So basically, right now, the rule is if you're suspended for 2 weeks or more, then you cannot win the Dally M. I think this is insane. Insane. It's not called the best and fairest, and even if it was called the best and fairest, that's silly in my opinion. I think this rule was made when the game, we just spoke about it earlier, was way simpler. You didn't get sent 10 in the bin for just touching someone's chin with a swinging arm. Think about when the rule was made for this. Could you find out when that rule was made? It's probably going to be a bit hard. But let's just say it was 10 years ago. You can get sent 10 in the bin or miss weeks of footy for way less of a reason in the modern game than you could even just 6 years ago. 10 in the bin these days, 10 years ago, a lot of the time wasn't even a penalty. Wasn't even a penalty.
You basically had to Danny Williams someone to get 2 weeks.
Pretty much. And so why are we still using a rule that was created when rugby league was officiated differently? I think it's silly. I think they need to change it as soon as possible. Granted, if you get 2 weeks for foul play or something along those lines, I could understand someone saying you can no longer be eligible if you do something that's foul play, whatever it is, something that is uncouth. I could get that. But if you head high a bloke and you miss 3 or 4 weeks, it was unintentional, all that stuff, it shouldn't rob you of winning a Dally.
I agree with you. I will just say it is, rightly or wrongly, it is called the best and fairest, actually, in the fine print, which I fucking hate. But anyway, and you know what? If you want to lean into it like that, sure, best and fairest, if you get suspended, fine. But why on earth guys are missing out on positional awards and rookie of the years? It is just stupidity. I can understand the argument if you want to say no Dally M medal because of the best and fairest line, which I still think is bullshit.
But best and fairest, even when that was named that, meant something different to what it is today.
I'm not disagreeing with you. If you want to make that argument, I can hear it. The positional awards and stuff is fucking insanity, though. How Galvin can't win Rookie of the Year because he got suspended for a hip drop, which we were working out on the fly 24
didn't even
weeks
exist.
ago.
The hip drop didn't exist when this rule was made.
It's unbelievable. It's absolute insanity. And these are the grey areas I talk about. We just can't do them.
Like Hughes missed a week. Imagine if he had to miss 2 weeks for a ref running into him.
It's wild.
And so that's I just think the definition of best and fairest has changed because even if the head highs that get you 3 weeks, that you're missing 3 weeks, they wouldn't be considered foul play because like fairest is around foul play, like something bad happening on the field. When that barometer of fairest was made, the head high, that would still be considered, you'd be a fair player. It slipped up a little bit, but you didn't get sent off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the definitions have changed because the rules have changed.
And you know what? And without going back, when Stephen Crichton had that shot on, my first thought was that could cost him Dally M centre and captain of the year, which is bullshit.
And like to think that a tackle like that, where it's clearly no malice, there was no, it was just, that's rugby league, tackles like that happen, would think about the positive impact he has had in the rugby league community and NRL, and it's going to potentially rob him of a captain of the year.
And full credit to whoever gets rookie of the year this year, but fuck, it's going to be a hollow one looking back on it.
It's
realistically,
Galvin
it's
is the
Galvin.
rookie
Everyone
of the year.
knows it's Galvin. It's Galvin, and it's actually not close.
Yeah.
And it's not fair on whoever does get it because they're going to get more pushback than anything.
Yeah. Well, it's look what happened with the SJKP thing.
Yeah.
Everyone took their anger out in KP. He didn't friggin' give himself the Dally M. Timmy?
Yeah, it's almost like the fairest player of the year whilst also being kind of good at football still because so many players get ruled out of it and it's such a blight on the system the way they do it. I mean, I've hated the system for a long, long time. So many great footballers have been robbed of Dally M, the medal itself over the years, but obviously positional awards and all sorts of other things. And again, you sort of summed it up pretty well, I think, but it absolutely needs an overhaul. I think it's ridiculous. I think, as you said, Campy, there are certain charges that are particularly illegal or particularly dangerous that maybe you could say, all right, that does rule you ineligible, but like a hip drop for stars, as Guru said, that's just absurd to me.
Well, it didn't exist. It literally, it did not exist when that was all coined.
And the way I see it, well, firstly, it's rugby league. It's a gladiator sport. It's rough. High shots happen. Injuries happen. It's part of the game. It's always going to be a part of the game. And if players do get rubbed out, suspended for 2 or 3 or 4 weeks, and are still good enough to be the best in their position as per the voting and all that, I think it's even more wow, they've had a tremendous year. I think it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Is the suspension not sort of punishment enough for these players? Because you spend a week or a couple of weeks missing out on opportunities to accrue votes going forward. So is that not... You're still at a disadvantage there to, win a Dally M or whatever, having missed a couple of games. So unless it's an extreme one, as Timmy said, if there's a particularly bad tackle or,
if someone eye gouges someone... boom. He shouldn't win the Dally M.
But if it's a hip drop and you miss 2 weeks, well, your punishment is you've missed 2 weeks to accrue votes.
Yeah.
That's sort of what I reckon.
Yeah.
It's disadvantage enough.
Yeah.
If you miss games of footy in the NRL, it's disadvantage enough.
Yeah. So I think it needs changing. Let us know in the comments section, do you think the Dally M system needs changing? Okay, topic 4. Is the salary cap working? Now, I think it was Bulldog Richie that posed this question a couple of weeks ago. He basically said Panthers, Roosters, Melbourne have been dominant for the last whatever years. I think, ironically, the fact that Panthers have won 3 in a row proves it's working. I think that yes, you could look at the last 20 years and kind of go, okay, the minor premierships. But what do Melbourne Storm and Roosters have in common? The longest serving coaches. And so I guess you have to ask yourself, are they winning premierships because they are just cheating the cap constantly and the salary cap's not working? Or do they just have some of the best coaches of all time? I think that Penrith Panthers' rise to dominance proves that if you do take some really tough decisions and work on your juniors and put systems in place, then then you can become a dominant side. Now, granted, that's a different question to, is the salary cap working perfectly? That's somewhere where I'm happy to have a discussion and go, maybe, maybe not. But when you go over the last, 10 years, if you take Penrith Panthers 3 in a row out of it, like you've got what? Dragons 10, Manly 11, 12 was Storm.
But then you had the 3 years of 3 teams winning their first ever comps.
Yeah.
South Sydney, Cowboys, Cronulla.
Yeah, so when you actually look at who won the comp, it's just this last few with the back-to-back and then the 3 in a row that skewed it. So I actually think that you're cherry-picking that little section to say... And then you look at other situations where Broncos were literally 10 minutes away from winning a competition and they were wooden spooners 3 years before that. You go to the Bulldogs this year, they're a top 4 footy side. You look at the Sharks since Fitzgibbon's taken over, they've basically been top 4 for the few years. So I actually think the salary cap is working, but more notably, the key is if you can land a coach like your Trent Robinson or your Bellyache, especially Bellyache, that sets you up for consistently season-long success. But grand finals, I don't see. I do feel like the salary cap is working pretty well. Is it perfect? Could changes be made? Yes, but it's working pretty well in my opinion. We'd love to hear your thoughts.
There's 2 ways to look at it. You can look at the grand finals and all that. I lean into they're just good coaches. The thing they all have in common is they've had the same coach. The thing the rest of the comp has in common then is that it's a fucking merry-go-round of coaches. The thing that I look at, mate, like we're 2 weeks away from finals. We got the top 8. Half the teams didn't make the top 8 last year. That are making it this year. Same the year before. Like, it's not like we are having the same 3 or 4 consistent teams that are making it, but the other spots are well and truly up for grabs. We've got 2 weeks to go, and the Raiders are in 12th, and with 2 good games, we'll play finals football this year.
Yeah.
I think it's working.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Timmy?
I love the salary cap, and I actually think the salary cap is what separates rugby league and the NRL from a lot of sporting codes and competitions around the world, because it is so fair every year and balanced. Like, there are other sports around the world, and like I love my English Premier League, which essentially doesn't have one. It's whoever's got the most money, and
they're actually trying to implement the caps now.
And the same teams kill it every year, and it's boring in that sense. But like, let's look at the big 3 clubs that I'm assuming Bulldog was alluding to, and we've got the Storm, who, well, the difference there is that they've got, arguably the best coach of this century in Craig Bellamy, who identifies talent and gets them for value and builds around the stars in his team. He gets the best out of cheap players, and that's why the Storm have been so dominant. Sydney Roosters, club culture, people want to play there, people take unders to go there. The Penrith Panthers, that's all off the back of their development, their expansion into Western New South Wales and all the players they've brought up through there and through the foot of the mountains. That is why that has happened. We look on the weekend at some of the enormity of a few of the upsets. Like, we had Manly. So, like, betting-wise, the Tigers were paying about $5 to win that game. They went in and upset them there. There were numerous other upsets. The Canberra Raiders were paying over $5 to beat the Panthers. They upset them because we've got this salary cap that keeps rosters so balanced. I think he's doing a phenomenal job. If there are clubs out there cheating at not doing it well, that's on the NRL to be on top of it more. It's got nothing to do with the actual concept of a salary cap. That is, how well is it regulated and how well is it looked after. But the salary cap rocks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, since 2010, we'll go through it. Dragons, Manly, Storm, 13 was the Roosters, 14 was Rabbitohs, 15 was Cowboys, 16 was Sharkies, 17 Storm, 18 Roosters, 19 Roosters, 20 Storm, and then 3 in a row.
If you want to nitpick, where you want to start, like in the last 10 years, the Sydney Roosters have won 2 premierships, Melbourne's won 2. And if you would have written an article in 2019 saying that the Panthers are going to be in that conversation, you would have got fucking bullied.
Yeah.
Like, the Penrith Panthers have just done it well, and occasionally you're going to stumble on a kid not stumble, they've brought him through the grades, but, I think whichever club Nathan Cleary would be at, they'd be super relevant.
And they were obviously, as we know, the first to win 3 in a row since the Eels in the early 80s when there was no salary cap.
Yep. Yeah. And also, that team was developed, like those players were solid players that have been developed into best in the business. You go back, you watch Fisher Harris first couple of years, you watch Leotas, you watch Isaiah Yeo, good NRL players, but their development, it hasn't been money that's made them great. It's been development that's made them
And
great.
they've lost Afi Coruscant, they've lost Kikau,
Burton,
they've lost Crichton, they've
Capewell.
lost Burton, they've lost a lot of their best players, and they're winning anyway. So it's not the salary cap's fault.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you want to go and have a look at the salary cap 10 years ago, like there's a 3-year span where, as we said, like there's a 4-year span where Roosters, South, North Queensland, Cronulla win. Melbourne potentially had 3 immortals in their side.
Yeah. And they couldn't even go back.
They went
to
through
back.
half a decade without winning a comp and never went back to back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So what do you reckon, mate? Salary cap working? Not working?
Sort of working. I think, I'm looking at it through the West Tigers fans'
Yeah, okay.
lenses here. So, it sort of works to an extent. Penrith haven't been able to keep everybody. They've still managed to be good. So that speaks to the fact that they've got a great system in place. They can keep players there. People want to go there on unders. And that's where some of these teams at the top might have a bit of an advantage because players will go there on unders to be around success and have a crack at a premiership. Where it doesn't, it's not good for teams like the Tigers is you got to pay overs to get players to come there. We've had a couple of good ones in the last few years, like Api Coruscant's a great get. Obviously, we've got Jerome Luai coming next year, really good signings. But there's probably been a big patch of time where we've probably played overs for players who are a little bit past their best or maybe a little bit checked out. They're just coming for a big paycheck and you end up just paying overs for...
Don't you think that's bad management instead of doing what Penrith did and bringing the juniors through?
It is, but we've always brought our juniors through and they've just been plucked to go away for less money to teams like the Storms, teams like the Roosters. We've got a great junior base. At the moment, we've brought some really good players in, Api, Luai, and we've probably got some of the best juniors in the comp at the moment. Benji's given them a crack this year.
Could you make the argument, though, that it's the clubs, Penrith did really well to not get poached, and because Tigers have been run so poorly for at least 5 to 6 years.
Definitely they've been run poorly for a long time. And hopefully, there's a little bit of a new administration at the moment. Benji's the coach at the moment. Happy to give them the benefit of the doubt. If we can keep some of these young guys together, because I don't think many people would argue a lot of these guys, your Galvins, Lualilis, all these guys are, De Silva. If we can keep them together with some of the guys they're bringing in, hopefully we can get up there. But we've probably been stuck in a bit of a cycle of poor management, paying overs for players who are maybe a bit past their best.
Yep.
That's where you see the flip side of where maybe it's not working so well.
Yeah.
As a Raiders fan, I think there are people, Raiders fans out there sitting there go, well, maybe we could be looked after it more in the cap-wise because it is hard to attract talent down to the capital. It's freezing cold in winter. Why would people want to move there when they could live on the beaches of Bondi and play at the Roosters and take unders? And even then, I sit there and go, well, the Raiders... And we also have a great junior base. And it's like, could there be more incentives to keep juniors? And if they leave, can you be compensated, et cetera, et cetera? And look, sure, there are probably a few tweaks that can balance out a little bit more, but the Raiders still made a grand final in 2019. We've still made numerous prelim finals. We've still made a lot of finals in the last 5, 6, 7 years. So despite those things potentially working against us, there could be tweaks. We're still having success. We haven't got the comp, but we're going all right.
And arguably, the team that overachieves every year, in my opinion, from where I sit at the start of the season, is the Canberra Raiders. Shocked me. They've had their coach for
for a long period of time. And, grand final, argument to be one call away and you're against a team just stacked. So that's almost an argument that if there was a salary cap, that team should just blown you out of the water, but they didn't because you're a well-coached side. So, as I said, I'm of the mind, is it perfect? I don't think it's perfect. But I would say, rating out of 10, it's a 7 or 8 out of 10. It's working pretty good.
Yep.
The only area where I think it's somehow, some way you could try to fix it is some clubs have more access to third-party deals than other clubs. That's where it gets a bit... You can't block players from earning money because what you could do is say, okay, that's not allowed. But then you're like, well, that's unfair on a player. He doesn't get to earn 200 or 300 grand extra in his career because there's a rule that you can't have third-party agreements. And I know some people go, oh yeah, they get paid well enough. Well, when you space it out of their whole life, they actually don't get paid that much at all, especially if you're a middle tier or a lower tier player. Yeah, the top tier players do. That's the area where I would, if the NRL could somehow, I've always been of the mind of could the NRL almost if you are a third party, you go to the NRL, they have a pool that people go to the NRL rather than to clubs and they distribute it evenly. Now, granted, there's argument against that because as a business, I want to, sponsor someone specifically but again, if they could put it into a pool and evenly distribute it, that's where they could probably fix it. But that's probably the only area where I think that some club, for example, Brisbane has way more access to. I think Melbourne is another club that has a lot of third-party deals. Sydney actually didn't, if I recall correctly. There's a list online that you can get that shows who has the best third-party deals, but I do recall Brisbane being one of the better ones, and I think that's probably a little bit unfair on certain teams.
Yeah, and I just think also like the reality is in the NRL at the moment with, a talent like Nath Cleary coming along in that Penrith system, like it skews everything so much. Like you look at the NFL at the moment, like Kansas has been in 4 of the last 5 Super Bowls because a Patty Mahomes comes along, a superstar, and just embrace that and enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just going to point out, I'm pretty sure every team, like the Bulldogs are going to play finals this year. So that means that every team except the Tigers has played finals since 2018. So that's a pretty good indication that
That's a good stat.
It's
That's
working.
a good stat. Alrighty, that topic is sorry about
Not
that.
a great stat. We'll agree to disagree.
Okay. Alrighty, it's time for So Hot right now. And don't forget, guys, Beaks Bag. That's coming up after the hot take. But don't forget for Beaks Bag on YouTube, like and subscribe. Leave a comment question for Beaks Bag, and we will answer one question each week from a community member. And each time we decide that it's your question we're going to answer, we give you a $50 bloke gift voucher. That's right. So for Beaks Bag, head to the comment section on YouTube, leave your question, and then we will choose one each week to give $50 bloke voucher to. But right now, we're in So Hot right now. What is So Hot right now? It's the hot take for the week. And we have an absolute steamer. Timmy reckons he's got an absolute steamer. Speak to me, Timmy. What's your hot take for the week?
Well, people will think it's a hot take. I don't think it's that hot because I think it can definitely happen, and it's Tom Trbojevic winning his second Dalian medal.
No! You're kidding. Hughes. Tedesco.
Well,
What?
hear me out.
Okay.
So when Dalian voting went behind closed doors as of round 12, Tom Trbojevic was in, I think, 9th play. Actually, he was equal, like 6th or 7th on 21 votes. The leader was Dylan Edwards on 31. Edwards was first. He's had injuries since. Nicho Hynes hasn't hardly played. Cherry Evans been okay. Isaiah Yeo, okay, missed some games due to restings and origin and that sort of stuff. Tedesco was on 23. I think as it stands, the two favourites are probably James Tedesco and, of course, Jerome Hughes.
Yep.
Jerome Hughes wasn't in the top 10 at the time.
16 points he was on.
Jerome Hughes was on 16 points, 5 behind Tom Trbojevic.
How many points was he behind Teddy? 12?
9 or something.
Oh, sorry. Turbo was 2 behind Teddy.
But how much was Hughes behind Teddy?
Hughes was 9 points behind James Tedesco.
So basically two 6-point performances and he'd be ahead.
At this time, Turbo had already missed a game or two due to his mid-season injury. After went behind closed doors, he only missed 3 more games due to injury. He's played every game since. Essentially, since he's come back from injury, Manly, prior to the weekend, had gone on a fair winning streak and won a lot of games of footy.
And he would have got some points on the weekend because he was phenomenal.
He was the best on the field by a mile, and
Heath Mason says hello. But continue.
he should be racking up 6 points for that. Like, he was absolutely the best on the
I think
field.
he might not get 6 just because they lost. I
Yeah,
think Galvin
maybe.
will probably get it, but
Yeah.
Oh, Galvin can't get it.
Yeah, and
Should be getting it.
should be, yeah. Anyway, since he's been back from injury, he's racked up close to 6 points just about every week for Manly. 2 games to go. If he has big games in there, which on current form suggests why not, racks up more votes. Look, Jerome Hughes, we'll know by the time teams come out tomorrow, but word that there might be restings at the Storm. I suspect there will be either then or the final round. Hughes might miss another game. Tedesco potentially miss another game. You look at Manly, and when Manly win or play good footy, Tom Trbojevic gets the votes. Cherry Evans can take a few off him. Hamole kind of, but it's Tom Trbojevic every time. At the Roosters with Tedesco, whilst, yes, he'll be thereabouts, Sammy Walker has big games. They've got outside backs who are
Crichton.
freaks. They've got Crichton. They've got so many players who can take votes. The Melbourne Storm, generally, you would say similar, but Muntz has missed a lot of the year and has been okay. Harry Grant will have taken some off Jerome Hughes. Pappenhausen, maybe a couple here and there,
Wishy.
but not a massive year. Wishy. But at Manly, it's Tom Trbojevic, so I think he's a huge chance.
No. If Hughes doesn't win Dally M Player of the Year, we riot. We riot. Because he has been the best player all year. And I don't care what anyone says. I know Tommy's been good since we come back. But it's supposed to be the best player. Hughes, minor premiership, locked in three games before the end of the season. And I get your argument is just like, but that's not how the system is set up. If Hughes doesn't win it, especially like what happened last year was also a bit bizarre. Like, don't get me wrong, Ponga's 10 games was incredible, but I thought SJ was the best player all season. Hughes has to win it, and I refuse to think otherwise, even though what you're saying makes sense, and it pisses me off. Even though I would love Tommy to get another Dally.
I reckon Hughesy finishes third.
No!
I reckon Teddy wins it. I reckon
What
Turbo
the
comes
hell?
second. I agree with you. Hughes has been the best player. This system is fucked. It has been for a long time. I think those boys are just going to pick up too many points. I think Teddy's start at the end of round 12 is going to be a lot for them to get a hold of. I reckon Hughes might be the best third placer of all time.
I'm not listening. Hughes will win Dally M. I'm going to will it into existence.
I think you answered your own question when you said it's supposed to be the best player
Oh
of the year.
my
And then you
God.
said Kalen Ponga won it off the back of 10 great games last year. So I think there's a little bit of legs to what Timmy's saying. When Manly turn up, and even when they don't,
God.
he's going to poll some votes. So I reckon he's going to go very close to winning another Dally M.
I think it's going to come down to who rests and who doesn't in the next few weeks because
Bellyache.
Hughesy could miss a game.
I know you're a fan, Billy Ake. If you care about Hughesy, you let him play. You let him play. Shit! That does make a lot of sense. But there has been, he's played mostly good. There's also been games where DCE's been outright the best player and would have stole points off him.
He'll have grabbed a few.
Whereas Hughes has been out and out the best player for the Storm literally every week. Like pretty much.
Yep.
There hasn't been really many games I've watched this year where Hughes hasn't. After the first maybe, 6 or 7 rounds, Hughes has been best player on the field pretty much every game.
And the argument is around the system, not the players for me, unfortunately.
So you reckon Hughes third? That's not what you're calling.
I reckon Teddy will win it. And I agree with Timmy. I think Turbo's going to pick up a lot more points than what people are
So
expecting.
you're going
right
Teddy. You reckon Tommy?
Gee, I'm on the fence here. I think Hughes deserves it. I'm with you, but I could see Turbo or Teddy take it.
now. I think we all agree that Hughes has been the best
It
player.
can't
but
happen.
Yeah.
The
That
way that the
can't
system
happen.
works, I
That
think
can't
those
happen.
fullbacks-
Maddie, who do you think wins it?
I think Hughes is going to win it. I
Thank
really do.
you.
I think Walker's taken points off Teddy, even though Teddy's been great. And yeah, Hughes, he's just been doing the damn thing all
Oh,
year.
shit! There you go. Why'd you have to ruin my day like that for Timmy? Let us know in the comments section. Timmy's hot take. Are you on board or not on board? Who do you think's going to win the Dally M? Come on, fingers crossed. Got to be Hughes. Tommy's been great. Teddy's been great. And we'll get to those games because we'll talk about it. It's been incredible. But Hughes he is the leader of the team that has just won the minor premiership by 3 games. That's craziness. All righty.
That's a hot take.
That is hot. That's steaming hot. That's so hot right now. All righty. Time for Beaks Bag, brought to you by the OG drop tonight at 6 p.m. That's Monday, 6 p.m. The OG shirt I'm wearing, we haven't released these in years. We've also got the green and gold. We've got the blue. We've got the maroon. Plus the OG colours in our spray jackets, which absolutely flew. The green and gold spray jackets were gone within like an hour. So you've got to be there 6 p.m. tonight for the OG spray jackets. You don't want to miss them. Limited edition. We won't be doing spray jackets for a minimum, like a very long time, especially the bloke ones. Alrighty, let's get into it. Beaks Bag. What is the question this week for Beaks Bag? Don't forget, guys, leave your Beaks Bag comment in the YouTube comment section and you will win a $50 gift voucher if we choose your question.
All right, so staying on theme of the rules and everything this year, this is from the Josh. If you had the control of NRL for one day, what's the first rule you would add or remove?
If we had control of the NRL for one day, what's the first rule we would add or remove? Oh, that's a tough one because, you know what? I'm just going to say it. The dropout rule and like no punishment for the dropouts pisses me off. You got this team that has worked its ass off. This incredible skill set of like rolling a ball in to get a repeat set. Like people don't understand how hard it is. They roll it in and maybe like 30 or 40% of the time they don't get the ball back. It's outrageous. I don't understand why we are rewarding teams that are getting dominated by saying, you know what, you have no punishment by dropping So the guy with the actual skill set that lands the short kick, as in the rubber, he gets punished and you don't, that when you don't land it. I don't understand it. Doesn't make any sense. That's the rule. Absolutely would be gone straight away.
Yeah, I was thinking the same one. Mate, when I see teams force drop out and the commentators go, oh, building pressure, I go, no, they're fucking not. You're entering a 50-50 shot to get the ball back. That's what you're doing. If I was coaching, I would have my players turn the ball over 1 metre out every time now.
And just
it's not worth
jam
it.
in the like it's way better.
Yeah. My rule change though, I'll obviously won't copy your one. I'll go a new one, and I've said it for years. I would just get rid of Golden Point. It'd be
Golden try?
Golden try for me.
Okay, golden try. I like golden try. I don't understand, in the pinnacle of our game, while we resort to the most... You could take drop goals out of our game and honestly wouldn't change that much. Don't get me wrong, it's still part of our game. It's the tiniest part. And to decide the best version of our game, which is tight matches, we do it by a drop goal, which is not really a thing that's part of our game. Bizarre to me. Don't understand it.
Yeah, on the spot, tough one because you two went first and have grabbed the good ones. I love both of yours. I feel like another one we've already spoken about. You said rule change, but around the Daily M system and the voting, we've already spoken about that. The other one, funnily enough, that I think they're already implementing is just with obstruction rules. And when there's an obstruction that has nothing to do with the play and terrific tries are called back, and it's just mind-numbing how much great footy is called back due to the obstruction rule. But the last 6-7 weeks, they've started basing it not on black and white and outside shoulder. They've gone, does it impact the play or does it not? So I'm actually all for what they're doing there. It becomes a little bit subjective. I know some people like things to be far more objective, but I'm all for it. So I think what they're doing there is actually a good move. Could it have happened after the season? Probably, but I do think as a spectacle, it's better for the game.
I agree with you. And I think that it should be one of those things where if there is a chance he could have got there, call the obstruction. Whereas if you're just like, basically, mate, it's a miracle if he gets there, boom, it's not an obstruction, in my opinion. I like that. Thoughts?
Like it. Great suggestion so far. The one for me, I mentioned it earlier in the show, the bunker can adjudicate on forward passes. How hard is it? Pretty simple. And, you know, I don't like to say that rugby union get things right very often, but they do it there now. You can adjudicate on a forward pass in the game of rugby union. If they can do it there, a sport that's harder to understand. What's so hard about implementing it in rugby league, the greatest sport of all?
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. I don't like that rule
Can of
change.
worms.
Because it is just the slowing down of the game with the bunker going over and over. It's another thing to check on a try. If there was some kind of technology, even though I don't even want this, that could immediately know, did it come back out of the hands and it could clear straight away, that's the only thing I consider. But I reckon if the bunker did it, holy shit, that would be tough.
Yeah, I just think the point of using technology is to overturn the howler. That's what it's used for in cricket and stuff. And sometimes you get stitched up with a shocking forward pass. Everyone knows it's forward. They go, bunker couldn't check it. It was 5 minutes forward. What's the problem?
Yeah.
If you can stop it and check all these other little minor things. I'm with you. I hate slowing the game down. If we're doing it for other stuff, forward pass, black and white.
Unfortunately, we're using technology to find howlers at the moment, which is wild. I'll tell you the other one that I would love to see put in. It would be a big, big change. But I just think with HIAs and everything that goes on now, I would love to see you go into a game, you have your 13 starters, and you maybe have 5 or 6 on your bench, and you're only allowed to use 4 of them.
So you get to... I remember you talking about this earlier. See,
it's not my idea. I've heard it spoken about
Okay.
before, and I just think it'd work well. You look at all those stats this year when a team loses an outside back in the first half, 90% of them go on to lose. I would love, like if I'm the Brisbane Broncos, I would love to carry Corey Oates on my bench and only use him if I need to, for example.
I see where you're coming from, but I think it takes away from the art of selecting your bench.
And I don't disagree.
Yeah.
But I just think the way that it's going in the game and HIAs and all this sort of stuff, I do think there is legs in it. But I agree. This is where a guy like Ewan Aitken, with the rules that are right now, like he's worth an extra 100, 200
Would
grand
utilities
in the
almost
season.
become not valuable at all?
Yeah.
Because you could just
That's
cover
fair.
everything.
Yes. Yeah.
What do you reckon, Timmy, about that one?
I like it. Yeah. It's I think it's a good call. And as you said, it does take away the art of picking a bench and the versatile and the utility player. But even if you have utilities and you can cover your outside back, you still lost a bench player. It can happen early on in the game. I think it's got legs in it, Roo. Yeah, and honestly, even if it was 5 players on the bench, not necessarily 6, I think 5, it just gives you the freedom to add that out-and-out outside back without taking away from having a 4-forward bench, which, I said, coaches take gambles when they do go a 4-forward bench. It can pay off, it can not, but I like it.
Yeah, and I just think, I know it's always the extreme example used, but I would just hate to see a finals game decided.
What do you reckon?
Yeah.
I wonder, like, are we almost getting to the point of that now? The 5 players on you got your 18th man that you can activate if there's a couple of bad injuries or HIAs. I mean,
It's
I don't
only
mind.
when the other team is inflicted Like that's right. I think it'd make a huge difference if you had to make coaches decisions about where you utilise guys and at what
more tactical.
Yes,
I like it. I don't mind. I think maybe 6 is maybe too many. You got too many guys sitting around. Then you're on playing footy.
Just have the whole squad there.
Yeah.
Just have the whole squad there.
The whole 30.
Your top 30 are on the bench, and you can use 5.
Sorry, how many?
No. I don't mind it. I think it's good. I like the tactical kind of game management component coming a little bit more, particularly for big games, your origins, your finals, and stuff.
Then
like
what
that.
do we get to talk about? That's the bench is all we bloody talk about.
Yeah, it's true. And you know what? Like as you said, mate, it would take away. Like I think that the way that you pick your side and everything. I think that's really interesting on a Tuesday. But then when you get to Saturday night and it's game time. It's going to be interesting to choose which of your 5 you utilise in the game and when you inject guys.
Yeah. And almost have you wasted someone because then an injury goes down. Yeah.
I've got another one, and I think way too many games are dictated by 10-minute periods with blokes that go to the bin, and it just does my head in. And again, the modern game is that you flick someone in the head. It's all about safety. They're trying to change the nature of defence in the NRL, thinking long-term about the game, and that's fine. I'm all for that. Happy for people to go to the bin for high contact. I think that as soon as the team with the advantage scores in that 10-minute period, the player can come back on. Because when teams score 3 tries in 10 minutes for what can be the slightest of incidents, it can just ruin games. And I just think bring the play back on, the team get their advantage, they've scored their try against 12-man defence. I like it.
I'd like to personally congratulate the podcast for no one saying a 5-minute sin bin.
Yeah, no, I don't.
No.
I didn't want to set Kempy off twice in 10 minutes after the Tom Trebojevic call, so I just altered it a little bit for him.
Yeah, no, 5 minutes sin bin. I used to actually think it might be a thing, but I'm like, nah, the way... Then we would be arguing about whether that's a 5 minute sin bin. Look how trigger happy they are with a 10-1.
Yeah.
Imagine what... You'd bloody fart and get put in the bin for 5 minutes.
I've just got one more. 6 minute sin bin.
Alrighty, and who was that asked the Beaks Bag question?
It's the Josh with like 100 H's.
So email matt@blokeinabar and you will get your $50 gift voucher. That is right, guys. So make sure, comment on YouTube, Beaks Bag each week, $50 voucher. We choose one. Also, like and subscribe on YouTube, guys. Or could you leave us a positive review on Apple or Spotify or wherever you listen to the podcast? We'd really appreciate it. We're idiots. Imagine if we had said that this whole time we've been doing this, how much bigger the podcast would be. But we don't because we're fucking idiots. So please leave a nice positive review. Thank you. Okay, don't forget, all 8 games are live and ad-free during play on KO. Some key games this week. The Doggies versus Manly. Holy, what a clash. The Dolphins versus Bulldogs, Eels Dragons, and they're exclusive to Fox League and available on KO. A massive thank you to KO for partnering with the show. Okay, let's get into it. Tigers defeat Manly. And just quickly, guys, for teams that aren't really in the 8, we won't spend as long time on them because unless something big happens, because obviously we spend a lot of time early in the show with the big topics. Tigers defeat Manly 34-26. And so what I love the most for Manly was the press conference because earlier in the year when Manly lost some tight matches, Seabold was actually, he'd be in press conferences and he would, be very vocal about a call that didn't go his way. And look, I get it. It's passionate. Your job's on the line. I get all that. But it would frustrate me sometimes because I'm always of the mind that unless it's like so bad, it's one of those things where look at all the other areas that you could have done to get the win. And see, what I loved about it is he got in the press conference and I was waiting for Seabold just to go, all these sin bins and nitpick this and nitpick that. And, if you want to argue that the ref was harsh on Manly, okay, maybe. But what I loved is he said we deserved it because, honestly, I think Manly did deserve it. You can't tell me the Manly in the first 10 minutes was the same Manly from minute 20 all the way through to minute 60. And you can't tell me the Manly in the last 10 minutes was playing with the same intensity as the Manly in the middle of the game. Unfortunately, Manly went out there, they blew them off the park, and they thought, you know what, we're just going to walk this in, and it didn't happen, and they got what they deserved. The positive is the attitude that Seabold showed in the press conference says to me that's why the back end of their year has been so good, is because they have taken responsibility, they have cleaned up. Because at the start of the year, their biggest issue was this. Get points early, teams would come back in, they'd lose the game. And then for a span of 6 to 8 weeks, they sorted that out, got gritty in defence, and I think the progress has been all the way from the top. It has been from Seabold. Yes, they lapsed in this game. It is extremely disappointing, but I'm confident that Manly bounces back after this one. And dare I say, it's almost the perfect loss to have heading into finals footy if you're locked into finals anyway. Root?
I completely agree, mate. I love that Seabold's taking it. With the level the NRL's at, it does shock me how often coaches go into their press conference and just put all the blame on the referees. I find it outrageous.
Yep.
And you're right. It's the attitude. It's the message that it sends to your team. And I've always said it, and I will always say it forever. If you think the referee decided the game for you, you haven't done enough to win it. Simple as that.
And there might be like the rare occasion, like once a year, if that, where genuinely and a diabolical call, but it just happens so rarely. It's usually your team's fault that you lost.
It is so incredibly rare. I'm actually not sure how many of them exist, to be completely honest with you.
Okay.
People point to the Raiders one. I'm sorry, you go back and watch that game. Raiders had plenty of opportunities to win that game of football.
Raiders versus Roosters, you're talking about.
Yeah, the grand final that everyone says robbed. Like I think that's crap, to be honest with you.
How many times can we bring something up that happened 5 years ago?
We will continue.
That's literally twice this episode.
But no, I agree with you. It does frustrate me when coaches get in there and they had a completion rate of like 67% or something, and they're going, we didn't get this call. And I get it. You're so passionate as a coach and you're such a competitor, and it's so fresh. Like it's almost the worst time to interview coaches. But I love what Seabold did. What are your thoughts? We'll stick on Manly first and then we'll get to the Tigers. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, on Manly, isn't it it's a funny one. Like, they went there against the bottom place Tigers, came out with 3 tries in the opening 20 minutes.
90% completion rate.
Yeah, and you're just like, they're going, like, this could be 60 points. Could be massive. They let it slip, ill-disciplined, 3 sin bins. They just did everything they could to lose the game, and eventually they did, and credit to the Tigers. Every time I watch Manly, I just sit there and go, why can't they win the comp? And it sounds so ridiculous to say after a loss to the Tigers like that, but I just think their attack is unbelievable, and the way they move the ball side to side, and it comes back to that man, it's Tom Trbojevic. Yes, it was against some pretty leaky defence from the Tigers, but, mate, they could not tackle him. And with every game he's back from injury, he gets more confident. I think every game getting close to finals, he goes another % up a notch. He's in ridiculous form, and while there were so many negatives that you can look at from Manly from this, when we're looking at the competition as a whole and we look at, the team we had as premiership favourites for a long, long time, who can beat Penrith, they're starting to fall off back-to-back defeats. Storm going good, but a few question marks, Roosters, etc. Manly's attack is outstanding. There's 2 parts to the game if you want to win a comp. We know that you have to be a good defensive side. Do they have it in them? I'm not sure, but far out they can use the ball well.
Put it to the panel. Who do you think's better chance to win a comp, Manly or Canterbury? Because I sit firmly with Canterbury.
Yeah, we spoke about this, I think, last week with the Bulldogs and Manly. It's obviously that game's coming up. It's such a tough one because, defence wins premiership, but the Tom Trbojevic factor has to matter. He is such a important part. I would trust Bulldogs more to have 4 good games than I would Manly. That's my concern with Manly, is like they might have 3 of the best games you've ever seen in your life, and then one of them is just an absolute Barry. It all just depends on, if I see Manly come out these next 2 games and just put teams to the sword, dominant, really good defence, then I'll probably lean towards Manly. But I just need to see that for the next 2 games.
And that's where, I look through the history of the game and you get these incredible hot runs by, Barber, Hayne, these guys. We just go, this team can't be beat. You come up against the best defensive side in grand final day, and they shut these guys down.
I mean, the good thing is we know.
And that's the beauty. We literally get to see Turbo against Canterbury this week.
Yeah, it's just, I cannot wait. I'd probably lean towards Bulldogs, but the thing that scares me with Manly is they have guys like DC and Turbo that have been there and in key positions that have been at the top and done special things.
And that's it. It's like let's say, provided they both finish in the bottom 4, and the Doggies can certainly still scrape into the top 4, in which case that would change everything. But if they both finish in the 5 to 8, I'm with you, Kempy. Like I'd almost have more confidence in the Doggies to make the grand final. Because they're going to turn up every week, whereas Manly, they're quite hot and cold. That being said, they have been more consistent of late. But to win a premiership, you have to have something special about you, and Manly have that. They have experience, they have superstars. So, like, for them to knock off, whether it's a Panthers or a Storm, I think they can do it on their day.
Well, I think Manly have beaten Storm and Panthers this
Roosters.
year. And Roosters.
That's what I mean. I'm like, I think Manly's best footy is better than the Doggies' best footy, but Manly have some stinkers in them. The Doggies don't this year. Like, they're so reliable off the back, so consistent off the back of their defensive record. So it's tricky, but that game of football leading into finals is going to be so exciting because they're such different footy sides. So we're going to find out what comes out trumps attack or defence.
I think the loss against the Tigers could be season defining. Could be the preview as to this is just an inconsistent footy side from Manly, or it could be the kick up the backside a team like Manly need because they have such bloody good attack and they've been going so well for so long.
Well, the other thing about that loss too, as far as being season defining, like it could be the difference between playing week 1 at Brookvale Oval or playing week 1 in North Queensland.
Well, if they had won their last 3 games, they could have landed in the top 4.
Yep.
And so, like, that's what's so crucial about that loss. Is like, geez, what do you think of Manly's performance, mate?
Yeah, well, look, they lost, obviously. Great win for the Tigers. Egg on the face of some very vocal Manly fans around the grounds. But, look, they had 12 players on the field for most of the game, or, for 30 minutes of the game. They were potentially, a couple of Jason Saab drop balls away from maybe scraping home with a win as well. So, look, probably you look at it on the surface and go, they should have beaten the team that was running last if they're a genuine premiership threat, but they weren't a million miles away from maybe doing that with some pretty extenuating circumstances, which were of their own doing. They were all sin bins, in my opinion. Some of them worse, as I quite vocally said in the group chat. Look, obviously you're happy to take the win, but there was enough there. Turbo was firing. There was a couple of, as I say, basic errors probably that normally would go their way towards the end, which could have seen a different result maybe towards the end.
Just quickly, sorry. This is what we got for footy this weekend. Cowboys v Storm, Doggies v Seagulls, Panthers versus Rabbitohs, which is, sorry, matey. Eels, Dragons. Dragons, it's such an important game for them to win. Broncos, Dolphins, massive clash. Warriors, Sharks. Sharks, want to stay in the top 4. Knights, Titans. Knights need to stay in the fight. And then Raiders, Roosters. Raiders need to stay in the fight, and Roosters obviously want to cement us sec. It is for usually we get to this time of year and there's probably 2 games that matter. It is such a good weekend.
And don't forget, Tigers with their feet up, freshening up for Spoon Bowl the following week as well.
But there's like 4 or 5 do or die games there, and you would say probably the least interesting ones, like South Penrith. Penrith need to get back on that horse. And
could you imagine if Rabbitohs upset them?
Oh,
yeah.
Holy shit!
And even mate, that Sharks game is obviously about the Sharkies. That's SJ's last ever game of the NRL too. That's going to be an interesting
against his old team.
Cracking, yeah.
So good. So with Manly's performance, just when they click, that first 20, 90%, they looked like a premiership tier side. That first 20 minutes, you looked like a team that was so much better than their opposition that it just became easy. And you don't really see that often in NRL, where a team is just so much better. And I actually wrote in my notes, and they ended up clawing it back and proving me wrong, but I wrote in my notes, there's a lot of players in this Tigers side that just aren't NRL standard. Some of the defensive reads, it was just and as I said, credit to the Tigers for fighting back, because that was my notes at the start of the game going, there's a lot of these players that just haven't been either coached up to or unfortunately just aren't NRL standard, because the tries that were getting scored were just genuine, just one-on-one misses on their line that most NRL standard. But then they, as I said, credit to them, they turned it around. And the thing with the Manly Seagulls is that surely there's no more complacency. It's almost like you'd rather them lose to the bottom tier side, the bottom of the table side, than a middle table side, because a middle table side you can kind of give yourself excuses. Let's say they lost to the Broncos, they could excuse themselves. Oh, well, actually, Broncos have got a pretty good team on paper, or they lost to the Dolphins. They go, well, Dolphins are coached by Wayne Bennett. The good thing for Manly is there is no excuses. There's absolutely none. We've already spoken about him a little bit, but Tom Trbojevic, the form this guy is hitting is we've had greats in our game for sure, and Tommy at his best is a great. It's just the consistency of playing that stops him from being considered an all-timer. But I can't remember a time outside of like Inglis that genuinely, when they just wanted to change a game, it just happened. It just happened. There's obviously more people than just Inglis, but on one hand, could you count in the last 20 years a bloke that just goes, oh, I need to score points. I'm just going to score some points.
I think the big thing for Tommy is that, he can just do it at any moment across any game across the last 5 years.
In any type of way too.
Yeah.
It can be out the back with the ball. It can be literally just running a front rower's line. It's amazing.
Jumping over a fullback. His support play, every time Manly go through, which is a lot, he's there every time. It's like there's 12 of him out there.
It shouldn't be. A guy that big and explosive, it shouldn't be.
And he does it probably 5 or 6 times a year where he genuinely makes the NRL look like Toyota Cup.
Yeah. It's insane. It's actually insane. And as I said, you got your peak Haynes, your Barbers, when they were at their peak that could kind of do that, Greg Inglis, but over a long period of time, when he's on the field, like he just goes boom.
And all those guys had those moments where they had the incredibly hot hand. And it just, like, I feel like with Turbo, he has the hot hand at any given moment throughout his entire career. He can do it whenever.
If Tommy's fit, he's got the hot hand.
Yeah. As long as he is fit enough to get on the field and go 100%, he can do whatever he wants, essentially. Like on the weekend, 3 tries, 20 runs, 251 metres, 64 post-contact, 12 tackle breaks, 3 line breaks, an offload. Just amazing stuff. Amazing stuff to watch.
I thought it was really cool too, watching the Matty John show last night. They had Luke Brooks on. They asked him about him, and Brooksy said, it's incredible. I've never played with a fullback who tells me what to do. How good is that?
Yeah, like just to have the footy IQ to be like, bang, 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 I need you here, here, here. I mean, that's what Billy Slater would do. Like, Billy Slater would be a coach from the back.
You know what? I'm not sure if Slater was doing it like that at the age Turbo's at.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Turbo's, 26 now? I reckon probably the starting, they were probably the beginning years that he did that. He probably didn't do it at the start of his career.
But you even have a look at like when Slater would have been doing it, like he had premierships under his belt, all that stuff. Like Turbo hasn't really played that much finals footy, but he's just got so much belief in his own ability, as he should. It's a scary thing about Turbo is that I think he knows how good he is.
Yeah, absolutely. 27? Yeah, I reckon Billy was by then. But it definitely didn't come, I think, at the start of his career for sure. I don't think Billy was out there bloody telling blokes where to go.
But I reckon Billy would have almost played twice the amount of games that Tommy Turbo had.
Oh, by then. Oh, absolutely.
Which is
absolutely.
the crazy thing.
Well, he would have had like 4 or 5 Origin under his belt.
Yeah.
Some negatives, we're speaking so positively, but some negatives. I thought Brooks was really poor. I'm really concerned. The biggest concern coming out of that for me is, and granted, this is a unique circumstance because he went back to the Tigers. So I'm sure it would have weighed heavily on him. Mm-hmm. But my worry is if the pressure cooker, he struggled with it going back to the Tigers, when he gets into finals footy, is he going to struggle under the pressure in a finals game that's going to be just as much, maybe more? Granted, as I said, maybe this is just unique because there's so much damage done and so much history of the Tigers that got to him a little bit. I thought his last 20 was much better, but I mean, he kicked out in the full, had an error where he literally just just ball came out of his hand.
Missed tackle
for Seyfarth's try. And so that's my big concern heading into finals footy for Manly Seagulls, is if the pressure got to Brooksy then, could it get to him in a big finals game for him?
Which has to be the big question, doesn't it? Yeah, I was pretty disappointed in Brooksy in this game. I just thought he's just overcome so much this year and he's improved so much. Going back to Leichhardt Oval just would have been sort of the nail in the coffin, the resurgence of Brooksy. But I agree, mate. I've sort of left with more questions.
That's a great point, is like he really could have nailed that narrative of like the poor games and blah, 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 not stepping up in big games. It could have been completely over after the game against the Tigers. But I'm sure there's a lot of Tigers fans sitting there going, see, this is the Brooksy that we, unfortunately, we need him to.
Such a good opportunity just to go head-to-head with this Galvin kid who's come in as a teenager and has done so fucking well. It would have been great to see Brooksy just assert his dominance there.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yep, no, it's a good point well made. The other one that probably would have not helped his confidence a little bit was Latu Whānau, who'd come from Manly, came on to the ground as well and set up a couple of tries and killed it also. But yeah, look, he was a little bit quieter than he would have liked to have been. Maybe some of those little areas maybe get amplified a little bit. He only missed one tackle, but it was an important one. So it probably, obviously the out on the full and a few things don't help as well. But yeah, he would have liked to have had a better performance. I think last time he played there was his 200th, and he absolutely killed it against the Cowboys at that time.
Yep.
So look, he was definitely not the sort of game that he would have been after. Yeah.
Another guy I feel sorry for because, once again, commentators curse. We sat here last week rapping Saab, saying he built on his game, he'd rounded it all out. And then in the thing that he's done all year long, which is get the ball in the wing, gas his winger and set up tries, unfortunately the big fella had a couple big... And look, if this was the Saab of 2 or 3 years ago, I could almost understand fans being a bit harsh on him. But this one where I'm like, he's been so good all year long. Surely he gets one bad game past. Like, surely, in my opinion anyway. What do you think, boys?
Yeah, I agree on that note. But also it's like everything about Manly's been turbo this, turbo that. And we said at the start of the year with our predictions, they're top 4 bound if Turbo's fit all season. If they're not, they could finish 13th. And I think whilst, we're finding ways to be a little bullish about Manly in this game because they scored 26 points, had 3 plays in the bin, etc., it was all off Tom Trbojevic. Like, he had 3 tries. He had a try assist. So I think I go back to, was it 2021? Was it the Bunnies that knocked off Manly in that do-or-die semi-final? Yeah. The Bunnies. And they kept him really quiet. And Tommy had this unbelievable year, the Dally M medal winning year, got to finals, and in that game, he was really shut down. They were completely reliant on Tommy getting them back into this game.
Yep.
They can't be. As good as he is, I mean, even take out his injury history, good teams, as we've seen in finals in the past, will find ways to shut down Tom Trbojevic.
Storm are the kings of it.
Exactly right. Penrith will be the same. So they have to have plan B. If they do shut down Tommy Turbo, where do we do this? Like, what are other avenues to attack? And there's plenty of them, but it can't all be off Tommy.
Yeah, and we had to be fair, like, we've been really positive about what's happened with Manly and, like, all the positive sides. They did, like, let's not pretend they didn't just lose to the bottom tier table. Like, that's not good. So I just think that the way they respond next week will show us what did this game really mean, Was this game, did it really mean something, or was it the kick up the backside? But I personally think it was just one of those nights where they started off so well, human nature got to them, they got complacent, and then when they saw the game on the line, they started to kick back up intensity, and we saw how well they went.
I think we're willing to, like, somewhat turn a blind eye on what was an underwhelming performance just because of results leading in. Like, they'd gone on...
They've been so good.
They'd been so good for so long. Like, they towed up the Warriors the week before, the Raiders the week before that, lost to the Roosters by 4 points away before that, smashed the Titans before that, Knights before that, beat the Cowboys up there before that. Because they had been so consistent, it's like, all right, it's one bad week. What do they deliver this week?
Yep.
And this week's going to be the big week.
Oh, huge week.
You learn a lot about Manly.
This is almost finals footy for them, to be honest. This can set the tone where they go, no, we're not in the top 4, but we're actually a top 4 side. But now let's get on to the Tigers quickly. What a great win for the Tigers. Spoke about this on Friday last week at Packer Up Boys, but finally a game where the bounce of the ball went their way. Finally, the calls that they don't usually get, they got. Instead of them getting sin bin all the time, it was the opposition getting sin bin. Instead of them getting 6 penalties in a row against them, it was the opposition. Finally, they just got a bit of luck to back up their hard work, because we've said it all year. The Tigers, been disappointing, but at the same time, they've been so unlucky in these crucial moments in games, whether it's a stupid decision by a rookie or a referee that is a little bit harsh, and finally the bounce of the ball goes their way. And what I love the most about all of it is that it looked like Manly were just going to run rampant all over him. And then Lachie Galvin gets it at the end of the game. He says, no, I'm not going to roll the ball into you or let you guys get tackled in your own end. We'll just defend for the last set. We're going to score points to end the game. And Fainu just goes, thank you, bang, 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 try, and they end the game like that. Look, it's, 10 in the bin, whatever. You can look at all the penalties, whatever. At the end of the day, they went out there and beat a Manly side that, yes, they had 12 men for a lot of the game, but this Manly side, at the very least for the first 20 and the last 20, were playing as good as they could possibly play, and they still hung on to get the win. I thought it was an outstanding win. It's what they've deserved for a lot of hard work this season without much reward. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, I think he summed up pretty well. Yes, they were down a couple of players, Manly, but none of those were in my opinion, controversial. And in fact, they were lucky not to get another player put in the bin because they both hit him with their...
Yeah, should have been Paseka and Waddell.
Correct. Look, they were 16-0 down. Who turned the momentum around as he does basically every time for the Tigers? Api Koroisau scored an unbelievable try. He is, even if you're not a mad Tigers fan like myself, surely, there's got to be an appreciation for how this guy just constantly just goes, give me the pill, let's go, get on my back. And it really did change the momentum for, the rest of that first half and the start of the second half as well.
He's pointing whilst doing a line break.
Yep. Yeah, this guy's offside, I'm going to score. Bang.
And this is where, if I'm playing the Manly Seagulls, I've got my whiteboard this week is Turbo, DC, Olakau'atu. You're playing the Tigers. There are two names there, Galvin and Appy.
It may be Fainer.
Maybe?
Yeah.
It's those two. And Appy, I love the way that Appy plays because no one else does it like Appy.
Nah.
He just does it in his own way. And that's why, I'm so high on Galvin because you get this context that you come into games against the Tigers, if you can just stop Galvin, you're home. And teams can't do it.
Yeah. A couple of other players I thought had a day out. Fainu, we've touched on him a little bit. He might be one of the buys of the year.
Mate, he has flown so far under the radar, it's actually crazy. It's one thing... if you're in the halves, because you touch the ball so much, and not to discredit Galvin's season at all, it's been amazing, but you can almost force your way into the game.
Yep.
As a young forward on the edge, when at the start of the season, the edges were Bateman, Papali'i, for you to be so good that not only the club, you cement that spot, the club have tapped both Bateman and Papali'i on the shoulder and said, boys, you can look elsewhere because we're confident this young kid. That's how good Fainu's been.
Yep.
And he's, 19, 20 years old? I think he's 20 years old. He hasn't even hit his man strength yet. And he's in the forwards going toe-to-toe with some of the best back rowers in the game and holding his own. I think he has been truly one of the underrated, under the radar finds of the season.
Yep, agree. While we're on back rowers, I think Alex Seyfarth might have had his best game of the year the other night as well. There's a great footballer there, as we've said all year. Just he spends a lot of time getting sin-binned or giving away silly penalties. He didn't do any of that the other night. And the place just nearly erupted when Latu Fainu put him over. I thought he had a sensational game.
Yeah.
If he can find the balance, he can be such an integral player.
Almost like Fisher Harris to a degree. They found the perfect balance with Fish of how to keep that psychotic aggression, but just within the lines. Now, obviously, I'm not saying he's anywhere near the standard of Fish, but he's a similar guy.
But if you look at the career of Fisher Harris, he was in this same boat years ago. And if you look at the career path of, say, Jack Hetherington, who was in a similar boat, he hasn't been able to find that balance.
Yeah.
And I think it's really hurt him in his career.
Barnett's another good example
Barnett's
of finding
another
the balance.
cracker. And Barnett looked like he was going to be at millions to find his balance.
Yeah.
And he's found it, and look how well he's going now.
Yeah.
And he can be exactly the same.
Yeah. I thought very quickly as well, Stefano was really good, particularly in his first stint.
In attack
with
defensively,
the ball.
I thought.
There's a couple of little hiccups, but he just really got going forward a couple of times, especially when the boys got on a roll. And the other one I just wanted to call out was off the one particular part of Galvin's game, just that little spiral that he dropped over the top. And we got that, finally the bounce of the ball went our way for once, but unbelievable. Do you reckon it was a deliberate or do you reckon it was a miscued?
It was a chip floater.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely deliberate.
Yeah.
He placed that. I don't know if I'd seen a chipped float. You see the floated bombs.
Yeah.
It's a floated chip. I don't know if I've seen it before. It was absolutely
They
deliberate.
can bounce anywhere, those. Because they're not head out like that. They're basically sideways usually.
Yep.
So good. Another guy I thought was outstanding was Alex Twal off the bench.
Yep.
Initially, he was in my team of the week. Mate, his impact, he's the one that swung momentum for you. You were getting totally dominated, and he just went up, rolled his sleeves up, took some really tough carries in a tough time in the game. I thought Twal, he was actually in my team of the week for most of the weekend until obviously people came in and took his spot, but I thought Twal was really good.
It's going to be interesting to see where it all lands over the next few years for them. I think Heath Mason is a serious talent.
Yep.
I love him.
Jeez, he reminds me of Jai Gray so much.
Heaps.
It's so similar.
So similar.
And Latu Fainu as well, you would have to assume with Jerome Luai arriving, can they fit them all in the same
14
side?
maybe.
Talon De Silva, though, you're going to let him, unfortunately, I think you're probably going to lose two of those three, Talon, Latu, and Heath. I think two of them probably have to go, and Christ, they'd be good signings.
Could you try to turn Latu into a utility to a degree, or do you leave him in New South Wales Cup to be the backup just in case someone goes down?
If
the
you're
halves?
trying to fit them all into the side, and I know this will sound outrageous after the way I've carried on the last 2 weeks, but I'd almost prefer Galvin at 13.
Don't hate it.
and have Latu at 6. If
don't
you just
want
want to fit them all in.
yeah.
I wouldn't move
Yeah, yeah.
Galvin, but if you're trying to fit them all in,
Yep.
I think that would be the best fit for the side.
If you don't want to lose Fainu and you've just signed one of the brightest prospective halves in the game, I'm with you. I hate the idea of it, but you've nearly got to move Galvin, and it could sort some problems out for you because he can play lock, he can play centre. He looks like not an out-and-out 5'8", but possibly his best position on what he's done this season. But if Fainu is this good, and what we've seen and all the hype, I think he is, you go, obviously, Jerome Luai come in next year with Fainu. The big thing is your edge defence is abysmal. You put Lockie Galvin there, whose defence is incredible. Not only does it offer you like a really strike weapon on the edge with the ball playing, the kicking, everything, but just defensively, it'll shore it up so much. That could be your option.
The thing that I worry, and like I don't want to move Galvin from 5'8", but if you play him at 13, like I already think their pack is going to be very skinny next year. Stefano leaving, John Bateman's already gone, Isaiah Papali'i gone.
I think the Bulldogs have proven though that you can push through a smaller pack. I personally, I see exactly where you're coming from, but there's no way I'm moving Galvin to 13 to do a million tackles a game in the middle, because like your line of thinking makes total sense. But Galvin, he is the core of the club for the next 10 years.
Yep.
So whatever he wants to make him be the best he can be. But I do see what you're saying. Like I would lean more towards potentially seeing Fainu and going, Fainu, are you interested in being a utility whilst, we work out how to get you in your side? If that is the case, I'd lean more towards that, but then obviously you lose the opportunity of having De Silva. It's De Silva, isn't it,
Yep.
on the bench for Appy. But also, look, Latu is 20, 21 years old. Mate, you can play reserve grade for a couple of years, and there's going to be injuries, and who knows? Like, you could come in and absolutely kill it, and we'll get to it later. But look at the Sharky situation. Like, they've got a Dally M winner.
Yeah.
He's 19. He's 19 and only turned 19 at the end of May.
Yeah,
Who's that? Latu.
Fainu, yeah.
Plenty
Latu
of
Fainu.
time.
I think the answer will be, and it depends, as I said, how desperate Latu is to play. If he wants to be a regular first grader next year, or what he's sort of thinking about, I think he's the 14, and it sucks for Talon De Silva because he's an excellent option. But when Appy's an 80-minute hooker for them, I just think you keep Fainu there. He's pretty versatile. They can probably get some minutes into number 9 with him if they need to. As I said, unfortunately, I think Talon De Silva's probably the odd one out.
What a fantastic problem to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't
All
had this
things
in
considered, it was the last few years has been who's going to play, who's going to fill these spots.
Yeah.
Now you've got competition for spots, which is unreal.
I mean, could you have De Silva and Latu Fainu when De Silva defends at 13 for a period? I mean, he's in the middle anyway.
Mate, I think that pack is going to be very skinny. And I know Canterbury have done it, but I also...
I'm just spitballing. Not really.
Yeah, I agree. But I
I
think
wouldn't line up with it.
Canterbury, it has been fantastic. It's been great. I do, first of all, want to see Canterbury doing this in a year's time as well.
And also, we'll get to it, but when we get to the Bulldogs game, the question I have is this, it's a good season style of footy, but in finals footy, when you need to take that step up, can you? But we'll get to it. But incredible win from the Tigers.
Just before we move on, last night on my Instagram story, I went on there and just called out, what would you like me to put to the boys this week? Any questions that you'd like me to raise? And Jake X had a great one. He wanted to know where the statues of Lockie Galvin and the Fainu brothers should be located. Now, I've done a bit of thinking on this. I think the Lockie Galvin statue should be between the Leagues Club and the gate at Campbelltown.
Okay.
And the Fainu brothers should be out the front behind the Keith Barnes stand at that entrance to Leichhardt Oval. Love to know what you guys think and your thoughts.
You know what? We'll think about it. We'll get back to you next week.
Okay, no worries. Thanks for the question, Jake.
Great question. Don't forget, guys, tonight, OG drop is happening. Bloke spray jackets, and you've got your OG bloke colour T-shirts. We've got green and gold as well. We've got blue. We've got maroon. That's at bloke.shop. Do not miss out. Alrighty. Bulldogs defeat the Warriors 34-18. Look, we've spent a bit of time on this, guys, in regards to the controversy earlier in the podcast in one of our hot topics. So we won't talk about that again because obviously we'd just be repeating ourselves. So if you want to go back in earlier in the podcast, it's one of our first topics after the team of the week. But let's get into the game, shall we? Warriors versus Bulldogs. I tell you what, the first 20, I'm sitting there going, because I thought a lot about last week how I was like, Tomato Martin, I don't think that he might be the man to lead forward into next year. And Timmy brought up a great point that he'd won 5 out of his 8 games, I think. He'd been quite successful. So I was like, I'm much more open now, obviously, to Tomato Martin being the guy going forward. But first 20 minutes, it was a Metcalf show. And I'm going, shit, like I keep forgetting, not necessarily forgetting about Metcalf, but because he's not a star, he actually hasn't played that much NRL and he's struggled with injury, I forget about how much impact on the game he can have. So he comes in and plays like he does, and I see the vision for next year already. And I see and I go, wow, like if Tomato Martin can really, really hone in on some stuff in the off-season and Metcalf can stay injury-free, then maybe all of a sudden the loss of SJ, it obviously will matter, but not as much as I thought it would. So it was a great start to the game. And then there was a really, really poor error from Niokore. And then everything just changed. Everything just basically momentum switches, and we obviously the big call happens later on. Everything, all those bad calls, and so there was a lot to like from the Warriors' performance, and it's hard to judge on how they really should have ended up in the game because such huge calls happened, and not even just the critical. There were multiple head highs, including Max King's one, that could be considered a 10 in the bin. So it's first of all, I don't want to rob the Bulldogs of a good hard-fought win over in New Zealand. But at the same time, it's hard to be too negative on the Warriors because they had quite a few tough calls go against them. So it's this weird thing where you don't want to discredit the Doggies at all, but you also need to, I guess, just throw into the mix for the Warriors the fact that they had some really big calls go against them.
I'll tell you what, walking away from this game, one play that stood out for me, that line that Kurt Capewell ran, that's a try every day of the week 100 years ago, and it will be in 100 years' time.
Yep.
That was on Stephen Crichton's edge.
Yep.
There was so much experience in that line. It was not, and Kurt Capewell, he's not the fastest, he's not the most strongest guy in the world, but fuck, you run that line, no one is going to stop you.
Yeah, or at the very least, you're getting the quickest play of the ball in history and you score on the next play.
It was perfection, that line.
Yeah.
As I said, at Stephen Crichton's right at his right edge. Mate, just on Luke Metcalf, as you spoke about, I still stand by. I actually don't think he's playing his best position. I still think fullback would be his best position.
Well, I'm hearing whispers that he wants to play 7 potentially.
I think he should. I think you look at guys like he reminds me a lot of Jerome Hughes and these sort of guys. I think his best position is fullback. He's a brilliant ball player. I think the Warriors just lean into him and sort of just hand him the keys, and I think they can be successful with Metcalf at 7.
Do you think Tamare is a half or a 5'8"?
I'm sort of in between the two of you. I understand the win record, I get that, but I'm not totally convinced he's a 7 still.
And like, I haven't... Metcalf was outstanding. The two peach passes for those opening 2 tries of the Warriors were brilliant. I haven't seen Luke Metcalf try and be a 7, so I don't know.
Nor have I, to be fair. It's all vibe. Yeah.
But I do look at Tomato Martin, and really good ball player. Looks like he's a decent enough organiser. As I said last week, there's been some good results this year, him playing as the dominant number 7. And just as you said, like Luke Metcalf, you think his best position is fullback. Well, that, to me, says terrific running game. Lean into his running game. And I think he can be the foil to an organising, ball-playing Tomato Martin. Let him play both sides of the field, let him sweep, and I think that could be a really nice combination. Again, not saying Metcalf can't be the 7, but I just think that looks like a nice little combo.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's hard to push back on, but I feel the same way about Luke Metcalf that I felt about when Nico Hines was named to be a halfback. I thought his best position was fullback. Okay. Jerome Hughes moved to halfback. I thought his best position was fullback. I just think you can make a fist of it.
And nowadays. Put it this way, like we've sort of seen this year that Sean Johnson and Tomato Martin haven't really worked out, and Tomato need to sort of be a bit more hands-on, a bit more controlling. Like, if Luke Metcalf was the organising 7, would that take away from Tomato? Would that combination work?
Tomato, for me, I don't know if he's a 6. Like, if you put Metcalf, like I think that if you put Metcalf at 7, it's almost like you're putting Tomato Martin in a position that he probably loses what he does well.
You're just seeing that same SJ and Tomato combination that was struggling this year.
See, I think Metcalf is a good 6.
Same.
I think he's a good 6. But as I said, I have heard whispers that he is really, really open to being 7, the main man.
I reckon he can make a good fist of it. I think the other key thing who they're missing at the moment, once Tohu Harris jumps back into 13, he's so critical to everything they do.
Oh, massively. He has been something we actually probably haven't given enough weight to for the Warriors, because he was their Iron Man last year. Like, he was one of the... arguably the best 13 of the season last year.
He's got a lot of Isaiah Yeo about him. He just doesn't get enough credit for it.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, the thing exciting with the Warriors is I just thought Metcalf, especially in that first 20, geez, he looked electric. He looked absolutely electric. What do you think about the Warriors, Timmy?
Yeah, well, as I said, we spoke about before the impact of the non-sin binning, but you look at it as well, they lost both of their centres within, I think, was it 36 minutes or something of this game, both to injury. So, that was massive, especially when you're coming up against Crichton and Sherry, who this year have been outstanding, arguably the two best centres of the season. So, look, I thought it was a pretty good performance. It was a lovely farewell for SJ. Boys, the one who stood out to me was Sifakula. He was devastating. Just busting tackles, an absolute handful.
Well, did it against the Dolphins a few weeks ago.
Coming off the back fence. Oh, gee, they've got a good one there.
Yeah, there's 4 young boys coming through. It's just, if they can just get the right environment, the right platform, they are special. Very special.
And if they do get it right with these 4, I am so worried about the loss of AFB as an impact guy. If they get it right with 2 of these guys, it can change everything very quickly.
Fish might be able to, when you talk about environment and turning talent into as great as it can be, Fish might be the perfect guy for that, because he had a young guy that had all this talent, was super aggressive, almost too aggressive, and he managed to put himself on the right tracks to become great. And that's always been the Warriors' almost Achilles heel. They got too much talent, where they've come through the grades and just killed it. They get into first grade, they're a bit inconsistent. Whereas Fisher Harris is the perfect guy. And don't get me wrong, Adam Fanua-Blake, so consistent, incredible player, but there's Fisher Harris is the captain of the Kiwis. That matters. That matters. So yeah, I can't wait to see them under the tutelage. What do you think of Warriors, mate?
I think you've summed it up, reasonably well. They got a little bit hard done, obviously, by a tough call and a couple of injuries. I did have to just give a quick congratulations to Wade Egan, who in the 38th minute got himself off the nudie run for the season. He's left his charge late, but he will not be getting the kid off for not scoring a try this year. So kudos to him. But look, it was always going to be tough for the Warriors, regardless. The Dogs have been pretty hot, but obviously with losing RTS and a couple of injuries there, made things even a little bit harder for him.
Yeah. Some other pretty good performances. Just sometimes the worry for the Warriors is just their ability to just switch off. They dominate, and Tavanga might have an error, or Niokore might have an error, and it's just all this pressure. They're so good at building pressure, and that was what made them so great last year. Is they would just squeeze the life out of you. They would just make it so eventually they fell over the line. It's tough, very, very tough. I will say it was good to see just towards the end, in the last 5 minutes of SJ ever playing on that field, you saw that little flick pass come out. And I just thought, that's beautiful. That's beautiful just to see it one last time. I'll always call it Mount Smart Stadium. Was it One Go Media or something now? Go Media Stadium now, but that was just beautiful to see. All right, on to the Doggies.
Can I just say one last thing on the Wars? One thing that I'd be really trying to work out this off-season is find an 80-minute back row on that edge so Mitch Barnett stays in the middle.
Yeah.
I think they really miss him when he's not there.
I'm sure one of those young fellas coming through will be...
Even Niokore, I think he can do a job there.
He's just, Niokore for me, just errors. Just so many, not so many in a game, but almost every game he has an error. He just got to clean that up a little bit.
Just think with AFB leaving, Barnett has to be through the middle.
Yeah. I think one of those young boys coming through that has come off the bench and played on the edge, I think that they'll be mature enough to play long minutes.
Jacob Leyburn. He has early Ellie Katoa vibes, I think. Limitless potential, quite similar style of players, just very green. But an off-season to develop him, when I say an off-season, a year or two to develop him. Hopefully he can be that guy, but he does remind me of early days, Ellie Katoa.
Alrighty, onto the Doggies. Did really, really well of withstanding that initial pressure. As we know, what I loved about this from the Bulldogs is it just re-emphasised the fact that obviously they had some calls go their way, but just their defence, it just holds up. It just holds up. 18 points for the Warriors. I think that they average about 16. That's a pretty good record heading over to New Zealand. against a team. I know they lost both centres, I get that, but it's still pretty good going over to New Zealand and getting 18 points. But one thing that stood out the most for me, I thought their short kicking game killed the Warriors. There were a few early short kicks that didn't go their way, and then they found their eye. They got their eye in. But one thing that stood out to me the most, Hughes was winning the VB hard-earned index, beating 4 other Warriors in the first half. And like that has been why the Bulldogs have excelled this year, is little moments like that where you look up and you've got one Bulldog beating all 4 other Warriors in the hard-earned index, and his name's Hughes, where a lot of people would walk in the street and probably not recognise him. And that's no disrespect. It's just he's early in his career. He's a battler. He gets through his work, and like that's what they've built their season on. Just hard work. I think it was yes, they had some calls go their way, but as I said earlier, even in the show, like let's not take away from the fact they still had to work to get this win. They still had to defend their ass off to get this win.
The average NRL fan, and even probably the slight above average NRL fan, could have walked past Sam Hughes, Curtis Moore and Harry Hayes in the off-season and not had any idea. No idea whatsoever. And I reckon a lot still could. Mate, Hayes was tremendous. I love this Curtis Moore. I love his leg speed. He feels like an old school Bulldog to me.
Yeah.
I love him.
He's been so good. He's been so bloody good. And like even like guys like Hayes, like so unassuming, they come on and kill it. Like, he's just come out of nowhere, this guy. And we obviously spoke earlier about how the bloke was a winger a couple of years ago. But this system or this environment that Serraldo has created, and granted, like, yes, we need to see this backed up year on year. But I don't know, it feels different with the Bulldogs. It does. And look, yes, granted, again, the Cowboys had actually better defence in 2022, I think, and they actually fell off a cliff the next year. Now, they're back in the top 8, but they did fall off. I don't know what it is. For some reason, for me, the Bulldogs seem differently. And I think the difference is the Cowboys roster has always had like 4 or 5 Origin players in it. At the start of this year, we were all looking at it going, like, even Critter, his rise to superstardom. Before that, I remember I had comments when I said, Critter can be a superstar, he can be a leader. And there were comments saying Critter's not a superstar. Like, he doesn't have the personality for it. He's not a leader. He doesn't talk. And like, that's how far this team has come. He's gone from a lot of people saying that he doesn't even have the personality for a superstar to one of the biggest names in the game. That's the progress this team has made. Then you go back through their roster. Like, this roster, well, how many Origin players would have had it? Burton obviously had played some games. Marnie hadn't played yet. Fox had played. Critter he had to fight his way back into it. So they really only had, heading into this season, they had 0 like definite Origin players. And look where they're at.
And what was the chat all pre-season? Forward pack's lacking.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do with all these fucking utilities? We're going to win heaps of games of football. That's what we're going to do.
And defend our asses off. Defend our asses off.
And like to the point now that Kurtman's injured, that was going to be my next point. Like, I think that's going to hurt them massively. He's been tremendous this year. But because you've got all these utilities, you've got 3 guys you can bring.
Ready to go.
Done for the year, Kurtman, apparently.
Is he out for the year?
Huge loss.
Yeah.
Broken collarbone.
Huge loss. He's been so good for him.
Yeah. So, talk about like the Dogs' consistency and how they just get up every week. First 2 rounds of the season got towed up. Since then, they have had 1 bad week. In round 16, they lost to the Roosters by 18 points. Outside of that, the biggest losing margin since round 2, they lost to the Panthers in round 10 by 6 points. Hasn't had a worse one than that. I said the Roosters won, an outlier. That was their only
And then
bad
Panthers
game.
at home too.
Yeah.
And they kept him to 16 points.
At the end of round 2, they looked fucking dreadful.
Yeah. They look so bad. You're just going, fuck, here we go again.
I look back at sitting there at the end of round 2 going, should Matt Burton play fullback? And now just think, you moron.
That's crazy. It feels like a lifetime ago. That was the yarn early in this year. That
I
Burton's
said
number
it and
6.
thought, oh, this will cause chaos in the comments. It didn't. People were like, yeah, okay, I can see that.
Yeah, if at when we do our season review, if we could just not bring up any Bulldogs preseason chat, it would be like we've got to all be in on that, surely.
Oh, don't bring up Titans chat for me. Fuck me. It was talking like I got to win a comp. Jesus Christ. Joey Sexton, going over there with his short kicking game. What? Isn't that what they call him, Joey Sexton? That's the Doggies fans call him, Joey Sexton. Or is that just me? Okay.
I thought it was Joey Hutchinson.
No, Joey Sexton, mate. I love his short kicking game. It's so underrated. Jeez, it's powerful. It's just so... It's so frustrating as a team when you've got a half like Sam Walker, like Joey Sexton, that can just roll it in. What? He's leading his team to a premiership.
We'll see.
Imagine.
His short king game. I thought Matty Burton with his 2 try assists, he was great. I will say we got a little bit of pushback when we were talking about, Dally M sixes of the year. Like, let me be clear, guys. Like, all of us here on this panel have thought that the back end of Burton's season has been phenomenal. Yes, no,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I think Burton's back into the. I think he was a bit quiet at the start of the year, but I think he's back into the year, or at the very least from maybe like round 8, 9, or 10. I think he's been great.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that we haven't rated Burton's year. I disagree. Let me tell you, we do rate Burton's year for sure. And if he was to be in the running for a Dally M6 for this year, I wouldn't push that hard back against it. I'd still have Dearden, potentially even Luai, but if Burton won it, I wouldn't be shocked.
And, I obviously brought that stuff up last week, and my entire point was that when you think about how good these 5'8s have been, Dearden, Burton, all these guys, you look at the stats, and Galvin is wildly close to all of them in the team coming last. All these other 5'8s have been fantastic. I still have no idea who wins that award, by the way.
Yeah.
That's going to be edge of the seat stuff,
can't
so
wait.
he gets
I
that.
can't
It could
wait.
be decided in the next 2 weeks.
We spoke about him before, but Harry Hayes, 40 minutes, he had a try, 16 runs, 138 metres, 40 post contact. He had a tackle break, a line break, 21 tackles, no errors. What a find he has been. And as we said, just a guy that you can just pluck out of nowhere. Now he's on the bench just bringing impact like that in 40 minutes stint. It's bloody good.
Seemingly come from the clouds, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They've been speaking to people at the club pre-season. There's a lot of names thrown up and a few of them have thrived, but I don't think I ever heard his name brought up anywhere. And what a get, because he's a big body, he's powerful, and as we mentioned, while they're making this smaller, more mobile pack work, to have that coming off the bench now, it gives them a bit of a point of difference going into the finals where they go, we've got an enforcer coming off the bench.
Yeah. And what I really like, and granted, I totally understand that they had very, very big calls go their way, the Doggies. But what I liked about this victory for them is they actually didn't play that well. Like, I didn't look at this and go, this would not even be in their top 10 performances for the year. But good defence keeps you in games. And what did we see? We saw once again towards the back end of the game, they eventually ran away with it, similar to what happened to the Dolphins. I thought they played way better against the Dolphins. And as I said, I understand that they got some really big calls go their way and Warriors got dudded on a few, but you still got to win the game. It's still a very, it wasn't like the Warriors weren't kind of a red hot crack to win it. So good, solid win for the Doggies. Alrighty, on to the next game. Broncos v the Eels. Broncos defeat the Eels 30-24. Tell you what, that first 10 minutes, I'm sitting there going, oh my God. Can you imagine if the Eels come out and put 50 on us like they did a couple of years ago before finals, or even week 1 of finals, or whatever it was? Look, the first 10 to 15 minutes aside, what I liked about this, and I've been saying this ever since, it's been touch or go as to whether the Broncos can make the finals, I just want to see fight. Things haven't worked out this year. There's certain things I feel like we need to upskill as a squad, but I just want to see the boys out there just fight until the end. And that's what I liked about this Broncos performance. It wasn't pretty. It definitely wasn't the best game you'll see a Broncos team play. But they were out of the fight, down by 16-0 or something along those lines.
Yep.
They got together and just fought bravely towards the end, and they got the win. And so, in my opinion, when things just aren't going right for you in a season, you can't really ask much more from your squad. And that's what we got from them. We got a team that regathered, fought till the end, and got the victory. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't, what you'll show the highlight reel to your kid of, this is what the good Broncos can do, this era of Broncos, but it's fight, and that's what I liked.
Kevy didn't mince his words post-game.
No, he's in. He reckons we're playing finals. Big
Statement when you need other results to fall your way still.
I think Kevy's a big, manifesting your reality guy. Hey, you know what? You got to believe. No one else is going to believe in you.
Yeah. Fair.
And although it wasn't the highest standard of games, they did fight like they wanted to fight for finals footy. So, it was ugly, but they got the job done. Timmy?
Yeah, just looking at it, Dragons lose this week, the Broncos win, they're in the 8.
Yeah. And then they've got to beat the Storm, though. That's the only problem. It's the Storm last game.
Yeah, obviously doesn't get harder, but it is at Suncorp. playing for their season. They reckon
They've got the roster.
Yeah, they've got the roster. It sounds like Walsh will be back. If not this week, then for the last week. They reckon Payne Haas will be back from that Lish Frank injury, which is remarkable. But they could have, which would put them near enough full strength. Playing for their season, round 27, at home. Far out, wouldn't that be something?
And, I also think the Melbourne game, Craig Bellamy will be up for that one, but you reckon Wayne's just going to roll over with his season on the line next week? Wayne would just be going fucking beautiful.
That's what makes this game so great with the Dolphins is they're both playing for their season.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Like Wayne would love to knock the Broncos out of it. And also the Broncos would love to knock the Dolphins out. What about 36,289 people rocked up for this game? Like, far out. Such a good turnout for a team that's, struggling. But in regards to performances, look, I'm really happy for Tristan Saylor that the fact that he got to get a good performance out of his system before he goes to the Super League. I think it's next year. Mm-hmm. This is Tristan at his best. The question with Tristan is always it's just super inconsistent. But I'm happy for him as a young person. It would have really sucked for him to go out after those 3 or 4 games that were really poor. He was one of our best players on the weekend.
He's got a man of steel feel to me, Tristan.
He'll kill it in
He's
Super
going to
League.
absolutely carve it over there. He's one that I wouldn't be surprised if he stays over there and just makes it.
He had a few moments in this game, and he had the flashy plays. We know he can ball play. We know he's got speed. He can bust a tackle, but coming off the Broncos line, and this is shit we hadn't seen from anyone at the Broncos all year, he was running decoys for whoever was taking the hit up.
Yeah.
He's pushed support with forwards every single tackle. He did it all game, and I'm going, where's this been all year? Not just from you, but the entire side. Little 1%ers that made a world of difference. So, as you say, it can be really good to see him have a standout game to, potentially finish his tenure at the Bronx. He'll kill the Super League.
Yeah, oh mate, he will be absolutely electric. And as I said, with that legendary last name, it's just good that one of the last games at Suncorp, you're gonna have a good memory of Saylor killing it. Outside of that, in regards to performances, I thought Jensen was outstanding again. There was a few quiet weeks he had middle of the year, but I tell you what, if there's one bloke you can't knock for ripping and tearing for the Broncos this year, it's Jensen. He has worked his absolute backside off all year long. 145 metres, 65 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, 52 tackles after all those runs. And then you've got my main man, Patrick Carrigan, 26 runs, 215 metres, 71 post contact, a tackle break, 53 tackles, 2 offloads. Both those boys really did put the forward pack on their back and just did not stop working.
And Paddy Carrigan just gives you great depth at fullback as well. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Mate, the other guy, we've been saying it for a long time, Katoni Staggs. If you ever look at their last 6 games that he has more than 12 touches in, you've won. Games he has below 12, you've lost.
Yeah. Really, the only thing with Katoni is just defensive reads.
Yeah.
He did it again in this game where he probably jammed out when he didn't have to. But once again, his effort the last few games have been second to none. He has given everything, especially in attack.
Do you think next year, do you look at just moving Pat Carrigan to an out-and-out front row role? I honestly don't think that much changes. Much changes in doing that. He's obviously a 13, a big man at 13. Does a little bit of ball playing as that link man, and he does a fine job of it. But, we look at the development of the modern pack, and in particular the modern lock, and does seem to be that smaller bodied, more mobile sort of. Not saying Carrigan isn't mobile, but he's a run him up, knock him down, quick play the ball, middle forward. Do you partner him with Payne Haas up front? As I said, I don't think anything really changes, and go into the market for that prototype of the modern day lock.
Or give Kobe Hetherington that 13 jersey.
If you think Kobe Hetherington's ready to do it, maybe isn't. But rather than just have Carrigan at lock, I said, I think your pack looks better if you do it. I don't think anything changes really by moving Carrigan from 13.
Bring Jensen off the bench.
I think it. Yeah, and I don't know who the man is to fill the 13, but I think you go to market and look for someone.
Yeah, I think you go to market.
Yeah.
Find someone.
Yeah, okay.
Find a Plath, Kurt Mann, that sort of style.
Connor Watson type.
Yeah, there must be guys out
just
there.
Add a little bit of creativity in around the ruck. Yeah, I said find a creative 13 who can take a bit of pressure in around the ruck off, like a Billy Walters at number 9 or whoever it might be. I'd do it.
Yeah.
What's your hesitance with it?
Well, I think Paddy does ball play pretty well. Like, I think he does.
Yeah, it's fine.
Like, I think our attack is not really a concern. If I was to bring anyone in at 13, it'd be an extremely good defender. That's. I'd be almost if I'm looking at recruitment right now for the Broncos, it's defense, like fully defense orientated. I don't think bringing anyone in to add to our attack is necessary right now. I think if you were to bring someone in that's like a Cam McInnes, it's just a fucking tackle machine, then I could understand it for sure. And that's why I tossed up Kobe. The
one that I would love to see land there, and I agree with you. I don't think you need to move Carrick down to 13, but geez, I reckon Corey Horsburgh would be a good fit there.
Yeah, as long as he just disciplined. But
just disciplined,
and if you got him for the right price, for sure.
Corey would be a great signing. I don't think you need another big-bodied middle though. Like you've got plenty of size about you.
Yeah. Corey's pretty mobile. When he was playing 13 for you guys last year, he was getting through tons of work. But you reckon a smaller body,
I do.
genuine, like a Kurt Mann kind of stuff. Yeah, potentially. Sure. I'm not fully against it. I just think my focus right now for the Broncos into 2025 is defense. That's all I'd be thinking about.
Yeah,
because the attack is definitely not an issue.
Yeah.
Who else stood out for you? I mean, obviously Adam Reynolds was instrumental. A try, 2 try assist, 105 metres. Who else stood out for you boys for the Broncos?
I sort of summed up all the ones that I had, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was going to go Reynolds. 5 from 5 off the tee as well. Important in a close game like that. But he was very big in an important game there. Yeah.
One little nitpick I got from the game is like I really think we need to sort out this giving away 6 agains on our own try line thing. So the Eels, they gave 3 penalties on their own line in a row, and then Broncos made an error. Now, granted, it's Broncos' fault they made an error, but that's what teams are doing. They're just going, we'll just give away penalties, and then we'll just wait for you to make an error. Because when you're attacking the line, you're spreading it. The line speed's massive, so you're always under pressure every time you catch it. I nearly get to the point, if you give away 2 6 agains in your 10 or 20, the third one, it's an immediate 10 in the bin. It kills me when refs just go 6 again.
Well, it's a professional foul.
Well,
You're deliberately busting the rules.
It happens all the time.
Yeah.
And refs don't do anything about it. Look at the Manly situation. It took like 6 or 7 penalties before, what's his name? Oh my God. Bullymore got, rushed. I don't know. Just something that I really hope they fix. And that way, if it's very clear of like 2 6 agains in your own 10, and the third is an automatic, and everyone knows it, watch how little it happens. And also, black and white, like 2 6 agains in a row, boom, you're gone.
6 plus 6 equals 10, you're saying, Kevin?
Boom, there you go.
I'll tell you, it was one thing that I took from the first 25 minutes or so, mate, and it's probably a good lesson from him. And if anyone sitting at home just wants to see how much defence takes out of you, Xavier Willison had to make about 25 to 30 tackles in the first 20 minutes. He only had 3 hit-ups, and it absolutely gassed him.
Yeah, the big boy.
Like, he came back on in the second half. He only stayed on for 9 minutes because he was still exhausted from that first stint where he just had to defend the whole time.
All right, quickly on the Eels. As we said, guys, because it's, certain teams can't make the 8, we'll spend less time on it because I know already people are going to be complaining and say, look how long you spent on the Broncos, but you didn't spend on the Eels. Teams that can't make the 8, we won't spend as long time. Really frustrating game for the Eels because, tell you what, the last month of footy got to be frustrating as an Eels fan because you've just happened to come up against, like, what was it, the Roosters, the Storm, Penrith, I think, as well. They've played some really, really good footy. Now, granted, this was probably the back end of the second half for them was really poor. But I thought their opening 20 minutes was outstanding, the Eels.
It's almost like they just ran out of steam because they had a winger on the bench and a backup hooker who came on with 17 minutes to go and asked the pack to shoulder too much of a load.
The mystery bench at the Parramatta Eels.
When Junior's out.
Strangest bench in
and
history.
Hopgood. Yeah.
And what's crazy is it's literally different coaches as well. It's always been a strange
Because it
bench.
was last week the same. They ran out of steam after being right in the game or something. But, looked like they had this game won pretty early on.
Looked like it was done. They literally, Broncos couldn't stop them.
And then Cobbo 55, Reynolds 65, Stagg 67. Tungo on the bench as cover, didn't get on. Said, Lussick came on with 17 minutes to go. Of course they ran out of steam.
Yeah. I guess, Trent Barrett did single out some specific players for the errors they made, but it's also like, hey, look at your bench. Granted, I get why you might be frustrated with those players specifically, but...
Used 7 out of 8 interchanges, had another one up the sleeve.
Just like... Surely just keep it simple.
I know I say it every week, but it just baffles me more and more week in, week out.
Yeah. Thoughts on the Eels' performance, Roo?
Mate, I think Joe Offengawi's had a cracking couple of weeks. I've been critical of him in the past, but I reckon over the last few weeks, he has gone enormous for the Parramatta Eels, playing big minutes, getting through a lot of work. Scored a couple of tries over the last few weeks. As I said, I've been critical in the past, but I think he's been really good the last few weeks.
Yeah. Bit of a Debbie Downer. Shout out, Mum. I tell you what, Penrith, they've really got to work on Blaze Salungi's defence. Like that's his real. And granted, I'm so torn because I don't know what is his position. I'd love to know what Blaze feels his position is. Again, we're under the assumption that he will be a 6 there. So, but that's probably going to be the biggest challenge early on in Blaze's career is defensively because he's got it all in attack. He's big, he's strong, he's fast, he's agile, all that stuff. But I feel defensively, there's been quite a few games where he's just struggled a little bit.
Yeah, missed a poor one on Tristan Saylor for a try. And when Penrith will work on it, and that I reckon that he'll work it out. As we've spoken about him a lot around their defensive issues, he's quite small, he's still very young. When they do, and he can be because we attack is not an issue wherever he plays. No. His ability to slot in at 1 to 6 anywhere at a top-notch click, he's fine at 1. Again, at 6, defence is still going to be the issue. Centre, wing, no matter where he plays, he's elite. Just need to tighten up the D.
Once he tightens the D up, as you just said, he is from 6 all the way to fullback. Usually you get a player that's wing is his best position, but he can he'll be elite at all of them.
Yeah.
Which is scary to think. And I think if there's one club that can fix his defence up, but it is worth mentioning, defensively, really, really does need to improve. And I think he will.
It is going to be a good watch under Ivan. I agree, I think he will, but it's going to be entertaining to watch how it all plays out.
Anyone else for the Eels, boys?
No. Not really.
Not really. Penasini, good first try there at the start. He's had a good couple of weeks, but no one else really.
I feel like Kelmer has his moments. Defensively, there's still issues there, but God, there's talented footballer.
He had in this one, I had it written down, there's 20 minutes to go, 18 all, and they kept the Broncos down in their end, and he went for the charge. They were kicking from about the 10-metre line on the back foot, and he charged down, it went out, and gave him a set. I'm like, what are you doing?
There is such a good footballer in there. There's some rough edges.
Yeah.
That was right up there with the best of them.
But that was a big turning point in this game.
Huge. So, look, I know they're going to be fighting for a spoon, the Eels, but I don't think that they're need a huge rebuild phase. I really don't. I know it's been tough. They've just had a really tough draw at the back end of the year. There's a skeleton of a top 8 side there, in my opinion. And obviously Mitch Moses has been out. It's just been... Just must be so tough as an Eels fan, especially if they win the spoon with that roster. I know Mitch Moses is out, but there's an argument to be made that that's nearly as bad or maybe even worse than Broncos in 2020, and Broncos were really young then.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as well. When you have a look at the roster they've got the spoon with, for me, Hooker's been a big concern all year, but I kept saying, but Matty Arthur's there for the future. He's now gone too, so it's a great roster, but there are still a couple of issues they need to solve.
Alrighty, Raiders v Panthers. Raiders defeat the Panthers 20-18. I mean, what an incredible win by the Raiders. Seriously, you can never, ever count them out. If there is one team almost in their history of the modern era of rugby league that you wouldn't want to face after losing their key player, it's the Penrith Panthers. You knew the Penrith Panthers were going to go down there as a statement game to send a warning shot to the rest of the competition that we're still the big dogs, we're still the team to chase. So they go down there and the Raiders just go, nah, we are going to play absolutely out of our skin, and the intensity at which they played at. And finally, not finally, but it's been a few weeks now where usually you say about the Raiders is that forward pack can go with anyone. It can go with anyone. And there's been times where we just haven't seen that. Whereas this was a true example of when people say the Raiders fullback is a top-tier elite forward pack, this is an example to show that it is. Their intensity at the start was amazing. We're talking about Tarpanel already. He was incredible. Hudson Young, he was incredible as well. They were tough. They were gritty. They hung in there. They withstood pressure. It was one of the better wins I've seen from the Raiders in quite a long time. Timmy?
Yeah, look, I'm happy to say I gave us no chance going into this because because we are so gritty and Ricky gets everything out of that playing group that he can just about every week. But 2 weeks on the trot, conceding 40 points and just looking awful. And then you add into it, listen to a few of these stats. So the Panthers had covered the line in their last 7 games following a loss. They'd won their last 5 games against the Raiders by 13 plus. Their last 2 games in Canberra, the Panthers won 53-12 and 26-6. And you're just like, we're like, no chance in this. Ricky's just going, nah, it's exactly how we like it.
It's amazing.
And as you said, we came out, the intensity was unbelievable from 1 to 17. Even like the conditions, like the beautiful sunny conditions, just suited. Penrith used the ball a bit. The Raiders, pretty conservative in our style of play. We don't score a lot of try on edges. I'm still speechless that they won the game.
What makes it even more remarkable, they lost their previous 3 games badly. They were coming off a 42-4 loss against the Cowboys the week before. It just came out of nowhere, really.
So good. So good. It's such a Raiders win. It's such a Raiders win. And we've spoken about him a bit for Hungriest Player, guys. So if you want the full speech about him, go back to that. But Tarpane, like, if there's one man that is on the level of the best forward pack we've seen in a very long time, it's Tarpane. And to go toe-to-toe with Fisher Harris and Leota the way he did and almost deliver his style of footy to get the upper hand in the game with the footwork, with the offloads, it's a masterclass performance from Tarpane. Masterclass.
I love that in a game like this, season on the line, going up against that forward pack, that Ricky, he hasn't been Corey Horsburgh in weeks. You're hearing pretty much no positives out of the Raiders about Horsburgh and whatever, and he just goes, nah. Big task here.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my guy in.
And what's crazy, though, is like you're hearing reports that Corey Horsburgh and Ricky have fallen out.
You haven't heard a positive thing about Horsburgh for months.
It's like they've fallen out, like it's over, Horsburgh wants to leave. And then there must be like almost like a deeper connection of having this like mutual understanding of like we can have issues and disagree and almost be off each other to the point where, I mean, we have to remember Corey Horsburgh literally went to the Bulldogs because they were struggling to get along. And then Ricky Stewart goes through all the bullshit. We have a deeper understanding. Corey, I need you to stand up for this fucking Raiders jersey. Does exactly that.
But he always does stand up for it every time he plays. It's not like it was a one-off.
I even wonder if that was the Ricky's thing, and I wonder if Ricky's just put him out there going, I know this guy's playing for a contract. I know he'll go good. This is his opportunity to go up against the Panthers and show.
See, I reckon the Raiders jersey means too much to Ricky. Like, I reckon he knew that the Raiders, through all the bullshit, the Raiders jersey meant something to Corey. And he's just gone, I'm just going to unleash the redhead. Unleash
Either
red.
way, credit to him.
Yeah. And you add in, like, you saw the emotion of Elliott Whitehead, like, up there with the greatest signings we've ever had. Like, he might not, great footballer, he might not be the biggest star we've had in terms of out-and-out football, electric, sets up try, scores and does all that. But just the cultural impact he's had at this club and the success he has had at the Raiders over the years. You saw him crying post-match, speak about what it means to wear that jersey to him.
Geez, that's special.
That summed it all up, the heart and soul of it.
Like, just to get asked a question, what does the Raiders mean to you? And then to be brought to tears. Like, I hope Raiders fans, and I think they do, but remember, like, this guy, that's how much it means. Like, you can have the greatest player of all time, and it won't mean as much as what it meant to Elliott Whitehead. Like, remember how much it meant to this bloke, because that you can't buy that.
No, Raiders fans know.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
I just, often players, they're selfish, they're greedy, and granted, there are some that are mercenary and they put themselves first or whatever. But when a guy comes along like Elliott Whitehead and acts the way he has for 10 years, 15 years, appreciate it, because it's very rare. It's very rare.
Huge loss.
Yeah.
I said as much off the field than on it.
In regards to performances, I thought Hudson Young was outstanding. Just offered that extra little push and shot. Like, when you're playing the Panthers, you can't be intimidated. And guys like Tarpane and Hudson Young, they don't get intimidated. They love that shit, and they just take another step up. And what I love so much about Hudson Young's late form in the year is that he's taken that dropping from New South Wales, and he could have sooked and kicked stones for the rest of the year, but he's stood up in big moments for the Raiders since that moment, and I love that from Hudson Young.
And like Elliott Whitehead's leaving at the end of the year, and at the start of the season, I sort of thought, fuck, that's going to leave such a big hole. I kind of think Hudson's ready to step into that sort of leader role down there. I think he already kind of has.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Like, I think 2 years ago, definitely not ready.
No.
But I think Hudson Young now, with how consistently he plays good footy, has big moments, similar to Elliot Whitehead. Like, what was it, the Manly game where Elliot Whitehead was taking friggin' intercepts to break the game open?
But even like when you consider what Hudson's been through this year, like going into Origin, getting dropped for the second year in a row, like there's a lot of shit going on there, and he just shows up every week for the Raiders.
He plays that Ricky Stewart style footy too, sticky ball. You know, really like epitomises it. So, yeah, he might be a sniff for the captaincy maybe next year.
I got to say, Fogarty, 719 kicking metres. Mate, did he get a glute implant on the weekend, on the off season? Where did this massive boot come from? His kicking game has gone from good solid kicking game to like one of the best in the competition.
I posted about it a few weeks ago, and Raiders fans got absolutely stuck into me telling me that he was like this, like he's always been like this.
Really?
I don't believe that. He was good, but I think his kicking game has gone to another level. Your thoughts?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm with
Like
you.
this year, especially, he's always been good. Like that's part of his game, is a good structured seven that has a solid kicking game. But at the moment, he's out kicking the best of the best. 719 kicking metres off 18 kicks. So it's not like 25 kicks or whatever. Just amazing
And that's
stuff.
the thing about this performance. Like, obviously, Penrith were far from their best, but they completed at 85%. They got it into the arm wrestle. They did everything that Penrith do. Like it might be tight for 60 minutes, and then they're fitter. They grind you out and they blow you out the last 20. They did everything that Penrith do, and the Raiders found a way.
Found a way. Like, it's crazy to think they're on 26 points. So right now, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th are all on 26 points. And so there is a world where Raiders can make the A.
Yeah.
It'll be one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Obviously it'll be at the expense of the Broncos.
If they can upset the Roosters this week, guess who they have round 27? Dragons. To knock them out of the 8.
No way.
So, can be
This
done.
is Ricky Stewart territory. To just put a finger up to everyone, just go, fuck you, I'm going to ruin your dreams,
Can
your
you
dreams.
imagine?
Mate, unbelievable. Really, really good performance from the Raiders. Okay, on to the Panthers. Look, sorry to say this, Penrith fans, but it's almost, as an analyst of the game, it's become interesting talking about the Panthers because we're actually seeing chinks in the armour. And it's not like I want them to go poorly. You know, anyone listening knows that, we rap Panthers so much, and we have since their dominance. I got to say, that right side is a huge problem. In the first half, Luai wasn't credited with a single tackle. Schneider was attacked the entire time. There was points galore down there. There was line breaks down there. It is a massive, massive problem that teams are now, like, Ricky must be he must be watching the potty. Because we've been saying it's slowly built up. Like about 4 to 6 weeks ago, we noted it, and we said, that right side's a bit gone in. And then it's gotten a bit, every single podcast since then, it's gotten louder and louder where we've gone, this is becoming a big, big problem. I mean, it's basically towards the end, Luai had no tackles in the first half, no tackles. I'm trying to find. I think Schneider had like 15 or something in the first half, or 20. It was huge. And so the big concern for Panthers is there is a glaring, gaping hole in their defence, which has been the backbone of their premiership. It is worrying. It is worrying. And look, to be fair, like the fact that we're gotten this far in, 4 years into their dominance, and we're finally going, oh shit, there might be a chink in the armour, is actually insane. So let's just get that all the way. But we have to be real here. Just this season, you take away all the history of their win, heading into finals footy, it needs to get fixed and fixed quickly.
Yep, and you have a look at Isaac Tunga and Brad Schneider. They combined for 48 tackles. Casey McLean and Jerome Luai combined for 14. Like, very similar to the Tigers game. One thing that I like coming out of that, I forgot to mention it, Ruben Garrick was forced to make 10 more tackles than any other outside back. So when you can see they're going in with a plan like that, and it's all good and well to say target a spot, but to execute it out there, completely different story. And I thought the Raiders did incredibly well there.
Look, I've got to say, and this is all tied in together, Laurie in attack can do some great things. I still don't agree with Taruva not being in the side. I still don't agree with it.
Ridiculous. It's like, we spoke about that. We've spoken about that as a weakness for the Panthers all season, the right edge defence, and it just gets worse every week. And I said a while ago I would have dropped Isaac Tungo. How's Tuivasa not there? Like, I didn't think he'd been that bad. And whether it's for Laurie or whether it's for, we know Tuivasa can play centre. Drop him and play Tuivasa at centre. Tungo, I just don't feel like he's been made over. I mean, I'm sure internally he has, don't get me wrong, but I don't feel like he's been held that accountable for being the leak in that edge all season.
Yeah, and I think Laurie is an out-and-out fullback. I don't think he's a winger. I know when you look at his stats, like, his stats are actually amazing outside of he had quite a few errors. And that's another thing, like, I don't recall Tuivasa having as many crucial errors at crucial times in games. Don't get me wrong, Tuivasa definitely did have errors, but Laurie, for the last couple of weeks, has had some really big, important errors at some really tough times. I'll just get his stats up because statistically, you look at it and you go, well, Laurie was the perfect decision. So he had a try, which was an outstanding try, 203 metres, 36 post-contact, 3 tackle breaks, 4 line breaks, 7 tackles, 0 misses and 3 errors. But when you actually watch the game, I just don't know if he's ready to be defending on the wing yet.
Interesting in New South Wales Cup. Tuivasa played on the wing as you'd expect, but Paul Alamotti, who I thought was maybe a sniff to take that wing spot, he actually played centre on the weekend again.
What do you reckon? Like, do you reckon they have to make wholesale, like, bring Alamotti and Tuivasa in?
I just think they need to plug that centre spot and bring in, just drop Tungo.
So you'd keep Laurie on the wing?
I think the problem with the edge has been Isaac Tungo. So I think whoever you replace him with, just see what the defensive edge looks like with Tungo out of it, whether that's Tuivasa at centre or whether you were to bring, again, I don't know if Alamotti is the answer because he has defensive issues too. I think Tuivasa can maybe come in and do a job at centre and then do as you please on the wing. And then the other one, not that Brad Schneider had a bad game by any means. He had some nice touches and whatnot, but peppered on that edge.
Didn't Ricky target him?
Yeah, I was really surprised that didn't go with Jack Cole.
He's injured now too.
Yeah.
Jack Cole.
Pretty bad as well, hey?
Wow.
So Schneider's going to be the guy.
Wow.
I thought Luai and Cole were awesome together during that middle period of the season with Cleary out.
Yeah, there's just been some decisions. As I said, I would have kept Tuivasa on the wing. Like, I just see Laurie as an out-and-out fullback, maybe even a utility. I like him there. He can cover multiple positions, pretty good. But as an out-and-out winger, I just think Tuivasa, I mean, we know Tuivasa can get through a bunch of work. He's great at bringing the ball out of his own end. He's more natural on the wing. Because as I said, like, when it comes to effort, like, there's an argument you said Dane Laurie is friggin' the most effort of anyone. He works his backside off. And his stats are there, like he has the 200. But I just think Tuivasa is more of an out-and-out winger. The Tungo situation is just going to get more interesting because it seems like now it's not a secret anymore. Not that it ever would be, but if you want some joy, you go at the Panthers' right side.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought Dylan Edwards, if I'm being honest, I thought Edwards' second half was better than his first. He looked a bit tired, to be honest.
He's injured.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be. Yeah,
playing if they weren't.
He's playing through a bad injury, I believe. Dylan Edwards.
Wow.
Why?
Okay.
I wonder. When Laurie was killing it at fullback, I wonder what the need to get him back was.
Yeah.
I know they were probably looking at that Melbourne game as minor premiership race, and like if he is injured, I'm not saying he isn't. I agree. He looks out of sorts. Like, why rush him back?
But I think the answer is they were looking at that home final last week, and mate, now they're looking on to hang on to top 4.
Yeah, they actually could.
They're in 4th place. If they lose this week, which they've got South and the Titans, I don't think they will. But if they drop one of those games, they could quite easily miss the 4 all of a sudden.
Should be. It's incredible they've been up for this long. Like, it's actually insane. It's actually insane. I thought so. They looked really lethargic to a degree, especially in the second half. Isaiah Yeo, though, this guy. I know he gets a lot of praises. I still don't think it's enough. Like, they're looking lethargic, they're looking tired, and then Isaiah Yeo goes, just give us the ball. I'm going to do a step people, dummy, line break, offload, and just break the game open again. Just get all the momentum back onto the Panther side off just a nothing play. Isaiah Yeo is incredible, absolutely incredible player.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat myself for the fucking 90th week in a row, but just his rise over the last few years. I don't know if I remember one like it. I really don't.
It's genuinely amazing. Like, he is such the heart and soul of a 3-time premiership winning side, and any time they need something, he just makes it work. I also, look, what I liked about their loss is when the game was on the balance in the last 10 minutes, very easy for them to go, you know what, fuck, like we won 3 premierships, who gives a shit? You got Fisher Harris stalking the sidelines, getting back on the field, and he is in every tackle, and he's angry, and he's pissed off. And to see that sort of passion after everything they've achieved, it shows you why they've achieved it. It's incredible stuff.
Yeah. Jerome Luai had a nice try assist for the match winner.
Oh, wow.
Jeez, Timmy.
Wow, that's tough.
We may never beat Penrith again.
Look, I think this is just a blip on the radar. I think when Cleary arrives back again, probably, first week of the finals, but the big concern that keeps rearing its ugly head is that right defence. That needs to get sorted.
I agree with you with that. I thought they had the bulk of the territory and the possession in that second half, but I thought they were a little bit clunky with who was kind of running the show. Jerome Luai did pretty well a couple of times to roll a kick in and get a repeat set, but I didn't think they looked very organised at all when they were down there. It looked like there wasn't much of a plan and they couldn't convert any of that, possession into points.
Well, they won most of the stats.
They did.
Correct.
They completed 85%, and much like the Warriors halves and the dynamic there, we speak about the importance of it and who works together and who doesn't. And not to say that Luai and Schneider can't, but it's not hindsight hero stuff, because we said last week, I think that, or maybe I said on another podcast, no, it was a big week. If Luai is the out and out number 7, get around the park with Jack Cole, who's a foil, who plays 5'8". Whereas Schneider, when he's played there, he's played the Cleary role. He's got him around the park, been sort of the chief organiser. And on the weekend, as you said, Hammy, it didn't look like they gelled well together because they were both sort of trying to be the 7, who was the dominant hand. And again, it's irrelevant now because Cole's injured, but it made so much more sense.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's get to Storm v Dolphins. For me, this game, and I know it can change week on week, guys, so it's not me locking this in for the rest of the year, but for me, and I know the bookies agree, but it's put Storm as the out-and-out favourites for me. They were ruthless, absolutely ruthless, and we've spoken about it so many times, but Hughes is just in the form of his life. Nelson is coming back, and we're starting to see him pick up some good form as well and just get back to his best. You've got guys like Howarth. Any time a team goes on a premiership run, there's always this one rookie that just kind of explodes out of nowhere, maybe midway through the year. I think we spoke about their right side defence quite a lot. I think they've pretty much sorted it out. It looks a lot better at least. I loved how ruthless they were. Very much like the Penrith Panthers, and the Storm are their own beast as well. They've been ruthless for 20 years. But the fact that they can go after getting that big win last week, go to the Dolphins at home and absolutely spank them, I think unless they're peaking too early, they're in the prime seat to go on a massive push, in my opinion.
Keyword, ruthless. That's what you want to see. And that's, my question mark over a few teams in this competition. The Dolphins only scored 1 try. It was off a rebounded kick that just happened to fall their way. And, mate, just their spine. They're just humming.
This is what the Storm are like in key matchups or even biggest matchups. So Hammer had the second least amount of run meters all year long, and it was by a little bit, nearly the worst, essentially the worst. Guess what? Guess who had their second worst amount of run meters last week? Dylan Edwards. The Melbourne Storm's ability to go, okay, you're the one that gets the momentum for them. You're a key player in momentum, or you're in the top 3, we need to take you out of the game, is second to none. It's genuinely second to none. How many times over the last 20 years has there been a young player killing it? They get to the Storm and they do absolutely nothing. The Melbourne Storm completely shut down the Hammer. Not only did they completely shut down the Hammer, they'd done so much video that every single time he was beside the play the ball, they just ran a bloke straight at him and they scored 3 tries from it. And Timmy, we've spoken about this 2 weeks ago. This fullback in the line, on your line, has to go. It is so clearly a detriment to your side. That's 3 tries they scored on Hammer just by doing good video. They were so clinical, completely picked the Dolphins apart.
Happens every week.
Every week.
And it's numerous times per game. You see teams get caught out terribly, and I just wonder, again, I'm going to repeat what I've said before, but does it change? Or am I missing probably something about it? Like, I know they get the extra defender in the line, but I described it a few weeks back, but when they slide across and they basically become the winger defensively because they're cutting across to cover the kick and everything else, you're kind of losing a defender in the line, but also they join up and become the winger essentially. So
they beat you on the outside.
You're not really losing a defender in the line. So I just don't understand it.
I agree with you. I don't get it because, like, I used to understand it because it wasn't really exploited that much. But nowadays that it's becoming so obvious, it's such a go-to. It's like, if you're going to score against us, you can score on the edge. You're not scoring underneath the post. I don't get it.
A team could lose, like, a finals game this year off a near-perfect performance, but just concede 3 kicks in behind the line. And sorry to pick on Latrell, but it's the first game that came to mind. But it was the prelim a few years back when Penrith beat the Bunnies, and Latrell was just caught out of position. And, you know, part of that was because he was defending the line at times and he couldn't get across to cover it. But Penrith, they scored like 3 tries of just kicks in behind the line, dove on it, game over, season done, Penrith go through to the grand final. Like, it's going to happen again at some stage in the finals to a team, and I'm not a fan of it.
Okay, in regards to performances, Pappenhausen was clinical, 3 try assists, really just going about his business, getting through his work. And I think that what's exciting is that heading into finals footy, he can go to another level on top of that as well. Like, it still isn't perfect for Pappy, but one of the unsung kind of just the maturity in his game. I don't think he gets enough appreciation for, you know, if he's lost a metre of speed, he's still quick as anything, but let's say he has lost a metre of speed. He's gone away and said, okay, well, let me get a metre better in all my other parts of my game. If you go back and watch Pappy's ball playing when he debuted compared to now, look like literally 2 different players playing. Like, he looks like he's got plenty of time on his hands. He's smart. He's switched on. His defensive ability to defensively talk to his forwards is incredible. Pappy, for me, if he can go to another level, like, they'll almost be unstoppable.
Yeah, I think that my biggest concern for Melbourne coming into this season was, you know, obviously that forward pack, if they were that one guy short, but also just how Pappy would return. I think over the last few weeks you are starting to see him get back to his best. He looks confident once again. It always takes Pappy when he returns from HIA or whatever it is, a few weeks to sort of find his groove again. But I feel like he's found it now, and they're a dangerous prospect.
Firstly, like, whilst incidental, Pappenhausen, that is a great name for the combo of Pappenhausen and Hughes moving forward. That needs to be used more. That's a ripper. Yeah, and not just Pappy, but the scary thing about the Storm is, firstly, you mentioned when you opened it up, Kempy, the game, but the right edge defence of the Storm that is improving vastly, and Nick Meaney's sort of sorting out any issues he's had there. Houth has made a home on the other edge at centre against Penrith, who... they're in all sorts on that edge. The Storm, that was their Achilles heel, that right edge defence. It's certainly on the improve. And then Pappenhausen, Munster, who's missed a big part of the year, Hughes and Grant, just stringing games together. So they're getting better every week, and they are peaking at the perfect time of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's, like, outside of the game last week where Munster was incredible, like, he's still been pretty quiet by his standards. Even Harry Grant's season has been pretty quiet. I thought Harry Grant was outstanding on the weekend. These guys are hitting, you know, peak form at the right time. Now, is it too early? We'll only know that by the end of the season. But right now, you couldn't ask for much more.
Well, it sounds like they're big chance they're going to mass rest this week. So then they give them a freshen up, come back out round 27. They get Brisbane that could potentially be the perfect preparation for finals. A game at Suncorp against Brisbane, who may be playing for their season. What a perfect way to go into it. It couldn't be going to a better plan at the moment for Craig Bellamy.
It's perfect. Like, okay, they just got Welsh back. They still have Coates to come back. Like, the number one, like, at the start of the season, he won multiple games individually for him. And Warbrick has been phenomenal for the last back into the season. So, mate, Storm are looking so good. And we've already spoken about Hughes, but, mate, he's something special. Like, the footy that he's playing, like, he set up a try without his pants on.
Full moon down there at Amy Park. Interesting.
Jeez Louise.
Don't stare directly into it.
If you are the Melbourne Storm, like, if they rest guys this week, you go to Suncorp, you play Brisbane, then you got a home final in Melbourne, probably have a week off, then you got another home final in Melbourne. It's only 4 more games you've got to prepare.
It's looking good. Like,
it's looking great.
You know, for people to sit there and go, oh, maybe are they peaking too early? They've just got to hang on for 3 or 4 more games and they're in the GF. And I know it sounds easy. Like, I'm not fucking saying it's going to happen. Yeah. But things are lining up really well for them.
And I still, like, even the argument that they've peaked too early, that people like, I still don't think they've played anywhere near their absolute best footy they can.
No. Nelson's only just getting back to some solid footy. He hasn't really played that many minutes for the whole season.
The other man you mentioned, Cameron Munster, you touched on it, Kempy, but he's been okay since he returned from injury, but he's got a hell of a lot more to offer.
Yeah. Two of those finals, if they win their first one down there, is going to be at Amy Park, where they've only lost one of their last 20 games or something, not playing at their best. Now they are peaking at the right time.
The Dolphins. We've been saying it for a few weeks now, and probably a bit ahead of the curve in regards to seeing it, but they're just run out of steam at the moment. They look tired. The intensity's not there. They don't have the extra gas to kind of take that next step when they need to. Teams are identifying, their key players and how to target them in defence and attack. Definitely a really disappointing performance, but, they have had a lot of injuries this year in key positions. Like, we talk about the Broncos having a lot of injuries. Imagine if the Broncos lost Haas and Carrigan essentially round 1. And that's what the Dolphins have dealt with all year. They lost Gilbert and they lost Flegler. Herbie was out for a while. Jerry Marshall-King, he's been out for quite a while. Like, I just think that they've been really gallant. They've tried as hard as they can. But when you lose key players like that, especially being such a young club, it's going to catch up to you eventually.
Yeah, I think this weekend against the Broncos, I think this will be the last big push.
Bit of a dying breath kind of thing.
Yeah, I think the week after that against Newcastle could get a little bit ugly down there. But mate, it's a long season anyway. But for a new franchise and the things they've had go against them, plus there's been a lot of distractions with Wayne sort of going to South Sydney, and there's been a lot happening there.
I actually tried to have a look at that at what is their win-loss ratio since Wayne had announced that he was going to the Rabbitohs.
Yeah,
it's a little bit worse, but you look at the teams they've played. They actually had a bit of a softer draw to start the season, so it's very hard to say that's the reason. But you could.
Even the last few weeks, I was speaking a few weeks ago. They played on the Sunday afternoon in round 21. Then they had to play in Perth on the Friday night. A pretty short turnaround with a big trip like that. It's been tough the last few weeks.
Storm had the ball in play for 31 minutes compared to the Dolphins 19.
Oof.
An extra 12 minutes of ball. That is huge against the Storm, who completed 82%. The Storm had 50 sets. Completed 41 of them. They're absolutely in red hot form. As you said, it's not hard to be critical of the Dolphins, but I think anything that we would say would just be going over anything that's happened in the last few weeks.
Yep. Dolphins, since Wayne signed, 4 wins, 9 losses. Before he signed, 6 wins, 3 losses.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't think that. I actually just think that they're, obviously they're getting tired towards the end of the year. B, I think their actually draw is much harder at the back end of the year than it was at the start of the year.
And I think losing JMK has had a bigger influence than
Well, we saw last year. When they lost him last year, they just fell off a cliff as well.
Then you add in, lost Nikorima and Bromwich both 21 minutes into this game.
Yeah. Don't forget, guys, OG drop tonight, Monday, 6 p.m. We've got the shirts, Bloke OG shirts, plus the OG colours in the spray jackets, which absolutely fly. Make sure to be there. And we've also got our green and gold Bloke shirts, blue Bloke shirts, and maroon Bloke shirts. All right, the Knights defeat South 36-16. Really important win for the Knights. It keeps them within fighting distance, and obviously the Dragons' loss helps as well. Look, I thought initially Cam Murray was outstanding, was absolutely outstanding. Both tries, he either had the last pass or was the first pass to dig deep into the line, which just gave so much so much room on the edge there. The first 10 minutes, the Knights were completing at about 67%, and so you're sitting there going, oh God, it's going to be one of those nights for the Knights. But then I just thought Gagai and Kalen Ponga, they really changed the momentum of the game. They just kept fighting until they could turn the momentum, and they got the job done. And I thought KP was absolutely outstanding and really important win for the Knights. And the main thing is the fact that they scored so many points. It's a good thing for a team that struggled to score points. Look, there's still a lot of questions around certain things going on with selections and whatever, but at the end of the day, they went there, they got the job done.
Gagai getting younger or what?
Seriously?
It's outrageous.
I cannot believe it. And it's not like a player that doesn't get involved in contact a lot. So usually if you're this physical, you're going to slow down eventually because you're in contact all the time. He seems like he's getting stronger and more willing to get into contact.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm just getting them up now, but I would imagine he would be outrageously high on the tackle breaks for this year because he's got spiders on him.
Got to be. So strong. So unbelievably strong. And just his ability to make a big play, score a try when his team needs it. Like, I honestly felt like it was 2 or 3 years ago where you're going, I reckon Gags might, is he towards the end, maybe go to Super League. He's still one of the best outside backs in the competition.
I love, especially, as I said, his tackle break ability is incredible, but his ability to break a tackle and then come up with a play after that, like he's just one step ahead. You see so many of these outside backs and, that have all these huge numbers of tackle breaks, but they're holding the ball under the arm and it's just about them getting through. He's able to ball play after doing it. Like a try that he set up for Sharp, I think it was the first one, where he came off his right foot and then played through the line. Just incredible.
And then he's just he clearly had an ongoing battle with the young fella on the wing. Getting his name now.
Myers.
Sorry?
Fletcher Myers?
No, the Rabbitohs winger. Munro. Had an ongoing battle and then he scores his third one, gives him a bit of lip, the old veteran. Gagai for me was just absolutely phenomenal. And it's just crazy to think the Rabbitohs essentially moved him on because for whatever reason, he could have still been at the Rabbitohs after a few years and the Knights got him back. And I think a lot of people thought, that first contract, once it ends, he'll be done. But he's not. He's not done at all. He's one of their best friggin' players.
He is third overall in this competition for tackle breaks. He's behind James Tedesco and Brian To'o. He's had 3 more tackle breaks this year than Dave Fafita.
Oh, my God.
And him and Fafita have played the exact same amount of games.
And he's, 32 years old, something, 33.
Him and To'o have played the exact same amount of games. To'o has 2 more tackle breaks than him.
That is insane. That is actually insane.
Wow.
And he's 32, 33 years old. 33 years old. Amazing. I always love watching Dan Gagai. I'll never forget, and Knights fans, that's why I couldn't understand why Knights lost him to the Rabbitohs. I would have done anything to keep him in the club. When they were going through their toughest times, and he would leave it all out in the field, and he would be in tears when he lost. And how that club couldn't go, whatever this guy wants, we keep him, I don't know. Now, granted, they saw the error of their ways, they brought him back, but geez, he's been good for him.
I guess the other compliment to him as well, and look, he's had a fantastic season, don't get me wrong, but Dom Young has gone down to the Roosters, who are red hot at the moment. He scored 19 tries. He scored 26 last year outside Dan Gagai on Newcastle's apparent weak edge.
Yeah, incredible. Timmy?
Yeah, they're really interesting at the moment, the Knights, because they're playing a really conservative brand of footy. When their big charge to finals last season was off, they were quite a flamboyant attacking outfit. They'd go side to side and carve teams on the edges off the back of Kalen Ponga brilliance more often than not, but they're kicking really early in sets. They're not really contesting kicks. They're happy just to be defensive and make sure that is the priority. And you sort of sit there and go, why would you go away from what worked so well last year? But they've scored 88 points in the last 3 weeks, which you cannot argue with that. And that is playing a more conservative brand. They're playing very high percentage footy. And yes, there's been some weaker opposition outside of the Sharks in their last 3 weeks, but it's doing the job. They're scoring points. And I'm fascinated to see, just to watch them each week with this new sort of style and see how far it takes them. If they do get into finals, what does it look like come finals week 1? But as you said, they've given themselves a sniff. 2 games in Newcastle to finish the season, both very winnable. They're right in it.
Outside, when you've got the Broncos, the Dolphins, and the Raiders, I think they actually have the 2 most winnable games heading home.
They got the Titans and the Dolphins.
The Titans and the Dolphins, and Dolphins have probably run out of puff by then, and also most likely won't be in the finals. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And they're both at home. Could you imagine a world where the Knights are the ones that sneak in and get that 8th spot?
Just rely on the Dragons losing both their games. They got the Eels and the Raiders.
Oh, because of for and against?
I think if they win one of those games, they're going to go up to 32 points. And they'll only get them to 30.
Yeah, because they've got a better for and against, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Nice.
Yeah, so Knights have a better for and against than the Dragons. So the Dragons would just need to lose 1 more game, and then they'd be in the sniff.
I get my wish this week. Kai Pearce-Paul, unfortunately, out with that laceration. Surely they move Dylan Lucas to the back row and pick a centre there, don't they?
You'd have to assume so.
Kyle McCarthy went all right last week.
I thought he looked really good when he played a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I just think that has, and I understand defensively it's probably been better, but I just think it's limited their attacks. And I think you can tell by the way teams are defending, they know that Dylan Lucas is going to hold the ball in one arm and just take him on. I can't believe the amount of ball that Greg Marshew hasn't got the last few weeks.
Yeah, yeah. They're such a weird team to watch the Knights because they are so conservative, but it works. It's working. And I just, I hate to harp on about it, but I just wonder, where would they be if they had somehow, some way been able to stick with a halves pairing all the way through the season? Would it be any different? I'm not sure. But yeah, I thought KP on the weekend, he was electric, especially when the game needed him. The play where he makes a line break out of nothing, then makes another line break in the same set to set up a try. It's just only KP's doing that.
He's so good I can't wait to watch the next 2 weeks in Newcastle, both Arvo games. It's going to be crackers.
Imagine if he squeezes him into a top 8 finish again, and then I don't know, who knows what can happen after that,
Back-to-back Dally M's for KP.
Who else stood up for you guys for the Knights?
Yeah, I agree with you in that the chopping and change of halves has been ridiculous. But to his credit, Jack Cogger came in, was outstanding, I thought.
Really good.
Really good game. Probably get dropped this week, which will be unfortunate. But
he walked off and Adam O'Brien was like, listen, mate, we're going to rest you next week. It's
all right. He was great, though. So, I gave they'll stick with that pairing for another couple of weeks, but came in under a lot of pressure as well because I guess he's contracted for another year or two or something, but when you're sort of in and out all season, predominantly out playing New South Wales Cup, the pressure's on to try and win that spot and couldn't have done any more.
And he only got put there because Gamble injured or suspended? Broken hand, yeah. So it's it's just hard to say at the Knights. He might go out and have 2 of the best games ever, and then he might be down the pecking order.
Who knows?
Because the concern for the Knights heading into next year is who's your halves?
Yep.
Hastings won't be there next year. They're clearly trying to move him on, playing lock in. How did Hastings go in New South Wales Cup? But the weird thing is that it's very hard to be too critical if they do make the 8. Even though, I guess the question will be how much better could have they gone if there wasn't Thingo. But they make the 8. It's it's okay. It's okay. It's still a drop off, but it's okay.
I'm going to step into Debbie Downer mode for a second.
Okay.
And I rate this guy, but Adam Elliott, if he can just get those, what feels like 2 errors every single week out of his game, Christ, there's a good footballer there.
Sometimes I feel like he's so in the zone of just getting through work.
Yeah.
He's not focused on just the delicate
little things. Yeah.
He's such a high energy player.
Yeah.
He goes like a bat out of hell with him, and you see him charging at the line, and as any good ball player does, I know he's a big boy lock forward, but hands right up, he's doing these ones, his shape, it's exactly what you want in any footballer, really. Hands out in front, angling, putting defence in 2 minds, but he's always looking out the back, he's got so much going on when he's got the footy in his hand, doesn't he?
There was a moment in this game where there was one knock on he had where he was going into contact, and from the play ball I could see where he was setting up, where he was going to get it. And I thought to myself, at the play ball, there's not a hope in hell he's going to hold on to this. No way, because he's just, and it's always because he's just trying to do that little bit extra.
He goes into the contact, and if he can get his arm free, he'll look for the offload. He's then immediately trying to get a rapid play of the ball. It's all from a good place, but there's so much.
It's not a lack of effort. I think it's just that concentration side of it.
He just simplify his game.
Yeah.
I think he just needs a coach like Adam O'Brien, just fully simplify his game and just be like, mate, if you just for now, you're either running or you're passing. Just for now, until you can find the balance of waiting to react to the defensive line, just make a decision before you get there. So, for example, what that means is that when you've got set up for a play where you have the option to pass, before you get the ball, just make the decision. And just make the decision that you're going to run it or you're going to pass it. And I know that sounds like, you're taking away the advantage of having the option, but it's just baby steps until you can get that timing right. I go back to Paddy Carrigan. The first year or so, he actually struggled a bit with that, because he was just 100 miles an hour, thinking about a million things, trying to get quick play the balls, thinking about an offload, and he just really simplified his game, brought it all back, and I think Adam Elliott could probably benefit from that. What do you got there, Matty?
Hastings played halfback in a couple on the weekend, set up a try.
But that's only because Price wasn't in the team as well, I would say, because he had to play first grade. So, it's a clusterfuck up there. I don't know what's going on. Shout out to the kid that made his debut, Sebastian Sewer, who, normally debutants nowadays, you get the family in jersey presentation. He didn't get that because he was 18th man, came on, got sim bin, the poor bastard.
But they called it back like a set later, said, see you later. And I think he said to the ref, are you joking? He said, no, I'm not joking.
Rough.
Look, what I like for the Knights is like almost a bit similar to the Broncos where like, look, the year hasn't been great. It hasn't, not everything has fell their way and chopping and changing and injuries and everything like that, but they're showing fight. And I think that as a fan, sometimes you get to a point where the year just hasn't worked out and the bounce of the ball hasn't worked your way, but you just want your players showing a bit of fight. And that's what I like about the Knights. It's not pretty, it's not their best footy, but at least they're having a dig until the end.
Is Bradman best gone skis?
Nah, could be back this week.
Oh, beautiful.
Which is huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
You're playing halfback.
On to the Rabbitohs. Look, I'm going to sound like a crazy person here. I'm going to probably be in the minority, and I'm happy to be proven wrong. But I thought, and I'm still happy with Cam Murray going 10 in the bin. I'm still happy with it. But I actually thought Frizzell head clashed with Tallis Duncan first before getting hit in the head by Cam Murray in that tackle. Did anyone else see that? I thought I saw that. I watched it a few times.
Doesn't spring to mind to me, to be honest with you.
Okay, I don't know. Just go back and watch it. And again, I'm not saying it shouldn't have been 10 in the bin. It was lazy. It was silly. 10 in the bin. But if you go I just think that the amount that Frizzell was out of it, I think that came from a head clash, and then he obviously got hit again, which made him just go. But yeah, I'd love to know in the comments section, did anyone else see that? Because I felt like I saw it. I feel like I'm going crazy. But yeah, just one of those things just went wrong for Cam Murray. Outside of that, he was outstanding.
On that note, Cam Murray looks like it's going to be a 2-week charge. Apparently, they're challenging it. If I'm Wayne, I'm getting on the dog and bone and saying, can we just let this one go?
Because there's 2 weeks left?
For the sake of his own, what he's putting his body through over the last few weeks, I just don't know if it's necessary when the season's
You know what's crazy is we actually spoke to Cam last week, and he goes, I've never felt better. I feel awesome because I didn't have to play the games after Origin and that. And we were like, you're an animal. You're an absolute
You are an animal.
And that's why he's going skits, because he's like, I want to play. I'm keen as anything to play. I feel better than ever. Also, really interesting insight. Just like, we talked a lot about Jake Trbojevic being selected for New South Wales and, maybe on the field, is he at his best or whatever? Maybe not, but we talked about the intangibles of what Jakey offers. And we spoke to Cam about the fact that he ran in for New South Wales in that fight or whatever. And the first thing he said, man, I looked up and Jakey, he never gets angry at anything. And he was so pissed at me. He was like, Cam, why'd you do it? And he was like, Cam was like, man, I felt so bad. And I thought that's why Jake Trbojevic was selected, is that intangible leadership where Cam Murray is going, man, I felt so bad that Jakey of all people was blowing up at me after that situation. But yeah, just a little good insight to see how players, even he's a captain at club, how he sees Jake Trbojevic and reverse him. And that's coming from a person that I probably wouldn't have selected Jake, but clearly I was wrong because that's how the boys see him. But yeah, I spoke to Cam. Even little things I said, are you happy? He said, mate, I love playing for the Rabbitohs. I love genuinely, and you were there, mate. He said, I love playing for the Rabbitohs. So Rabbitohs fans, you can be very content in the fact that he loves the club.
I would hate to know how Matty the Waterboy would be going right now if he said, I'm kind of over the Rabbitohs, looking for a change.
Oh, could you imagine? He wouldn't be here.
No, he wouldn't.
Take 2 weeks off. Yeah, but I thought he's good. Not really. We've spoken quite a bit about the Rabbitohs, so probably not much to talk about. Unless you guys had something to say about.
The only one I would add was, didn't have his best game. Really good to see Ty Munro back. Looks like he's put on a little bit of size as well.
Looks much bigger.
Stronger, eh?
He looks strong, and as I said, not a great night on return, but as an athlete with his speed, that more size now, it's exciting.
I know he had some misreads or whatever and errors, but still, 22 runs, 151 metres, 59 post contact, 8 tackle breaks.
Exciting.
The core of a great outside back is there. Alrighty, on to the next
I just slowed down the Cam Murray thing. You are right. The biggest contact was probably the head clash, but
I thought it was a head clash.
But Cam did still shoulder him in the head.
He did, but I just don't know if it's getting taken into consideration. I don't know if Frizzell drops down and loses the ball as hard if he didn't already receive a massive head clash with Duncan.
Bunnies might send you to the judiciary with him, mate.
I'm free. I'm free. Do it for free. Let me know. Let me know. I'll defend Cam Murray any day of the week. Mr. Arousal himself. Okay, on to Roosters. First of all, beer shout-outs. Bloke Beer is available in all Mr. Liquor and Liquor Stack stores. If you're in the store and you don't see Bloke on the shelf, just ask politely, could you get some Bloke in? N17 Burger Co. in Port Douglas, Bloke on tap, one of the best live sports venue in Queensland. And Georgetown Cellars, they are flying through cartons of Bloke. Get in and stock up for finals footy. Get in your local independent guys. Bloke Beer, the beer of rugby league. It's finals footy. There's only one beer to drink. Roosters defeat the Titans 48-22. Roosters fans aren't going to like me for this. They're not going to like me.
I don't like you anyway.
Okay. Okay, the Roosters, look, good win. Good win from just a season perspective. But from a premiership winning perspective, I want to see 80 minutes of dominance from the Roosters. I know it's 48-22 and it was 48-16 before the last 10 minutes or whatever in that last trial, last 5 minutes. They were always going to win. They were always too good. I just want to see fully ruthless, not that 22 points from the Roosters. Again, I'm not sitting and saying it was a bad game by the Roosters at all or, anything to be fully negative on. It's more, I need Roosters to start gearing up into ruthless mentality, similar to the Storm, where they're just putting teams to the absolute sword. So that's me being hypercritical as in premiership window stuff. But outside of that, on the flip side, from a season's perspective, what a friggin' good year from Trent Robinson. This team is now sitting in second. This team last year and the years before that were literally scraped. They weren't even in the 8 yet at this time of the year. They are now sitting in second. What an incredible turnaround from Trent Robinson when it comes to season management.
I'm in two minds with the Roosters. I agree with what you're saying. And that's why I made such a point of when we're talking about the Melbourne Storm, the key word was ruthless. And I look at the Melbourne Storm and I just don't see that in the Roosters. I've said it for a few weeks. When I was over there in Perth watching them up close, they're just not ruthless in their performances. But then, boys, I also have this other side of me that I watch whenever the Roosters go and play Melbourne or Penrith, they try and out-Melbourne them, they try to out-Penrith them, and then you see them against the other 13 teams in this competition. They throw the ball around, they lean into their skill. I kind of wonder if they need to do that against these top sides. What do you reckon?
I like it. I do. Yeah, because we learnt nothing from this game about the Roosters. We know they can attack. We know there are a few question marks in defence. Granted, they do rank. They're 13th for defence, as in there's 4 teams with better defence than them points per game.
Their attack is just out of this world.
And there's good an attacking side as we've seen in a fair while. There's a group, there's a few up there, but they're top tier. I don't mind it, Roo. You just you play to your strengths, and their defence is good enough to win big finals games, but it's not their strong point. Lean into your attack, throw the ball around, play some footy, because are they going to beat Penrith or the Storm 12-10 in a final? Possibly, but they can definitely beat them 30-20 because just with ball in hand, they're exceptional. I like it.
Yeah, and with the way that, that this kicking game that Sam Walker's got is just so different to everyone else in this competition. I think they do need to fully lean into it. I think they need to go into these games against Melbourne and Penrith with the same mindset they go into seemingly everyone else in the competition, where it's, okay, let's get into a shootout and we'll beat you. I just don't know if they're not ruthless enough, and I don't think you can switch it on overnight to be able to go toe-to-toe with that grindy sort of brand of footy against those top sides.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout because you look at their record against the top tier sides and they really struggle. And I wonder whether that is the directive of when they get in those big games, they almost change the way they play. Because the Roosters are at the best when they're in bully mode, when they're just like care to the wind. We don't care about almost okay. Melbourne Storm are really good at line speed together, control the ruck, slow things down, get to the next set. Good kick, do it again. Same with Penrith. Line speed together. Whereas Roosters are the best when they're bashing blokes, when they are intimidating teams. And, they might have a set where a bloke flies out of the line, he misses the tackle and they get a quick play of the ball. But the next tackle, he's sitting there going, shit, I'm not doing that again. And then all of a sudden, the next set, he flies out of the line again. And because that guy hesitates, he actually does get dominated. And so it is a fair point is are the Roosters, when they get in these big games, playing away from what makes them great, which is they're bullies. Like the Roosters are bullies, and when they get on like their tails up, it's almost like the other team is like wincing in contact.
And it's not too dissimilar to the Broncos last year, where
True.
they bullied teams.
Yeah.
Their attack was just relentless, and look, they didn't complete at 80-plus possession against anyone, really, not very often. And they came within a whisker of winning the premiership. Like, yes, they had a great backbone in defence to work off, but said the Roosters' defence, it's not bad, it's just, is it good enough to win a premiership? They backed their attack, they bullied sides. The Roosters need to do the same.
Angus Crichton looking scary heading into finals footy. I know he fell over the line at one or two of the tries, but just outside of that, his physicality, his confidence in his strength. Like even one of the tries where he got it, and he still had about a metre or two to go, and he just lazily just went, just a massive fend. His strength in his contact, it might be the best in the league. It genuinely might be the best strength in contact.
You look at like Dave Fafita in different periods over the last few years where he just looks like he feels like he can run over the top of anyone at any given moment. That's Angus right now. And that's where, like, and you especially have a look, like, against the Penrith Panthers. What are we all saying? Attack that right edge. And if I'm the Roosters, I'm going all through Angus and I'm giving him a license to offload that football at will and just take them on down that sideline. And I wouldn't be getting into a grind with them. I'd just be moving the football and taking them on.
Yeah.
They've got the guys to do it.
It's just a big blow. Obviously, Hargreaves out for 3 weeks, did you say? So he'll miss the first week of the finals. They've got the crew to back it up. And this is what top four finishes are all about, because you get the second crack. It sucks. Hargreaves, I think that the tackle technique where you not lose your feet, but you almost launch yourself and you lose control of where you're going to, not necessarily lose control where you're going to end up, but once you make the decision to launch yourself, you are only ending up in one position. I think that technique is almost like you just can't do it anymore. Because the chances that you're going to hit someone in the head are too high. And I think if you're going to do a big hit, it's just got to be through the middle. Like you have to get so low if you're going to do that kind of technique.
Especially if your name's Jared Hargreaves. Your bed's been made.
The cattle that they've got, though, they can cover it. Spencer Linu's impact off the bench was outstanding.
Well,
I think Terrell May's just waiting to step up.
They can cover it, but seriously, like I think that's like the 5th time this year or something where Hargreaves has gone to the judiciary.
Yeah.
And
it sucks.
They're now missing their key prop forward for what sounds like probably week 1 of finals. And as you said, like he's late in his career, probably not much is going to change. And we've said it before, you lean into this is Jared Hargreaves, but said they're now lost their starting prop with finals experience and over 300 games for 3 weeks. Like that's huge.
And he missed the first 6 weeks of this season as well because he was suspended. Also. So
there's one thing with the Roosters that probably outside of their record against top tier sides, and don't mean this in a mean way, Roosters fans. Genuine answer to this question: do you trust that they can go through a final series without getting sin bins in games?
No. Well, now that they'll be right week 1 of finals because
but they still got Victor they still got other players like Victor Cheese, Spencer.
Yeah, I know.
They're so hyped. There were so many head highs in the game against the Titans. Like they have to get that. Like they have to get it out of their game. Look, we talked about Roosters being bullies, and that's like they're gladiators. They go out there. They're there to dominate. This is a physical game. I get it. They can just find a little bit of a balance because my worry is obviously that record and what you talked about is his style of play. But it's also like I just get worried in the big games. They get so passionate that things slip up, and before you know it, they've got a bloke in the bin.
And I feel like every single time it's high shots.
Yeah.
Slipping up, clipping someone across the head.
And I know it's in there, like, as we said, these guys are gladiators. That's part of what the Roosters are, bully, intimidate. Just got to find that balance. Because I'm sure Roosters fans are probably sitting there too going, bloody hell, like, we love you, Hargreaves. That's what got us the back-to-back premiership, this grit, this determination. But, geez, it's frustrating when you've got a guy. I think they've got the cattle to cover it that first week. And obviously they get a second bite of the cherry. But it is frustrating. I get it. It would be frustrating. Frustrating. Funnily enough, I've even gotten this in my notes. Roosters, way too many high tackles heading into finals. If not fixed, it could cost them. It's just got to fix it. Just got to find a way to fix it, which is hard because it's who they are.
I know it probably isn't a good week
Not who they are, but part of their game.
Argue this, but geez, I think it is a little bit disrespectful to Penrith that them and the Roosters are both 375 to win the comp.
to Penrith, you reckon?
I think so. I think Penrith that have been there and done it time and time again. I've got so many questions mark over this Roosters side. I think it's a bit harsh on Penrith personally.
Yeah, I mean, the Roosters, they are sitting second. They have been pretty bloody good. Best points differential out of anyone in the competition.
I'm with you, Roo.
It's
Doubt
because they
Penrith.
beat up bottom sides, though.
Oh, look, hey, I'm with you. Penrith would be almost my favourites at the moment. I'm just trying to give the devil's advocate of what they're looking at.
Yeah, I get that, but September football is so different to all other football, and I can't believe Penrith are at 375. I think that value is unreal.
Bit of value there, you reckon?
Yes.
Okay, there you go, Roo, value.
Valroo.
Valroo. That's great stuff.
I've been hanging out with Hammy way too much.
Some other performances, Satilli was outstanding. Tupou was outstanding.
Yeah, Tupou.
You've already spoken about it, Roo, but Satilli, I think Roosters fans, maybe Roosters fans know this, but I don't think we've seen the best of Satilli.
It's not even close. Every single year the Roosters get to their end of their preseason. Who are they all talking about? Satilli. He's unbelievable. He's a freak. And injuries and opportunity has just held him back. I reckon he arrives over there with Serraldo. He's going to explode at Canterbury next year, I reckon. He's going to be a great signing.
Just got to say injury-free.
I was kind of how good he's going at centre.
Yeah.
And
So good.
what that does for the squad, allowing them to pick a 4-4 bench with Satilli, who is going out there. He hasn't missed a beat all year when he's had to play centre.
And when you see him up close, his body, he's so unique.
How about him putting the
boy.
afterburners on for the try?
Mate, he's a super athlete. My boy Tupou, I mean, talk about Mr. Consistent. 2 tries, 16 runs, 183 metres, 51 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, 4 line breaks. I mean, just such an underappreciated winger in the modern game. Teddy as well. I mean, the best thing that could have happened to the Roosters was him not having to play every single Origin game because he looks fresh as anything. The balance is right. Like, when was the last time we said Teddy overplayed his hand? Like, it's been
Perfect.
Been a while.
like months, literally months. And we're talking about it quite a lot at the start of the year. So Teddy deserves a lot of credit there. It's weird because we sound like we've been a bit negative on the Roosters, but I think that they deserve massive, massive credit. They're sitting second. Last year they were scraping into finals. The year before, scraping into finals. I think it's been a bloody good year for the Roosters, and just a few tweaks here or there, they're going to be a very, very tough side in finals footy.
Completely agree.
We spoke about it very briefly in the green room before, mate. But as I said, I was down there and watched the kid from the Wallabies play on the weekend in the reserve grade.
The one going to Tuivasa.
Thank you.
Nice. That one's been
Jeez,
practiced.
I wish you made Roo say it.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't. Mark looks to be a very. I know it's New South Wales Cup, but he can only play what's in front of him. And from game 2 of seeing him live, I think he's going to go good next year.
Well, even the Titans fella, I think he had a couple of try assists in that.
He's
as
going
well.
good too, Carter Gordon. Yeah, but just Mark, just watching him, the way he moves, and I reckon he's going to do really well for them.
When I watched his highlights with the Wallabies, he did look like a physical specimen.
Yeah.
Like just physically a gifted athlete.
Is there a chance with injuries he could play first grade this year?
I don't know.
Pretty sure. I think he's top 30.
Yeah.
I think Robert Toyer will be in front of him to make his debut if they're going to arrest anyone.
Yep.
Jeez, that'd be such a risk. Holy shit. The pressure on the kid. Because it'd be basically finals footy if he does play. Because he wouldn't be this week.
Yeah, actually, they're probably not going to arrest anyone, are they, the Roosters, in the position they're in? They won't be able to.
I think because Penrith have sort of fallen, there's too much to play for without home semi, I think.
Yeah.
And they've had the bye, so no real need.
Alrighty, just quickly on the Titans. I just got on my notes here. So at the start of the game, the commentators were like, oh, there's a real battle for speed out there. Khan Pereira and Dom Young. It's going to be a real battle for speed. And I just thought, like, look, there's different types of speed. Like, Dom Young's top speed is good. But then there's genuine speed and footy speed. Like, when I say genuine speed, it's your Robert speed. It's that first 10, but also your top speed. And that's what Khan Pereira has. And we saw in that try, he was jogging for half that try. Jogging. And then he steps Teddy, puts on the afterburners, and Dom Young couldn't get near him. And I just thought it's funny that, like, even commentators don't know the genuine difference between, like, speed. Like, there's top flight speed, but then there's speed. There's the footy speed of, like, a Matty Bowen, and Khan Pereira is even another level of that speed where he has footy speed, but he also has a quick first 10, a high top speed, and we saw that on the weekend. I thought Khan Pereira, in a year that has been in my opinion, it's been a disaster year for the Titans. some of the things he's done has been astounding, and the try that he scored on the weekend against the Roosters was phenomenal.
43 tries in 42 games in a bottom 5 or 6 side is just ridiculous. Mate, I remember when we were on the country tours last year, it was in the first 4 weeks, and we were talking about, I remember someone at one of the shows said to me, who's one of the CBAs to watch this year? And I sort of said, we'll keep an eye on this Campiera. And half the crowd looked at me like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah.
And now he scores a try every week.
It's crazy. And some of them are falling over the line, but the amount of tries he scores that rely on his individual pace and footwork, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, if you can get his, not to Debbie Downer it, but if you can get his defence sorted, like he could be the best winger in the game. And he's young, he's inexperienced. He's second full season of first grade. Even then, he's been in and out at times. He's still scoring all these tries. But if he can learn the craft of defence over time, which I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
Said he's very young. He has obviously the potential to be the best winger in the NRL.
He is light.
Because it's not just about being quick, but like his timing on the end of backline movements, where to be. It's all like Alex Johnson is the king of placement and how to time his run there for Cody Walker or whoever's hitting with the ball. Cam Prairie does it all perfectly.
And it just depends on what you look for in a winger. Like, if you look for a winger that you need him to make 200 metres a game and be a tough carry, like I don't think Cam Pereira is ever going to be that. But if your winger is, we need you to score points to win matches, like you can't really go much further than a guy like Cam Pereira. You really can't.
I feel like as well, like I was critical of him at parts of last year because I just thought he would come up with these odd brain explosions.
Honestly, I thought it would take far longer for him to become NRL standard than it has.
100%. And I don't know, maybe I'm forgetting, but I don't remember a moment like that recently.
Yeah.
Whereas I felt like last year it was every 2 or 3 weeks.
Absolutely. Look, outside of that, I know you guys are a bit softer on the Titans, and maybe I am harsh on the Titans because I was so high on them at the start of the year. But I don't see there's any way to shake it. Like, this has been a disaster year. And look, granted, maybe we're seeing, the Bulldogs situation, but it's been a disaster. Like, this team should be way further along than they are. Like, I can't believe how poor they've been since going so well for a month of footy.
Yeah, the last month has been disappointing. I don't know if I would say disaster this season just because I've had a few things go against them and whatnot, but yeah, when you thought they'd potentially turned the corner and left the old Titans behind, it has been very disappointing the last month or so.
I think it's been a bad year. I don't think it's been a disaster year purely because of the timing of that sort of 8 or so week stretch where they played really good, consistent footy. I think, unfortunately, when there was a little bit of a sniff of playing finals footy, the pressure was back on a little bit out of nowhere, and then they capitulated. I think they've thrown the towel in now. Said it's been a bad year, but I think that couple of months stretch there where they were really consistent. First year under Desi Hasler, I think there's some foundations there moving into next year.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that, like, we've been here for so long, and the reason why I say disaster is I don't mean disaster as in worried about the Titans or whatever. And it's more, I thought Des Hasler would change this Titans. So at the very least, we could get to the end of the year and say, this is not the same Titans as we've known before. So regardless of where they finish on the table, we could sit there and go, there's been changes made. And my concern is that it doesn't look different to me. It doesn't look different. And that's coming from a bloke that 3 weeks ago was saying, I think they've turned a corner.
And I think that's what I take away from. At least there was a period of time where I thought maybe we have got past that. I get what you're saying,
They
were
ninth with injuries when Holbrook got the sack.
We said the same about Serrato last year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I've already said that. I said this could be a Bulldog situation. And if it is, we're happy to, but we were saying the same thing with the Bulldogs last year towards the end of the year. We were saying this has been a disaster. Like, as I said, this could be a situation where it comes out that Desi Hasler was laying the law down and he was weaning out old bad habits, and we see the rewards of it in year 2. But I look at it and I say, look, to be honest, the best that we got out of this season is that it looks at least that they've sorted out that Keon Brimo Kinney situation, even though I don't know if Brimo at centre is the best option.
A year ago, I'd have agreed with you, but I've just learned from the Serrato scenario and probably taken into context other first-year coaches who have struggled and had success in their second year. Off the back
Desi Hasler. It's Desi Hasler. We're not talking about.
It's not. He inherited a roster. He didn't get the roster that he wanted. coaches come in, they have to make changes to the squad and signings exactly as Serraldo's done. He didn't get his squad
Look what
straight
Fitzgibbon
away.
did first year. Even Peyton's been better.
It
Peyton rocked
Fitzgibbon
in.
walked
and
into a top 8
Yeah,
side.
No,
exactly.
they weren't. They weren't top 8 side. They finished 10th the year he walked in.
was a very good roster, though.
Oh, it was a solid roster. The Cowboys were 14th when Peyton walked in.
Yeah. With Origin players.
You know,
The
so
Titans lost
you got
Tino. Did he play a game?
No, for sure. Tino's been out, but they still got Fafita. They got Foran. They got Brimo, Origin player. They got some good. They got Mo Fodawaker, current Origin player. Bo Fermo will probably be in the Origin side next year. I think that with Desi Hasler, I thought that they'd be probably fighting for the 8 at the very least this year. Be almost, and let's be clear, like the Broncos have had a disaster year as well. So it's not. I'm just saying like willy nilly that the Titans are the only ones. I think that the Broncos' fall has also been really, really poor. What do you got there, Matty? Oh, are you checking the thingo?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Sharkies were 10th, and I
They
think,
were 9th on for and against. Still, they did miss the 8, to be fair.
and I think that the Cowboys were 14th when Toddy Payton took over.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. The Todd Payton's first year is when he took them to 14th, and then the next year he came third.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And what were they when he took over though? 16th or something like that? They were like 15th?
They were 15th.
15th.
14th, sorry, 14th.
Yeah. So the Titans ended up 14th, but when the Hopper got sacked, they were doing 9th.
I think they were 10th, yeah.
10th. Yeah, I just thought Desi would do better this year.
I think
really
in Desi's defence, like they literally lost their best player in the early parts of the season. So I'm not as far down that track as you are. But
What do you reckon, Hammy? Where do you
Well, yeah, they started terribly, 0-6, and then they came good a little bit. They showed it a little bit. They were a sniff of finals a couple of weeks ago, and then they've gone back to being pretty ordinary. I don't know if I'd say disaster. I'm probably in the same camp of new coach, first year, weed a few things out. It's been a disappointing season, no doubt. But I reckon I'll just wait and see how they go year 2 of Des. Because have a look, as we've just said, with the Dogs. And I'm also hopeful that'll be the same case with Benji as well. You know, first year taking the full reins. Give them a year to get their feet under the desk and then go from there. Disappointing, but not a disaster, I would say.
Maybe it's my expectation for them. They were my smokies for top 4. We get there, Matty?
Oh yeah, no, I was just going to say there was probably another thing that cost them as well is there was like a 6-week period in the season where they lost by 1, lost by 4, lost by 2, lost by 4, and then they got pumped a few weeks, then they were good again, and now they're getting pumped again. They've just been so up and down.
And mate, I think as well, like we're talking about the Raiders, Knights, Dolphins, Broncos that are all playing for a finals berth over the next few weeks. Like Titans have only won 2 less games than those sides, and they started 0-7. They've lost their best player.
See, I do. The Broncos, it's been a disaster year, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure, but they've come from a grand final and they've got one of the best rosters in the league.
So they finished 2nd and they've dropped to 9th. It's about, what's that? That's seven spots. And then 9th, so it's about 4 spots. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's my expectation. But I just thought that we would see a different Titans. And my problem is that I feel like we're looking at the same Titans as we saw last year. And I feel like the harsh nature in which they move Holbrook on, it hasn't really paid the dividends that I think that they probably expected. But I'm clearly in the minority. Which is fine.
We'll have an answer next year.
We'll definitely know next
Yes.
year.
Yeah.
Definitely know next year.
Minority Report, Tom Cruise.
I tell you what, though, if there's one bloke that can do it, is Desi Hasler. When he went to Manly, he took them from like 14th to top 5. So I would love to sit down with Desi and ask him, like, you know, and look, I understand Titans fans just sitting there going, well, what about Tino? Like, for sure. Like, Tino, massive loss, and you've had injuries. But I wonder what has been the difference, like, for Desi, where he's looked at it and gone, well, I actually thought we'd finish here, but we didn't finish there. Whereas Manly, he came in and...
But, Matt, like he came into Manly and he addressed Ben Kennedy's the guy that we need to get to start to turn this club around.
Oh, no, this was when he came in after Trent Barrett, I think.
okay.
Yeah, I was going to say he's actually done it twice.
He's done it twice.
He's done it twice. His first year at Manly in 04, I think it was, they came 13th, and then they made the finals the next year, and then a few years later they were premiers, and then again a few years ago they were 15th when in Trent Barrett's year, and then he took them to the finals in the first year.
And so last year the Titans finished 14th. So they're 15th or 14th. Who knows? Look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe just bad year is solid for it. I just thought...
They finished 14th last year.
Okay, so they're in the same spot as they were last year. I'm wrong. Just a bad year. Okay, Sharkies versus the Dragons, 28-4. What I loved about this game for the Sharkies is that the knock heading into this season on the Sharkies was all about, the big games. They can't step up in the big games. Anytime they play big games, they always go to water, blah, blah, blah. And look, I understand the Dragons aren't necessarily, a top 4 side. They're not a Penrith Panthers. But we've seen the Sharkies beat Melbourne. We've seen them win big games. Granted that 40-0 or whatever loss it was hangs over their head like crazy. But what I loved about this game was it was built up as a huge game, the match of the round. There was so much intensity around it. Former coach, a lot of people actually put a poll up. Thousands of people voted Dragons that they were the favourites to win. The Sharkies looked like the ones that loved the big game compared to the Dragons yesterday. The Sharkies were the ones that stepped towards the game, that knew how to play in the big moments, increase the tempo. That's what I like, is the progression of the Sharkies, that this was a big game. I know they're not a top 4 side. It was a massive derby, and they absolutely dismantled the Dragons and showed that this is the reason why we're the top 4 and they're currently just on the edge of the 8.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm in such a odd spot with the Sharkies, and it's been, as you said, mate, they've gone and they've beaten Melbourne. It's like fantastic, but what I still don't know and why I can't trust the Sharkies at the moment for the finals, because I don't know what the halves combination is going to be. And you look through their season, all their highs, like they're all with different halves pairings and all over the place. It's so hard to find the consistency of what's the right thing to do, because they've beaten Melbourne, and did they beat Penrith or the Roosters? They
didn't beat Penrith.
They didn't beat Penrith.
Penrith pumped them at Shark Park.
Well, whoever like some of their bigger wins have been when essentially Hines and Trindle are out, or like there's just different combinations all over the place, which shows me that they're a resilient footy side.
They beat Roosters at Magic Round, maybe?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Real high score.
And it was a bloody good game.
Yeah.
Yep.
38-30.
And this is when Roosters were red hot too.
Yeah.
And which would say to you, okay, they're ready for finals footy, but we're 2 weeks out, and I've got no idea what the side's going to look like.
I personally would be putting Nico at 7, Atkinson at 6.
So would I.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that has to be the play.
Feel for Trindle.
Oh,
Bloody
massive.
good player, but it
Great
just
footy.
doesn't fit.
It doesn't. And Atkinson has just been too good at 6.
Yeah.
And he's been an out-and-out 6 in the big moments. And, like, if there's one thing with Hines, although he has done well in some big moments, if there's an argument against his game is in the big moments he hasn't really nailed it. Well, you look at Atkinson, he's been nailing at the big moments in the big games.
It's a bizarre situation. Like, I would say Hines and Atkinson's their best halves combo. I reckon their next halves combo is probably Trindle and Atkinson.
Yeah,
I would have that before I would have Hines and Trindle again.
Okay. What do you reckon, Timmy?
In terms of...
Do you agree with what he just said?
Hines and Atkinson.
Yeah, no, I've got ya. Thank you. But I'm just trying to... If you were to go like Atkinson and Trindle, like what happens to Hines?
That's like what I'm saying is that
As a standalone
you've got
combination.
2 halfbacks. They are both out and out halfbacks.
Yeah.
And I think the team is better with, like, as much as Hines is a superstar, I think you would be better with playing Trindle and Atkinson together than going with Hines and Trindle again, because it just doesn't gel.
What we have not learnt this season, but has been really reinforced, and I know you can sort of nitpick the results that you want, but it's just that 2 organising sevens, it just doesn't work. And like, again, I know it's a 1-game sample size from last week, but the Panthers with Luai and Schneider, there's the SJ and Tamare, there is Nico and Trindle. There's just been countless times where 2 sevens been paired together, it doesn't work. The second you give an out-and-out 7, a foil in a ball running 5'8", who plays second fiddle, it just works.
Yeah. I cannot wait to see how Hines is injected back into this side, because he's probably going to have to take a little bit of a step back, just because Atkinson... Look, granted, like I know it's trendy to be like, well, Atkinson's the main man now or whatever. We have to remember, and I'm not saying you guys are saying this, but like Hines has led these guys to a top 2 finish and also a top 5 finish. And he's been the Dalian player, whilst it's happened. So, there's a big difference between being really good in 4 or 5 games and being really good in a whole season. And as I said, I'm not saying you're saying this, but I think some fans go, oh, Atkinson has beaten, these 2 sides, therefore he's the better player. And it's like, guys, like...
Yeah, and I agree with you, but I can understand where people are coming from with that argument, that in their biggest games, Atkinson has been the half that I think has played the best.
I mean, Hines has played well in big games before for the Sharkies.
I mean, this season. I'm saying this season is the sample size.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I also feel like the Sharks closing in on a top 4 finish, whether or not they get there or not, time will tell, but they're thereabouts in the premiership race. Whether you think they're genuine contenders or not, if the Sharks are going to win a comp this year, I think Nico has to come out and explode to take it to the next level. Whereas
Absolutely.
Ken Atkinson as your dominant 7, can he take you to a premiership? Maybe he can. But Nico, we know he has the ability in him.
We also have to remember, like, Atkinson did get the drop goal against the Knights, which was great, but he also didn't have the best game against the Knights. Like so I think, I agree with you boys. I think Hines, Atkinson is probably the best combo. I feel terrible for Trindle, but he's an out-and-out 7 in my mind. I think that people are being a little bit unfair to Hines' resume and don't realise how bloody good of a footy player he is. I don't understand this quickness to just write him off. I think Hines, Atkinson together could be pretty scary.
Yeah,
could be
bloody
pretty
oath,
scary.
could be. Yeah.
On Magic Round, when Sharks beat the Roosters, which was probably Nico's best game, that was the halves pairing, Nico and Atkinson.
Yeah, okay. And we have to remember, Roosters were red hot during that period.
What about Fitzgibbon's comments after the game when he was asked about Atkinson and just touching on his versatility? He goes, he could play a role elsewhere in the team potentially as well. He said fullback possibly was an option.
I think you got to keep Will Kennedy there, surely.
Yeah.
I don't think he can change this much 2 weeks out from
God, no.
finals.
Yeah.
I hope he makes a really tough call. And it's super unfortunate for Trindle, but I hope he just goes Hines in and Trindle is there ready to go. We know Trindle and Atkinson can at least play relatively well together. If anything happens, boom, he comes straight in.
Yep.
I hope he does make the tough call though, because I think there's been a few times over the last 2 or 3 years where it's probably taken Fitzy a little bit too long to make a change.
Which is hard because he has to balance squad happiness with ruthless calls, and has to show other people he's willing to be loyal to certain people so that they go, well, he'll be loyal to me, blah, blah, blah. I know what you're saying.
But someone has to be unhappy out of this situation, unfortunately.
Yep.
And he's just got to make that call.
I think he will. Okay. In regards to performance, Britton Nakota, holy, hasn't he just exploded this year to a whole nother level? And we've been talking about, your Crichtons, your Katoas and some of those boys, but he wouldn't be that far off. Like Britton Nakota, I probably don't have him as a Dally and back rower this year, but in the batch of people eligible, he would be in that top tier for me this year. He's been so good.
Yeah, he's a little bit quiet to start the season, but mate, since about round 10 or 12 onwards, he's been incredible. What about when they turn him under, he's going against the grain? He might be the hardest to handle in that
Some of his
situation.
ball playing has just improved out of sight. Like, he didn't have this ball playing 2 years ago.
Gee, skillful, isn't he?
I love it when the halves get it and they just dish off to him and they let him be the ball player on that edge, because you see teams when they react to it in defence, they're just in all sorts.
Yeah.
Because it's such a different look to anything else you get.
Yep.
You know the drop under's coming. They use it off him all the time, but it just rattles them, and they're like, how do we stop this bloke?
What about the one where they go to show him under and they hold, then they turn Raymond under as well? You just go, fuck.
What about Ramey's game? I know he got 10 in the bin, but mate, he is truly, when you talk about the best centres in the game, and you might not have him as one, but he got to be in the combo. Like, when you put him in that top tier of form centres this year, Ramey's been there for me, for sure. For sure. Like, yes, his career might not stack up against other guys like Joey Manu or whatever, but form centres this year, he's in that top tier for me, Ramey.
I'd love to know what he did in the off-season. I feel like he's added a yard of pace this year. He's always been a brute, strong guy, but the way that he's able to do that in and away and just leave centres for dead.
That in and away was magical.
Well, what's been reinforced to me recently, and I've always had a big opinion of the importance of centres in the defensive line. They're the glue of the defensive line. Those are probably the 3 men in the halves, but Sharkies have the 3rd best defensive record in the competition at the moment. Doggies are the best. What have they got in common? Like, they've both got... There's 4 unbelievable defensive centres between Iro and Ramian, and then Sherry and Crichton. Incredible defensive centres, and they're just holding them together. Like, every time, for both those teams, every time a teams go wide and attack their edges, you have so much confidence.
Yeah. And I think Ramian's side also is the best defensive edge in the competition, which doesn't get spoken about that much. He's been so friggin' good. I will say, and I've been saying this for a few weeks now, I do think Will Kennedy just needs to take a little bit of a step up So, for example, incredible try from Will Kennedy. Like, jumps over the player, scores the try, and then he drops the ball the next set. And it's just that drop ball of the next set. I just need him, as they're heading into finals footy, just to get rid of.
Especially as you're not one of those fullbacks with this incredible ceiling like a Turbo. I need that Dill Edwards consistency from you.
Yeah. Which he two years ago, he had it. Like,
100%,
he was so good. So just need a little step up. And maybe that's where Craig Fitzgibbon is looking at and going, well, okay, form-wise, he hasn't been absolutely killing it. Does Atkinson, is it a better conversation or a more reasonable swap to put Atkinson back there potentially?
I think during the off-season, it's a conversation to be had.
But look, I just thought it was outstanding. And overall, in regards to performances, Brayley, maybe the best performance of his career. He was in everything. His service was top-notch. Like, genuinely, every ball was right in front of players. Every single play was at the right timing. Every step he took out of hooker was the right one. Probably the best game of his career. I thought Brayley was outstanding.
He just doesn't put a foot wrong, does he?
Mate, he barely misses any games. Yeah. And when was the last time you saw him injured or like stung from a tackle or down in the defensive line?
He's an absolute staple of the Cronulla Esplanade walk. I see him all the time, and it never ceases to amaze me how small he is. Yet he never looks out of place defensively. We know he's arguably the most durable player in the game.
Probably, yeah.
I think he would be.
Yeah. Crazy.
He's tiny.
And I never watch a game and go, oh, there's a spot in the line there. There's a spot in the defensive line. And it's all those little things. Like, what I don't get is, like, his pain threshold must be through the roof. I never see him holding a shoulder or, like, staying down and the trainers helping him.
There's that, Phenomenal. And then there's, without having looked right into it, just tackle technique must be so good.
I was literally about to say that. Like, any young fella, watch his tackle technique because it must be perfect.
And it's like, look at Cameron Smith, who played over 400 games. Tackle technique, as good as it's ever been. Yeah.
And just ability to understand, like, the uses of levers and momentum and everything against a big fella. But, yeah, Brayley for me was absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I personally love this performance from the Sharks. I know there's questions about can they be a premiership threat. I don't know about that. But can they have some good finals footy this year? I think they can. Maybe week 2. I hope week 2 after a win.
If they can just take that next step, get the monkey off the back and win a finals game, get AFB in next year, it's a game changer.
And I think that Fitzgibbon doesn't get enough credit. Like, that I think they've progressively, this roster that he got, they've progressively gotten better and better each year when it comes to the big games.
Yeah. Sammy Stone Street, I really like the look of him. Good character as well. Keep an eye on, I've had a few people at Cronulla tell me his younger brother, they really rate. He signed with the Storm.
Is it Pebble Street?
Good.
Thank you.
I don't want that to be lost. He signed with the Melbourne Storm. Okay. Just keep an eye on that.
That's a rock-solid signing.
So look, great clinical win from the Sharkies. Absolutely loved it. I think they get to week 2 of the finals. I think that they do have a big game in them in finals. I think that they've matured. I think they're going to understand what needs to be take to get to that week 2 and win that first game. Hopefully, well, not that first game, but week 3. So win that second game, hopefully. Because I just think they've improved. I really do. I think this is a really good case. I grant it's not against a top-tier side, but this was a big game. And they completely controlled essentially the whole game. The Dragons put up a little bit of a fight, probably first 40. Then after that, it was all the Sharks. And it was clinical.
Mate, I'd love to see finals week 1, Sharks-Roosters, just get a shootout there and then see Penrith and Melbourne get, like, it'd be perfect.
Well, let's work it out. Let's say they lose week 1 against Roosters. They'll be playing Roosters.
I think they'll play Roosters, likely.
Yeah.
At this point. And so
Roosters.
Won't Melbourne, doesn't one play 2, 3 plays 4?
No, 1 plays 4.
1, 4, 2, 3.
Sharks Storm.
Apologies. Okay. Probably. I don't know why I always fucking forget that. So 2, 3. So it'll be Sharks.
Roosters.
It's Sharks Roosters most
I reckon
likely.
be Sharks Roosters. They finished
2-3 at the moment. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because Penrith are currently sitting 4th.
Yeah. God, Storm Panthers week 1.
Oh my God. Okay, so let's say they do lose to Sharks. Let's just say that. Then week 2 will most likely be against, like, not most likely, but we'll just assume who will win that. Let's just say the
Dogs
Dragons.
or Manly?
Sorry?
Dogs or Manly?
Dogs or Manly, like, let's say it is Dogs or Manly, I can see Sharks winning that match.
Hell yeah.
You know what I mean? Whereas I feel like other years would be like, big game, finals. I think this version of the Sharkies can beat Manly or Dogs.
Or Dogs or Cowboys probably there as well.
Well, any team that's below them right now, I think that in a finals match, I do believe that they've got the mental fortitude to beat them in a finals match.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, onto the Dragons real quickly. Not much to add because we've been saying all year, just super inconsistent. Super inconsistent. I thought that they would break the trend this time because it was such a big clash, but I just, clearly not.
Yeah, I was very confident they'd break the trend, which I came to learn over the weekend that was not a good omen for them.
Look, I think the Dragons, they're early in their progress. But there's another one, we'd go back to the Titans situation. Look what Flano's bloody done. And who you reckon had a better roster heading into this year, Titans or Dragons?
Yeah, that's true. Titans.
Titans. Flano had an unbelievable year, though.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, like, you probably would have expected Desi to have it. Desi's got a better resume than Flano. He's got evidence of doing it for. Anyway, I'm happily being the minority there. But let us know on the Titans fans, where do you rate the year? Do you think it's been solid, good? Do you think Desi's laying the foundation? I'd love to know where, because it's a relatively small fan base, so you kind of don't really know what the fans are saying that much, where their heads are at. Would love to know. But yeah, Dragons, I just think they're really early in their progression under Shane Flanagan, and with any, early in the growth of a team, consistency is usually one of the things that you struggle with.
Yeah.
And I think that next year we're going to find that, will they be like super consistent, as in go for like 8 rounds? Maybe not, but they won't be like 1 week on, 1 week off, 1 week on. It might be 2 or 3 weeks on, 1 week off, 2 weeks on, 1 week off. It might be more along and they'll build into a better squad.
Will they lose at the end of this year? Lomax, is that sort of it?
They definitely, Lomax has been so good, but I think they head into next year probably a little bit stronger.
I think so. You gain
Lomax,
Val Holmes,
Holmes, Cook. There's whispers about Gutho. I don't know how real they are.
Yeah, I think they'll be a much better side next year.
And another year under Flano.
Yeah.
But yeah, so okay, boys, do the Dragons make the 8th in the year?
Jeez.
God.
Who do they
Yes.
play? Who they got this week?
Yes.
Parramatta this week, and then who?
Yeah, and then Raiders. Who, if the Raiders lose to the Roosters, their season's done.
Yep.
So big result there. If they can knock them off, they'll be up for it. They've got a terrible for and against at neg 120.
If they win one of those games, they're in, right?
No, they have to win 2.
With their for and against, probably both of them.
Because if Broncos win 2, they're on the same.
Because Broncos, Dolphins, Knights, they all have
Better
for and against.
And that's because they've been so inconsistent.
Jeez.
I
I think they definitely win this weekend against Para.
Well, I don't know. Para have been pretty good.
No, they beat them, and then Para get the spoon. And the Raiders game, that's basically playing for that last spot, isn't it?
Well, if the Raiders beat the Roosters.
The Dragons
Yeah.
can win one, and there's still a decent chance of going through. So I'll say yeah.
Yeah, I don't reckon they'll win both of them. I reckon they'll win one, but I don't think these other teams will win 2.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
The Knights. The Knights have 2 super soft games. I think they will win their last 2. It's interesting.
Ooh, okay. Alrighty. Don't forget, guys. OG drop 6 p.m. tonight. The spray jackets, the shirts, plenty of different colours, and also Beaks Bag. Leave your question in the comments section of YouTube and leave a nice review on Apple and Spotify. Time now for Face the Music tips next week. Brought to you by Sportsbet.
Don't forget to let us know where the Galvin and the Fino Brothers statue should go as well. Over to you guys. Let us know in the comments. All right, let's get into round 26. So we kick off with North Queensland Cowboys at home. Plenty of chat that the Storm are going to rest a stack of blokes.
Storm have gone, they were about $2.50 this morning. They've gone all the way up to $3.16.
Yeah. $3.16. North Queensland, $1.36 favourites. The line right now is 8.5 points.
You know what's crazy is I don't have faith in the Cowboys because I just don't know.
Bloody oath. And Tyron Wishart's going to be handed the keys. He could score 4 tries.
He really
They
could.
might rest him though as well. Might want to put their utility out there.
I'll go Cowboys Storm.
Yeah, Cow Storm.
I'll go cows with the restings.
Cow Storm.
I'm going Cows with the restings as well, and the Cows trying to lock up a final spot. This is maybe the game of the round, 6 p.m. Friday. Canterbury $1.61, Manly $2.32, 4.5 is the line.
I cannot wait. This is such an exciting game because it's
Such a
basically attack versus defence.
Shame it's on a 6 p.m. Friday, isn't it?
See, I like that because you just get straight into it. Get stuck into it straight away. I'm going to go Manly. Manly for the upset. I'm backing Tommy and DCE and to just do something special.
What is it, 4.5?
Yep.
In a bounce back game too after losing to the Tigers.
I'll go Dogs Manly.
I've no idea. I'll go Dogs Manly.
I'll go Manly.
I can't believe you haven't gone Manly.
Well, I was about to, but I genuinely don't. As a head-to-head bet with the value, I think Manly's definitely the value. But I've also doubted the Dogs a few times and been made look silly, so I'm gonna back their D in.
I think there's going to be so many. This will be a huge crowd for 6 p.m. Friday. Big Dogs crowd. Dogs for me.
Okay.
Penrith $1.14, Souths $5.75, 16.5 is the line.
Panthers.
Oof.
I'll go Panthers 13 plus, Hammy.
Fucking hell.
I'll go Panthers.
Panthers South.
I go Panthers Souths as well. Then we've got Parramatta $2.25 host the Dargans, $1.65, 2.5 is the line in that one Saturday at Parramatta.
The way the Panthers Paris started last week, like you just don't know. What's the line on
2.5?
2.5.
Yep.
I go Dragons.
Yep.
Dragons Eels.
Yeah, they're up 1 week, down the other, due for an up week, so Dargans.
Dragons.
Get the Eels a bit closer to that spoon. Dolphins $2.70, Broncos $1.47, 5.5 the line at Suncorp.
Broncos.
Dolphins.
Bronx.
Broncos Dolphins, I think that'll be a close game. Sharks $1.21 host the Warriors, 4.45, 12.5 the line.
Sharks Warriors.
Sharks.
Sharks Warriors.
Sharks Warriors for me as well. Then we got Newcastle $1.35 host the Titans, 3.25, 8.5 the line. This reeks of a Titans come out and beat by
just
30 points.
bash them. They watch our potty and say, Dan hates us, let's fucking go out there and kill it.
Yes, have a listen to this bloke.
Oh, mate, no one wanted the Titans to go better than... I did magazine interviews saying how well the Titans were going to go at the start of this year. I wanted them to go so well. I'll go Knights Titans.
Yeah, Knights Titans.
Knights.
Titans, I reckon. It's got that weird feel about it.
Mate, I would love to. Like, they're my hometown. Like, I hope they do.
In fact, Titans 13 plus.
Oh. No way.
Yep.
That's huge.
That's, you know what? If you get that, it's 4 points.
Thank you.
It's even bigger than Penrith 13 plus.
Yeah. Oh, come on, mate. I might take a point off you for that. And then Chooks. I reckon there's some value here as well. Chooks $1.18. The Raiders $4.95 with this final spot on the line. 14.5. Huge line for this one at Allianz.
Roosters Raiders.
I'm going to take an upset here. I reckon the Raiders show up in this game.
Yep.
That's a huge call.
Holy hell.
If you don't back him
Show
now,
some
you're
courage.
a dog. Yeah, you are
Come
a
with
dog.
me.
If you don't back
No.
him, you're a dog.
I said I'd tip with my head for the punters out there.
But
so.
he did. So he's backing your boys more than you're backing them.
He's
Well,
betting
he's
against
backed against his Roosters.
I'm a fan of the game.
Bit hypocritical. He doesn't go against it anyway. It's been a long show. I'm ready to go home. Roosters, Raiders.
Raiders upset City as
Oh,
well.
man.
There you go. That is Face of Music brought to you by our friends at Sportsbet. Give us a follow on the feed. And don't forget the OG drop tonight, 6 p.m. We'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.